Hello everyone, welcome to this particular course of Python. My name is Boktiar Ahmed Bappi and I will be your instructor. I'm a data scientist and mentor. I'm having more than 4 years of working experience in the field of Python, machine learning, deep learning, MLOps, generative AI and robotic system. I also have rich experience in the product development. I have already worked with so many multinational company. Even I also work with so many edtech company as a mentor. So if you want to connect with me, so these are my social media, so you can connect me here. As I already have good experience with the industry, so based on my experience, I'm going to teach you this particular Python. So here we'll be more focusing on the hands-on part. We'll be learning like so many examples so that each and everything would be clear in your mind. And here I will also show you some of the project. So that particular project will help you to understand like how to use that particular programming language to solve this particular problem statement. So I'll make sure guys, each and everything would be clear in your mind. So make sure you just complete this particular course. And after completing this particular course, I believe you will be able to understand this particular Python programming. And I believe guys, after completing this particular course, you will become champion in Python. So now guys, let's discuss the agenda for this particular video. Like what are the things we are going to cover in this particular video. So as you can see, first of all, definitely I will give you the introduction of the Python. Like why Python is so popular and why we have to learn this particular Python. After that, we'll be learning the installation and the environment setup of the Python, because there are so many environment, there are so many actually technique you can use to run this particular Python programming. So I'll tell you some of the alternative as well. You can execute your code there. Okay. And we'll also do the local setup. Like for the local setup, what are the tools and like software you have to install. I'll tell each and everything. Then once we are ready with that particular installation, I'll start with our first hands-on, which is nothing but our first program in Python. So guys, in every programming language, if you see whenever people start with that particular programming language, they just write their first program, which is nothing but hello world. So that particular program will be also writing in this particular Python. So instead of talking too much guys, let's start with our agenda. So there is a quick definition of Python, what exactly this Python is. So you can see Python is a high-level general purpose programming language. Its design philosophy emphasizes code readability with the use of significant indentation. So what does it mean? I'll tell you each and everything. I'll just clarify. As of now, just try to get it. This is a definition of the Python. So Python is nothing but it's a high-level general purpose programming language. So it has actually one beautiful design philosophy. So this particular design philosophy helps a programmer for the code readability and code reusability. I'll be more discussing about what is code readability, what is code reusability. There is a concept called object-oriented programming. We'll be learning this particular object-oriented programming also inside Python. There actually we'll be learning about the code reusability. And code readability wise, actually, you will automatically get the idea whenever we'll be doing the coding inside Python. You will see that it's like a very easy programming language. So if you know English language, you will be able to understand this particular Python program. So that much actually easy it is. Okay. So now let's discuss about like why Python. Okay. So there are so many programming languages over the market, but why Python? Okay. Why Python is so popular and why we have to learn the Python. So there are some points actually I have mentioned here. You can see. So the first point actually I can say it's easy to learn. Okay, it's like very easy to learn. As I already told you, if you know English language, you will be able to write the code inside Python. Okay, that much easy it is. Now the second actually point you can see the design philosophy, as I already told you. So as I already told you, it has one beautiful design philosophy. So this particular design philosophy helps a programmer for the code readability and code reusability. I'll be discussing this part in more detail. Okay, so no need to worry. And the third point actually you can see the batteries included. So batteries included means it's not actually actual batteries. Batteries means like it is having already lots of predefined function. Okay, predefined function and method. So this will help you to write your code in a faster way. So this particular functionality is not available inside other programming language. So let's take an example. Let's say there are a list of number. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what you want to do? You want to reverse that particular number. That means 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in other programming language, what you have to do, you have to write that particular code from scratch, okay, to reverse that particular number. But inside Python, actually, we already have one predefined method. Okay, predefined method means predefined function. With the help of that predefined function, what you can do, you can pass that particular list of the number. It will automatically do the reverse operation for you. Okay, so this is called batteries included. So likewise, actually, we are having so many functions, so many methods inside Python. So this will like make your task very much easy, and you can write like very faster code here. Okay, and whenever you will be implementing any kinds of product and software, your task would be very much easy because so many things are already available inside Python. You can use as it is. Okay, without any kinds of hesitation. And the fourth point, actually, you can see general purpose. So Python is a general purpose programming language. I think you saw from the definition. So what is general purpose? General purpose means you can use Python anywhere. Let's say you want to do software engineering with the help of Python, you can do it. Let's say you want to do data science with the help of Python, you can do it. Let's say you want to do web development with the help of Python, you can do it. Let's say you want to do blockchain with the help of Python, you can do it. So it's a general purpose programming language. You can use this particular programming language anywhere. Okay, anywhere you can use this particular programming language. That's why it's called actually general purpose programming language. And the fifth very important actually point I have mentioned here, which is nothing but libraries and community support. So Python is having so many libraries, guys, so many actually pre-built library. Okay, different library with respect to different domain. Let's say if you want to work with the machine learning. So in machine learning, there are so many library. Okay, you will see it is already predefined library. So you can install that particular library and you can use those functionality for the machine learning task. Okay, so it is having like thousands library, guys. You can use it for all the domain. And one amazing support you will get, which is nothing but community support. So it is having larger community over the internet. So whenever you are facing any kinds of issue with your code, you can post over the community. Instantly you will get the response. Okay, instantly your issue would be resolved. And it is having like very larger community. So day by day, actually, they are trying to improve the Python. They're bringing lots of libraries, lots of packages inside Python. Okay, so which is missing in other programming language, I can say. So that's why this Python is so popular nowadays. It was not popular, but currently it has been popular because of this particular point. Okay, so I hope, guys, this makes sense right now why Python is so popular and why you have to learn the Python. Okay, so guys, now let's try to see the installation of the Python and its environment setup. So guys, there are so many ways you can use Python. I will show you a couple of them. So with the help of this particular tool, actually, you can use Python. So the first tool, actually, you can see, which is nothing but the official Python installer. So this particular official Python installer, you can install in your operating system and you can use that particular Python programming language. That means you can execute your code there. And the second one, you can install something called Anaconda. So Anaconda environment. So this particular Anaconda tool is like more advanced than this particular official Python like installer, because it is having so many things integrated with it. Let's say if you want to do the machine learning, deep learning, data science kinds of work, so already lots of packages would be pre-installed inside this particular Anaconda environment. Okay, let's say you want to set up one particular package inside Python. If you're using official let's say Python installer, there actually you may get some of the issue. For this, you have to install additional tool. Okay, but if you're using Anaconda, so you don't need to install any additional tool. Okay, so Anaconda will make your task very much easy. So these are actually local setup. This is actually I'm telling for the local setup. If you want to set up this particular software in your local machine, that time you can either use this particular Python official installer, otherwise you can use Anaconda, right? So guys, there is another alternative tool called Google Collaboratory. You can see. So with the help of Google Collaboratory also, you can execute this particular Python program. But it is not a local setup actually. This particular Google Collaboratory actually will get in the remote server. So in the Google server actually it is available. So in the internet only you can execute your code. If you have the internet connection, there actually you can execute your code. Okay. So you will have one virtual machine there, virtual computer there. That means it will have the RAM, CPU, okay, then GPU, everything you will get here in that particular machine. So inside that actually you can execute your code. So let's say if you don't have actually good configuration like computers, so what you can do, you can use this particular Google Colab. Okay, but if you're doing Python program, guys, I don't think you need a good configuration machine, because all of the code you can execute in your system only whatever system you are using. But if you are doing advanced kinds of work, let's say if you're doing machine learning, deep learning, okay, web development, these kinds of work, that time actually you should have actually good configuration machine. There actually you have to install so many tools and technology. Okay, but if you want to do as an experiment as of now, you can use this particular Google Collaboratory. So this particular three tool I will show you. So first of all, let me show you the official Python like installer. So for this, I'm going to open up my Google. So here you can search about Python org. So this is the official Python website, guys. You can see Python org. So here actually we'll get this particular installer. So if you just click on the download, and you can see the download for Windows. Even it is also available for the other operating system like Mac OS, Linux. Okay, all the operating system it is available. Now you can see the current Python version is 3.12.4. Okay, if you want to install the older version of the Python, you can also do it. So there is a list of the download option is available. You can see. So Python 3.11, 10, 9. Okay, so everything is available. Okay, but the current stable version is Python 3.12.4. So if I want to download this particular Python, so what I have to do, guys, I just need to click on the download button. So see, my download has started. Now after downloading, what you have to do, guys, I'll just cancel it because I already have downloaded. So after download, what you have to do, the way actually you install any kinds of software, just double click, do the next, and try to install this particular software in your system. Okay. But I will suggest don't use this particular official actually Python installer. Instead of that, what you can do, you can install something called Anaconda. Okay, Anaconda Python. So if I search here, so this is the official website of the Anaconda. So Anaconda is a distribution. So you can see what is Anaconda. Anaconda is a distribution for the Python and R programming language for the scientific computing that aims to simplify package management and deployment. The distribution includes data science package suitable for the Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. That means later on, if you want to learn the data science or machine learning, deep learning, whatever, let's say you want to learn or whatever you want to do, so you can use this particular Anaconda distribution. So there actually will get more advantage instead of using this particular official Python installer, right? So how to download this particular Anaconda distribution? So just go to this particular website, and here you will see this particular free download option. Just click here. So you can click on this particular skip registration. Now you will see this particular download option, guys. So you can download for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Okay, all the operating system it is available. Based on your operating system, you can install this particular Anaconda in your system. So again, if you click here, it will start download this particular software. You can see it's around 912 MB, but I will cancel it as of now because I already have Anaconda in my system. Let me show you. So if I search for Anaconda, so you can see Anaconda Navigator, Anaconda Prompt. After installing this particular software, you will get this particular two actually tool. Okay, Anaconda Navigator and Anaconda Prompt. Okay. So again, it's a simple installation only. Just double click and do the next. Whatever things it is coming, just keep it as default. Okay, after installing, you will able to see this. These are the option: Anaconda Navigator, Anaconda Prompt. Now, if I click on Anaconda Prompt, guys, it will open this particular prompt. Okay, after opening, just write this particular Conda command. So it should give you this particular message. Okay, if you are getting this particular message, congratulations, you have successfully installed this particular Anaconda in your system. But I'm going to use one amazing actually tool, as I already told you, the free tool. Which is available over the Google Cloud. I don't need to set up this thing in my local system. So which is nothing but Google Colab. So to open this particular Google Colab, just write Colab research on Google search engine. So you'll able to see this particular first website called Google Colab. Now if I click here, so it will give me that particular Colab interface. See guys, this is my Colab interface. So let me zoom my screen a little bit. Now I think it's visible. Now you can see this is the Colab interface. Now here I already created some previous notebook, so that's why it's showing, but for you it would be completely empty. So here the first thing what you have to do, you have to create a new notebook. So click here. So there is a plus icon, you can see, just click on this particular button. So it will create a new notebook for you. So let me just create it. So it will take some time. It will load that particular instance, then it will give you that particular instance. See guys, this is the interface. So here I got one notebook kinds of interface. So here actually I can execute my Python program. But before that, what you have to do guys, first of all, you have to assign one name. Okay, you have to assign one name of this particular file. So let's say this is my Python. Okay, Python basics. Okay, this is the Python basic we are doing here. So I'll just give this particular name, Python basic. You can give any kinds of name, it's up to you. But here I'm giving Python basic. Now, the second thing what you have to do, you have to connect this particular instance. Okay, so you have to connect. So here you have to connect to the runtime. Runtime means you are connecting with your CPU, RAM, okay, then your memory, everything you are making the connection because it's a offline right now. You have to make it as online, then you will be able to use this particular Google Colab. Okay, now what you can do guys, just there is a connect button, just click here. So now see it is getting connected. So guys, you can see connection is done. Now here you can see the RAM and disk I got here. So you can see Python 3 is running. Automatically Python 3 is running. So you don't need to install the Python here. And you can see RAM I got 12 GB RAM I got. And the disk I got 107 GB disk actually I got. That means you can store 107 GB file in this particular Google Colab. So left hand side you can see there is a file option. So here you can upload any kinds of file, any kinds of thing actually you can upload here. Okay, and the storage level you got 107 GB. So it's one amazing tool actually from the Google site. So you can use it. So a couple of actually video I'll be using this particular Google Colab. Couple of videos I'll be using Anaconda. Okay, so that's how actually I'll be using all kinds of tools so that everything you can learn. Okay, all together. So there is another tool actually you have to install called VS Code. Okay, Microsoft VS Code. So whenever we'll be doing the project and all, we'll be using this particular VS Code. That means Visual Studio Code. So this is called actually IDE, that means Integrated Development Environment. So this will give you one code editor that actually you can write a code and you can execute that particular code, okay, with the help of Anaconda distribution. So again, you can download for the Windows machine. If you're using Ubuntu or Mac, you can also install for them as well. So again, if I click here, it will start download this particular tool. Actually, you can see it's downloading. Now I'll just simply cancel it because I already have it. So let me show you my VS Code. So if I search for VS Code, now you will see this particular VS Code. So this is the VS Code, guys, and you will see this particular interface. So this is my previous project I implemented, so that's why it's opening. You can also open a new window. So let me open a new window. See, guys, you will get this particular new window, okay, after installing this. So now let me close it. As of now, it's not required. So I think these are the things actually you have to install only. Okay, going forward, actually we'll be using these are the tool, okay, one by one, and everything I'll show you like how to use them properly. Again, the installation process will be same. Only do the next, keep it everything default, and try to install this particular tool. Now, guys, I got my Google Colab instance. So here now I can do the coding. Okay, there actually I can do the coding in this particular cell, and there is a execution button. There is a run button. You can see this is the run cell. Now, if you click here, it will execute your program. Okay. So guys, my setup part is ready. I showed you how we can install the Python in our system, as well as how we can use it in the cloud platform like Google Cloud Platform. I already showed you. Now let's write our first Python program. Okay, for this again I'm going to go back to my Google Colab, and there actually I'm going to write my first Python program. So I think, guys, you are excited. Now let's fire up our code editor and let's do our first program inside Python. Hello everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be writing our first Python program. So for this, I open up my Google Collaboratory. So here I'm going to execute the first program. So the first program would be the Hello World program. So this is the common program for all the languages, which is nothing but Hello World. So here we just need to print one Hello World message in the console, right? So how to print this particular Hello World in the console inside Python? So for this, I'm going to use one function called print. Okay, you can see print is a word. Okay, whenever I'm giving this particular parenthesis, okay, that means the first bracket, now it is becoming a function. Okay, it is becoming a function. You can see the color is changing. Now let's see if I remove this particular bracket. You can see initially it was white color. Now whenever I'm assigning this particular parenthesis, it is becoming one function. Now guys, if you hover your mouse on top of this particular print function, now here you can see print is a built-in function inside Python. You can see print is a built-in function. Built-in function, built-in means, so built-in function means it is already built-in inside Python. Okay, so here we are not implementing this particular print function. It is already built-in inside Python. So still, if you have confusion about the function, like what exactly this function is, I can give you one simple explanation. So after that particular explanation, this particular concept will be clear in your mind. See, just try to consider function is an entity. It takes one input, okay, and it gives one output. Okay, it will do some processing inside a function and it will give you the output. So I think in mathematics you have learned the function. Okay, in mathematics you have learned the function. Let's say f is a function. Okay, so inside that you are doing something. Let's say 2 times x plus 3. That means if I pass x is equal to, okay, if I pass, let's say x is equal to 3 inside this particular function, so 3 will come here. So it would be 2 times 3 plus 3. That means if you just multiply 6 plus 3, and it will become 9. Okay, that means as an input, okay, as an input to this particular function, that means f of x, okay, you are passing something called 3. Okay, you are passing something called 3, and as an output, okay, as an output, what you are getting? You are getting 9. That means something is happening in the backend inside a function. Okay, only as a user, you are giving input and you are getting output. Okay, and something is happening in that particular function. Okay, so this is called function. This is called function in mathematics. Okay, this is called function in mathematics. So similar concept is also used inside programming language. Okay, so in programming language, they also created some of the function. Let's say whenever I was writing print function. Okay, so print takes one input and it will give you one output. That means it will take one input and it will give you one output. Okay, so now I think this part is clear. What is function exactly, right? Now let's try to see like how we can pass the input inside a print function, and let's see like how it gives the output. So let's say I want to print hello world message. So inside that, what I have to do, I have to give one single quotation. Okay, single quotation. Inside that I can write hello world. Okay, hello world. Any kinds of message you can write, not only hello world, any kinds of message you can write. Now, first of all, let's print the hello world. Now, if I want to execute this particular code, what I have to do, I have to click here. I have to click on this particular cell. You can see run cell, I have to click. Now, if I click here, now guys, you can see hello world is been printed inside my console. Okay, hello world is printed inside my console. Now see, here I have given single quotation. Now you can ask me, sir, can I give double quotation? Yes, you can also give double quotation as well. So inside Python, actually, double quotation, single quotation, it doesn't matter. You can pass anything. So now you can see here, I can give double quotation instead of single quotation. Now again, if I execute, still it will work. See, it will give me hello world. Okay, that means inside this particular print function, I'm giving one input and here I'm getting one output. Okay, and to get this particular output, something is happening inside the print function. Some logic is happening inside print function. Some code is already written inside print function. Okay, so this particular code we haven't written. It is already predefined code from the Python side. So Python developer has written this particular code for us. Okay, and they created this particular print function for us. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to give an input and I have to get an output. That is the only thing I have to do. Okay, so that's why I told you it has already lots of batteries included. Okay, so that means lots of predefined functions are available. With the help of that, you can easily write your code. So this is the first program, guys. If you're able to print this particular hello world, congratulations, you are able to write your first program inside Python and you are also getting the output of this particular program. Now see, here I executed this particular program by executing this particular cell. There is another execution way you can do. Let's say I can copy this particular code in this particular cell. See how I am taking the new cell. So if you just click here and if you hover here, you can see code is coming. Now click on the code, it will give you a new cell. Okay, it will give you a new cell. Okay, you can also delete this particular new cell. There is a delete button. Okay, that's how you can take a new cell, you can delete the new cell. Now see, if I want to execute this particular cell without using this particular button, I can do it. For this, I have to just press shift enter from my keyboard. See, if I execute shift enter, still this particular program would be executed cell by cell. Okay, that's how we can execute any kinds of program, right? So now let's print any other sentence actually. So instead of printing hello world, I can print also other sentence. So for this, again, I'm going to take this particular print function. Inside that, I'm going to write my name. Let's say Bappi Ahmed. Okay. So now if I again press shift and enter, so it will execute this particular cell and I will get the console output. Okay. Now one question, guys, I want to ask you. Now let's say if I'm writing this particular sentence like that, instead of giving the double and single quotation, I'm writing this particular sentence like that. Bappi Ahmed. Now, if I execute this particular cell, will it work? Just try to pause this particular video and try to think, will it work? Yes or no? Okay. See, if I execute this particular cell, it will give me an error. Okay, it will give me an error. The error would be invalid syntax. Perhaps you forget a comma. Okay, perhaps you forget a comma. That means this is not a correct way to write that particular sentence. Okay, so inside Python, we are having couple of data types. Okay, data types means like, let's say integer data type, string data type, floating data type, boolean data type, okay, complex data type. I'll be telling you this particular data type in detail. As of now, just try to consider inside Python, we are having some of the data type. Whatever data we are writing, it is having one type. That means the data I'm using here, it's a string type data. Here we are writing a sentence, we are writing a word. Okay, and whenever you are writing a sentence and word, you have to pass inside a double quotation or inside a single quotation. Whenever you can see this particular double quotation and single quotation, that time you can consider it's a string type data. It's a string type data inside a Python. Okay, it's a string type data inside a Python, right? And without double quotation and single quotation, if you're passing any kinds of word and sentence, this would be considered as a syntax error. That means invalid syntax. So that's why actually we can't write this particular word and sentence without using any kinds of double quote and single quote. Okay, so this is an invalid syntax output. Now we can ask, sir, instead of printing actually this particular word and sentence, can I print any number? Can I print any floating number like a decimal number? Definitely you can do it. For this, let's see one experiment. So here I can take this particular print function. Inside that I can give 7. Okay, or I can give, let's say, 9. Now if I execute, see, this particular 9 would be printed. This particular 9 would be printed. Now I can also print a decimal number. So here I can give print and inside that I can write 9.9. Okay, now if I execute again, see, 9.9 would be printed. So again, I can also print like any other type data inside Python. Let's say I'm going to use Boolean type. I'll tell you this particular Boolean type means true and false. Okay, only true and false. Now see, if I execute, still it will work. Okay, it will give me the true output. Now I can also print multiple data type in one particular print function. It is also possible. So see guys, print is like very powerful function. So inside print function, you can do lots of things. Okay, you can do lots of things. I'll tell you what are the things actually you can do. Now I'm going to tell you one very powerful functionality of the print function. See, here I can give multiple actually data type. Let's say hello, I can give. I can also give, let's say, some number. Let's say 1. I can give, let's say 4. 3. I can give, let's say 5. Okay. Then again, I can give, let's say, some decimal value. Let's say 5.5, 5.6. And I can also give, let's say, some Boolean value. Let's say true. Now, if I execute this particular code, you will see that all the number would be printed. All the data would be printed. Hello, 1, 3, 5, 5.6. Okay. Then true. Everything is printing inside the console. So that much actually powerful it is. So it can't only print actually one specific data, it can print actually multiple data. Okay, multiple data type with the help of one print function. Now you can ask me, sir, why it is printing in a line and why there is a space? Because here I haven't given any space. Let's say if I'm removing this particular space as well. See, there is no space. Now still if I execute this particular program, space is coming. Why space is coming? Now just try to see carefully. So if I write a print function, okay, if I write a print function and if I wait for some times, you will see some suggestion I will get here. Some description I will get here for the print function. Like what is this particular print function and what this particular print function takes as an input. You can see the first input, it takes the value. That means the value we have given, like hello, 7, 9, whatever things we have given, this is called value. There is another parameter called separator. You can see separator. Separator means like the separator, you can see like after hello, what would be the separator? Whether it's a space, whether it's a new line, or whether it's a hyphen, whether it's a comma, whether it's a like full stop. So this is called actually separator. Now you can see by default this particular separator is a space. Okay, it's empty. That means it's a space. Okay, separator is space. Now you can change this particular separator anytime with the help of any kinds of symbol. Okay, with the help of any kinds of symbol, you can change this particular separator. Okay, now let's try to see one example. So what I can do, I can copy this particular code and inside that I can paste. Now here I can pass this particular separator parameter, sep is equal to, here I can write I want to separate this particular like line with the help of this particular hyphen. Okay, hyphen sign. Now if I execute this particular program, now you'll be able to see that after hello hyphen is coming, then one, then again hyphen, everywhere actually hyphen is assigned. That means now the separator is hyphen. Okay, you can also use any other symbol. Let's say I want to use this particular comma. See, now it is using comma. Okay, it is using comma. So that's how actually you can play with different parameter inside Python. Okay, and it's like very powerful function they have developed. Now one thing I just wanted to tell you, let's say there is a two print statement I'll be writing. Let's say the first print statement, let's say Bappi, and the second print statement I can write, let's say Ahmed. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, now tell me what would be the output. You can see first of all Bappi will come, then Ahmed is coming. Why it is coming like that? Okay, why it is coming like that? Because I was expecting after Bappi Ahmed will come, but why it is coming like that? Okay, there is another reason. Again, just write this particular print function and wait for some time. So you will get this particular suggestion. Now you can see there is another parameter called end. So end is equal to /n. /n means like the new line. Okay, /n means like new line. That means after Bappi, one new line would be printed. Then in that particular new line, Ahmed would be printed. Now you can also play with this particular parameter. Okay, instead of like taking this particular end line, what you can do, again, I can copy this particular code and here I can mention, now there is a parameter I told you called end. Okay, end. So end is equal to, here I can write, I don't want to take this particular end. Instead of that, what I can do, I want to take, let's say, hyphen. Now see, after Bappi, one hyphen will come and Ahmed is coming. Now instead of taking hyphen, let's say I want to take, let's say, I want to take a space. Okay, so for this, I'll just remove this particular hyphen. Now if I execute this particular program, see, Bappi Hamid is coming, but there is no space. So what I can do, I can give a space here. Now if I execute, now see, space will come. Okay, so that's how we can play with different parameter inside a print function. Okay, I hope this part is clear, guys. So guys, this is the print function. This is the first program we have written. I hope you enjoyed this particular session. So that's how actually we'll be doing lots of hands-on. We'll be learning each and everything of the Python. Okay, whatever things actually required to learn that particular programming language, to master that particular programming language, definitely I will teach you each and everything. So yes, guys, this is all about from this particular video. So in the next video, I'll be discussing about the Python data types. What are the data types available inside Python? Okay, we'll be understanding in detail. So with that, guys, thank you so much for watching this video and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this particular video, we'll try to understand the data type in Python. So as I already told you, inside Python, we are having so many data types, okay, like string, integer, boolean, complex, and so on, right? So guys, instead of talking too much, let's go back to our code editor and try to understand this particular data type inside Python. So here, first of all, let me write down the agenda name. So if you want to write something, let's say if you want to write some title and the topic name, what you can do. So if you just hover on the cell, okay, you will see one text option. Just click on the text. You will get a text cell here. Now here you can write something. Let's say you can write, this is a Python data type. Okay, data type. Okay, data types in Python. Now again, if I press shift and enter, you will see this particular cell would be executed, and now it would be considered as a text. Okay, it would be considered as a title. Now you can see this particular title is like very small, but I want to make it as a bigger. What I can do, again, I can double click on top of it. Now to make this particular like title bigger, what I can do, I can take one symbol called hash. Okay, hash symbol I can take. Now if I again press shift and enter, you will see, now you can see this particular title has become large. Now also you can control the size. If I take 2 hash, you will see it would be a little bit smaller than the previous. Okay, that's how you can control the size. Now I'll take the 1 hash only, and if I press shift enter again, so you will see my title is ready. Okay, now you can also like give the title, you can note it down. That's whatever topic actually you are learning, you can note it down here. So if you're referring this particular notebook, let's say after 1 month, 2 months, okay, or let's say 6 months, still you will be able to understand, okay, what is the topic actually you have learned in this particular notebook. Okay, that's how you can manage your notes. Okay, you can manage your notes. So this is one amazing tool, guys, from the Google side they have developed. Okay, so here you can not only code, you can also create the markdown. So this is called markdown actually. That means you can also take as a note. Okay, you can also give the title, you can also give the description. Let's say I want to give a description. What I can do, just below of the title I can write the description. Let's say Python. Okay, Python is awesome. Okay, that's how you can give that description as well. Now let me just remove this particular line and only take the this particular title. Now guys, inside Python actually we are having some of the data types. So the first data type, we are having something called integer. Let me just write down all of the data type first of all. So the first data type, which is nothing but integer. Okay, and the second data type, we are having something called float. Okay, float. Float means this is the decimal point. That means decimal point. If you are taking any decimal point, this is called float. Okay, and the third data type, we are having something called boolean. This is called boolean. Boolean. All right, that means true or false. And the fourth data type, we are having something called string. Okay, string. String means you can also consider as a text. Text, that means word, sentence. This is called actually string. And float means this is the decimal. Okay, decimal. Okay, decimal value. Here I can write like that. In a bracket, I can write like this is a decimal. This is called decimal. And this is called text. So in a normal actually term, we call it as a decimal and text, but in programming language, we call it as float and string. Okay, not decimal and text. Then the fourth data type we are having, the fifth data type we are having something called complex. Okay, complex type data. I'll tell you what is this particular complex type data type. Okay, and the sixth actually we are having called list. Seventh we are having tuple. And 8 we are having something called sets. Okay, 9 we are having something called dictionary. Okay, yes, so these are the actually 9 data type available inside Python. I'll be discussing each and everything one by one. So see here, after actually 6, that means list, tuple, sets, dictionary. This is not only data type, this is also called a data structure inside Python. Okay, I'll tell you this particular data structure in detail. I'll be discussing like list in detail, tuple in detail, sets in detail, and dictionary in detail. Okay, no need to worry. But these are the actually major data type inside Python. You will get like integer, float, boolean, string, and complex. Now let me just save this particular description. Now let's first of all try to understand this particular integer type data. Now, how to write this particular integer type data? See, but before that, let me show you the comments inside Python, like how to give a proper comment. Okay, how to give a proper comment. Let's say if I'm writing something, let's say I'm writing something here. I'm writing some code. Let's say I'm written one print statement. So print, let's say my name is Bappi. So this is a print statement I have written. Okay, now let's say if I want to comment. Okay, if I want to make a comment, let's say if I want to pin a comment. So what I can do here, so that later on I can understand, okay, this is a print function, that's how we have written. Okay, so for this I can use this particular hash symbol. Okay, and here I can write this is a comment, this is a comment, this print function print a sentence. Okay, sentence. Now see, this particular line would be considered as a comment. That means this won't be executed. Let's say if I execute my program, See, only my name is Bappi is printing. Okay, this particular sentence is not getting printed. This is getting ignored. This is getting ignored by the Python interpreter because Python is an interpreted language. So every time it will read line by line. It will read line by line. So whenever it will come in this particular line, by seeing this particular hash symbol, it will automatically consider this is a comment. This is a comment inside Python. Okay, this is a comment inside Python. Okay, so this is called actually single line comment. This is called single line comment. Now there is another comment actually will get called multi-line comment. Okay, let's say you want to comment, let's say you want to comment, but it is not possible in one line. Okay, you need multiple line. That time you can do multi-line comment. So how to do the multi-line comment? For this, you have to use this particular six double quotation. Okay, so 3 on top and 3 below. Okay, now inside that you can write any kinds of comment. Let's say this is a multi-line comment. Okay, this is a multi-line comment. Comment. This is this print function. Print something. Here you can write anything. Now see, here I can add as much as line I can. Okay, add much as line I can. Now still if I execute this particular program, only my name is Bappi would be printed. Okay, and this would be considered as my multi-line comment, and this is a single line comment. Okay, single line comment. Okay, so that's how actually you can do the comment inside Python programming. Okay, so this is what I just wanted to tell you because now I need the comment actually. That's why I just told you, okay, how to write the comment inside Python programming. Now let's say first of all I'll be discussing about integer. So first of all let me comment. So this is a integer discussion we are doing. Okay, so this is an integer discussion we are doing. Now what is integer number inside Python? The number actually we use and it doesn't have any decimal point. Okay, this is called integer number. Let's say whatever number actually we are having, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 so on. Okay, this would be considered as my integer number. Okay, let's say if I just write print let's say 3. So this 3 is an integer number. It's an integer type data type. Okay, it's an integer data type. Okay, it's an integer data type. In Python, whenever I'm talking about data type, it is a integer data type because it doesn't have any decimal point. It doesn't have any decimal point. Okay, so if you don't have any decimal point, if you're writing any kinds of number, okay, which is a, let's say without decimal point, this would be considered as an integer number. Okay, it would be also considered as a like bigger number as well. Let's say you can also write bigger integer, let's say 100. I mean, I don't know what is the number, but again, it would be considered as a integer number because again, it doesn't have any decimal point. Okay, so any kinds of number you are writing, so it would be considered as an integer number, right? Now, there is another data type I told you, which is nothing but this particular floating. That means decimal one. So let me just write float. Okay, float. Okay, float data type. So what is float data type? Any kinds of decimal number you are writing, let's say 2.5. 2.5. Okay, 2.5. So this is nothing but my floating number. Okay, this is nothing but my floating data type. Now you can also check. You can also check whether it's a floating data type, whether it's an integer data type. Let's say you don't know. Okay, you want to make sure whether it's an integer data type or whether it's a floating data type. You can still do it. So inside Python, there is a pre-built function. Okay, inside Python, there is a pre-built function called type. So type is a function inside Python. So with the help of type function, actually, what you can do, you can detect whether this particular number is a floating number, whether this particular number is a integer number. Okay, now see here I can write, let's say the number I have given 3. Okay, so 3, if I just pass 3 here, so it would be considered as an integer. You can see this is an integer. It has detected automatically this particular number is an integer. Okay, as I told you, this is an integer number. Now let's say I will give this particular number the next floating number. Let's say it is 2.5. 2.5. Okay, now if I execute, see it's a floating number. That's how we can detect the data type. You can detect the data type of any number, right? Now the next data type we are having, I told you, called Boolean. Okay, Boolean. So what is Boolean data type? So if I'm writing any kinds of true and false statement, let's say true in Python, you have to give true like that. Okay, Python is a case sensitive language, guys. Okay, case sensitive language. So here, guys, Python is a case sensitive language. So make sure you are giving the correct case. Okay, whether it's uppercase and lowercase, you have to take care everywhere. So here I can write in a comment, Python is a Python is a case sensitive. Okay, case sensitive language. Okay, now let's, instead of giving the true like that, see, if I execute this particular code, it will print true. But let's say if I give true like that, instead of giving this capital T, I can give smaller t. Now see, it will throw me error. Okay, it will throw me error, name true is not defined. Okay, that's why I told you Python is a case sensitive language, so always you have to take care of the case. Okay, now there is another boolean which is nothing but false. Okay, false. F should be capital again, false. Okay, so this would be also considered as a boolean type data. That means true and false. Okay, whenever you are having true and false, that means conditional statement, true and false, that time it would be considered as a boolean type data. Now you can also check it. So in a type function, you can give this particular true. You will see it is a boolean as well as the false as well. It's a boolean type data. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now the next data type, I think, which is nothing but string. Okay, let's copy. Now we have to discuss the string. I think you already saw the string type data, right? We already written inside our first program, so which is nothing but hello world. So this is called string type data. Okay, because we are writing in a double quotation or in a single quotation. Okay, so this is called string type data. Now I can test it. So what I can do, I can give inside type this particular hello world. See, this is the string type data, str. That means it's a string type data, right? Now the next data type, we have something called complex. I think in your school days you have learned the complex number, guys. I think you know that what is complex number, right? So this is actually called complex type data. Okay, inside Python. So if I want to show you one complex data, so here I can write 5 plus, let's say 7 j. So this is one complex type data. See, this is a complex type data. You can see the complex number. So this was available inside mathematics. Okay, in mathematics, I think you learned this particular complex number and all. Okay, you can see the entire discussion of the complex number. Okay, see, this is the complex number. Okay, so that's how actually, if you're writing anything, so this would be considered as a complex number. Okay, complex type data inside Python, right? Now you can also detect it. So I can give inside the type function, and if I copy this particular data type, and if I give it here, execute, you'll see it's a complex type data. Okay, inside Python. Now the next thing, I think we're having list, tuple, sets, and dictionary. Okay, now let's first of all understand the list. So here I can comment list. Okay, list. Now how to define the list type data inside Python? So inside print, I can write like that. So you have to take one bracket. You have to take this particular square bracket. Inside that, if I'm writing some couple of number, let's say if I'm writing some list of the number, let's say 1 to 3. Okay, so this is called actually list type data inside Python, because here it's not a single number, it's a list of the number. Okay, that is why it's called list. Now you can also detect. So I can copy this particular number and I can give inside the type function. See, it's a list type data type. Okay, inside Python. Now there is another data type. So this is the brother of actually list. We call it as a tuple. Okay, tuple. So how to write the tuple? The same thing, only I just need to change the bracket. So instead of taking this particular square bracket, I have to take this particular parenthesis. That means the first bracket. I have to take the first bracket. Okay, so this would be considered as my tuple. See, again, it's a list of the number, but again, we're using the first bracket. Now you can ask me why we're taking this particular square bracket, why we're taking this particular first bracket, and why it is calling as list and tuple. Okay, there is a dedicated session on it, guys. No need to worry. We'll be discussing each and everything in detail. Okay, this is also called data structure in Python. Okay, data structure means how it can store the data in efficient way. Okay, in a storage. This is called data structure in Python. So we'll have a dedicated video on this particular topic. No need to worry. As of now, just try to consider each is a data type inside Python. Okay, so these are the data type are available inside Python. Okay, now the next thing, which is nothing but my sets. Okay, sets. Now how to define the sets, guys? So to define the sets, only you just need to change the bracket again. Now you have to take this particular bracket. You have to take this particular uh, this particular bracket. Okay, this particular bracket. Okay, this particular bracket. Now, if you use this particular bracket, it will be considered as a set. See, now we can also detect. Okay, I think I haven't detected the tuple. So what I can do, I can copy this particular line and I can give it inside type function. So it would be considered as my tuple. Okay. Now I can also detect this particular set. I can give inside type. See, it is nothing but my set. Okay, set data type. Now the last one, I think it was dictionary. Okay, it was dictionary. Yeah, it was dictionary. Okay. So how to mention the dictionary data type? So it's just a key value pair. So let's say print. So I'll take this particular bracket, the same bracket you take for the sets, you have to take the same bracket, and inside that you have to write a key value pair. Okay. Let's say name. Okay. Name is Bappi. Then let's say age. Age is, let's say 22. And let's say gender, comma, gender. I think you can see it's a kinds of dictionary. Okay, it's a kinds of dictionary we are implementing, right? In a dictionary also we are having this particular format. So here you can see name is the key, Bappi is the value. Again, age is the key, 22 is the value. Gender is the key, male is the value. That means it is storing the data as a key value pair. This is called dictionary data type inside Python. Okay, we'll be more discussing about this particular dictionary. No need to worry. Okay, there are so many examples we'll be giving. As of now, let's consider this is a dictionary type data. Now, if I print it, it will be also printing name, age, gender. Okay, now we can also detect. So what I can do, I can copy this particular data and I can give inside type function. See, it's a dictionary type data. Okay, so I hope guys all the data types are clear right now. So whatever data type actually we are having inside Python, I have discussed all of them. You can see integer, float, boolean, string, complex, list, tuple, sets, and dictionary. Okay, so everything I have shown you with an example. Now I think guys everything is clear in your mind. Okay, so guys in the next video we'll be learning about the variable inside Python. Okay, with that guys, thank you so much for watching this video and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. In this particular video, I'm going to discuss about variables, keyword, and identifier inside Python. So let's open up our code editor and let's try to understand this particular variable first. So here, first of all, let me just give the title. So here we'll be discussing about variable at the very first. So variables, okay, variables. So guys, variable is nothing but it's just a container and it can store any kinds of value. Okay, so let's say I'll take one example. So let's say a is a variable. Inside that I'm storing 2. Okay, inside that I'm storing 2. So here a is a variable and 2 is the value. That means a contains 2. That means a is the container and it is containing this particular 2. That's why a is the variable and 2 is the value. Now if you want to print this particular variable, you can do it. For this you can use this particular print function. Inside that you can mention that particular variable name. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that this particular value would be printed. That means whatever value you are assigning inside a variable, this would be printed. So see guys, previously how I used to print that particular data, I was directly passing this particular data inside the print function. But instead of that, now what I am doing, I'm storing this particular data inside a variable and that particular variable I'm calling, okay, inside a print function. Now you can also do it for the other data type as well. Let's say I'll take another variable. Let's say b is equal to. So here I can take one float type data. So I can take, let's say 3.5. And if I just do the print operation right now, so it will print this particular 3.5. So you can also do for the other data type as well. Let's say I'll take a variable called c. Inside that I'm going to store this particular boolean value. Okay, so boolean value. So it would be true. So true. You can also mention as false. It's completely fine. Let's take another variable called d, and inside that I'm going to mention one string value. Let's say Bappi. Now if I want to print it, I can also do it. So I'll just write print. First of all, I want to print the c. Then I can also print this particular d variable. Okay, now you can see that both variable would be printed and it will print my value. Okay, whatever value actually I have assigned inside a variable, it would be printed. So this is called actually variable. Okay, so variable is nothing but it's just a container. It can store any kinds of value. So now you can ask me why we have to use this particular variable inside our program. why we can't directly pass this particular data inside the print function? Okay, so there is a reason actually, because let's say whenever you are implementing any kinds of software, any kinds of product, so definitely there would be lots of functionality. Let's say if I take one example, let's say Facebook. So whenever you are logging into your Facebook, okay, whenever you are creating an account in your Facebook, so what will happen? You just pass your name, yes or no? You just pass your name, right? Let's say my name is Bappy. I'll pass my name. Whenever it will throw me that particular form, like I have to put my name, I have to put my age, I have to put my phone number, right? I'm passing these as the data. And what Facebook are doing, actually it is storing somewhere. It is storing somewhere this particular information. And why it is storing? It is storing inside a variable. Okay. And why they are storing? Let's say whenever you complete that particular account creation, you will be able to see that it will tell you welcome, let's say your name. It will call your name, let's say Bappy, or let's say Alex, or any other name. Actually it will call, let's say whatever name actually you are using in that particular form, it will give you that particular welcome message. Okay, now how it is getting that particular name? Because it is storing, okay, it is storing somewhere. Let's say it is storing in a name variable. Okay, it is storing in a name variable. Let's say name is equal to, I have given in that particular form Bappy. Okay, in that particular input form I have given Bappy. Okay, and that particular Bappy, where it is stored inside a variable called name. And whenever it is printing that particular message, that means welcome message, how it is printing? It is printing like that. Okay, so it is printing like name. Okay, name, and here it is also printing something called or I can just like write like that. Let's say welcome. Okay, welcome. So welcome should be a string type data, so I can mention inside a double quotation. So welcome. Okay, and comma name. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that it will tell me welcome Bappy. So that's why actually they are using this particular variable, and variable is super important, like you can say concept inside programming. Without variable, actually you can't write the program. So whenever you are defining any kinds of value, make sure you are defining that particular value inside a variable, okay, instead of mentioning directly in that particular function. Okay, so this is a super important concept, guys. That's why I just wanted to tell you this particular real-time example. I think now this part is clear in your mind, right? You can also perform mathematical operation with the help of variable. Let's say there is a variable I have taken, let's say a is equal to 2, and there is another variable I have taken, let's say b is equal to 3. Now let's see if I want to do the addition operation. So what I can do, I'll just write print a plus b. Okay, if I just write this particular statement, you will see that it will do the addition operation. 2 plus 3, it would be 5. Okay, so we'll be more discussing about this particular operators inside Python. Okay, like there are so many operators we can use, there are so many mathematical operation we can perform. We'll be discussing each and everything, no need to worry. As of now, I'm only giving you the overview, like with the help of this particular variable, what are the things actually we can perform, right? Now there is two important concept inside variable. The first one is like dynamic. Okay, dynamic typing, and there is another one called static typing. Static typing. Now first of all, let's try to understand the dynamic typing variable. Okay, let's say whenever I'm defining any kinds of a variable, let's say a is equal to 7. Okay, see here I'm directly defining this particular variable called a is equal to 7. Now inside this particular variable, what kinds of data I'm storing? I think you know that this particular data is a integer type data. Okay, it's a integer type data. Here I can also comment. See, you can also comment like right hand side of the program. It is also possible. Okay, so here it's a integer type data I'm storing in this particular variable. But if you have ever learned any other programming language like C, C++ or Java, there actually I think you saw whenever we define any kinds of variable, first of all we have to define the data type of that particular variable. Let's say I want to define a variable which will contain the integer type data. So first of all, I have to define the data type called integer. Then I will define the variable name. Then inside that I will store this particular value. Okay, so this is the syntax for other programming language. Okay, let's say this is the syntax for C, then C++, okay, then Java. So these are the programming language actually use this kinds of static typing. Okay, this is called static typing. Okay, static typing variable declaration, and this is called dynamic typing variable declaration. Okay, inside Python actually we don't need to mention this particular data type because Python is like so powerful, it is so intelligent, it can automatically detect okay what kinds of data actually you are assigning in this particular variable. Okay, with respect to that, it will automatically assign this particular data type okay of a variable. So you don't need to manually assign this particular data type okay of a variable. It will automatically detect and it will automatically assign in the backend. Okay, so this is the best advantage actually we'll get inside Python. Okay, and if you're using any other programming language, so there actually have to manually assign this particular data type of a variable. So this is what actually I just wanted to tell you. This is a super important topic. Even lots of interviewer ask this particular question, like what is the dynamic typing and what is the static typing variable. Okay, just try to explain. So that's why actually I just wanted to tell you this particular things. Now guys, apart from that, there is another concept inside variable. It is also super important concept called dynamic binding and static binding. So first of all, let's discuss about this particular dynamic binding, what this particular dynamic binding is. Okay, now let's say here I have defined my variable, so a is equal to 5. Okay, so here I have taken a variable called a is equal to 5. Now if I print this particular variable, you will see that it will print this particular variable. Okay, you can see that it will print this particular variable and the value is like 5. Now here I can again mention a is equal to, okay, a is equal to, let's say Bappy. Okay, a is equal to Bappy. Now again, if I print this particular variable a, now if I see execute this particular program, so what will happen? First of all, it will print this particular 5, then it is printing this particular Bappy, because you can see I have taken the same name of this particular variable. A is equal to 5, then I'm printing this particular a, then again I have taken a is equal to Bappy, again I'm printing this particular a. That means what is happening? So see, I think you know Python is an interpreted programming language, right? So what it will do, it will read line by line. First of all, it will come here and it's all like, okay, a is equal to 5, it has to print that particular 5, then again it will come a is equal to Bappy, so it will print that particular Bappy. That's why you can see 5 and Bappy. So this is called actually dynamic binding. Okay, but in other programming language, let's say C++ or C or Java, it's not possible. So whenever you define any kinds of variable, let's say int a is equal to 5, okay, or let's say 7, int a is equal to 7. Okay, if you just define like that, you can't ever change this particular data type. Okay, you can't ever change this particular data type. You can't write like that. So int a is equal to, or let's say here you can define a string, okay, str a is equal to, okay, Bappy. You can't ever assign like that. So it won't be allowing you to assign this particular variable. Okay, so this is called static binding. So in other programming language, it's not possible, but in Python, it is possible. If you're taking the same name for the other variable also, still you can do that particular assign operation. Okay, but in other programming language, it's not possible. Okay, it will throw you error. Okay, so that's why it is called dynamic binding. This is called static binding. So again, it is a super important interview question. Most of the interviewer ask. That's why I just wanted to tell you this particular concept as well, right? So we don't need to use this particular static binding and static typing inside the Python. Always we'll be using the dynamic typing and dynamic binding inside our Python programming language. Now let's say you want to assign some of the value in some of the, let's say, variable. Let's say what you can do. Let's say a is equal to 1, and again you have taken a variable called b is equal to 2. Then again you have taken a variable called c is equal to, let's say, 3. Now if I want to print this particular variable, what I can do, I can easily print. I can just write a comma b comma c. Okay, now if I execute this particular code, see 1 2 3 would be printed. But here what I did, guys, here you can see 3 times I had to write this particular variable. Okay, you can see a is equal to 1, b is equal to 2, c is equal to 3. So 3 times I had written this particular variable. Okay, so instead of that, you can follow a simpler approach. See what you can do, you can just write like that. So a comma b comma c. Okay, a comma b comma c, and inside that you can store the variable like that. Let's say 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, now if I print this particular value, so if I just simply print this particular value, let's say a comma b comma c. Now see, still you will get the same output. So instead of mentioning like that, you can also declare variable in that way also. It is also possible. Okay, so this will make your task more easy. Instead of defining in a new line again and again, what you can do, in single line you can assign the variable. Only you just need to separate out with the help of comma, and there actually you can store the value. That means what is happening, inside a 1 is coming, inside b 2 is coming, inside c 3 is coming. Okay, and you can print all of them one by one. Now there is another things you can do. Let's say again I have taken a variable. Let's say a is equal to 5. Then let's say again I want to take b is equal to 5. Again I want to take, let's say, c is equal to 5. Now if I print them, so if I print them, see, it will print all of them. So a, b and c. Now if I execute, see, it will print 5 everywhere. Okay, but instead of writing like again and again, what I can do, I can just write like that. So a is equal to b is equal to c, and I will assign with 5. Okay, I will assign with 5. Now if I print this particular statement, let's say print a then a B, comma, sorry, A, comma, B, comma, C. Now see, still I will get the 555 output. Okay, so instead of writing again and again, what you can do, you can also give this particular sign, like equal sign, and you can mention any number. So what it will happen, so A will also take the 5, B will also take the 5, C will also take the 5. Okay, because you have mentioned the equal sign here. Okay, that is the idea. So guys, this is all about variable inside Python. I think you got the entire clear-cut idea about the variable. So that's actually, you can define any kinds of variable. Okay, if you want to store any kinds of value, you can define any kinds of variable, and inside that you can store any kinds of data type. Okay, this is the idea. Now the next thing we'll be discussing about, let me just comment it out. The next thing we'll be discussing about called keyword. So here I can just write keywords. Okay, keywords inside Python. So now you can ask me, what is this particular keywords? So simply just go to Google and just search for keywords in Python. So if I search this particular statement on the Google, so I will go to the image section. Now see, here I will get different images. What I can do, so here I can take one image. So let me take a good image actually, so that I can give you the explanation. See, I can take this particular image. Now I'll open this particular image in a new tab. Now I think this image is actually visible. Now you can see there are 39 keywords inside Python. What are the 39 keywords? You can see false, none, true, and, as, assert, assigns, await, in, break, class, continue, def, del, elif, else, okay, for, from, global, if, and so on. So these are the 39 keywords available inside Python. So I think you remember we already used this particular false. Okay, true, false. These are the things we have already used in our program. So this is called actually keyword. And why this keyword is required? Okay, why this particular keyword is required? Let me tell you. Let's say, I think you know about the compilation, code compilation, how code compilation happens. Okay, so let's say whenever I write any kinds of code, how I write any kinds of code, I just give a English text, right? I just give a English text. But you are using one computer. Inside a computer, you are having one processor. Let's say Core i7, Core i9, or let's say Core i3, whatever you are using. So this particular computer can understand this particular raw English directly. Okay, that means raw text directly. So what it does actually, with the help of a compiler, it will try to convert that particular raw text to numbers. That means the binary numbers. That particular binary numbers, it will try to understand what you have written. So this is called code compilation. So some of the programming language will use the compiler, some of the programming language will be using the interpreter. Okay, what is compiler? Compiler will compile entire code altogether, but interpreter will read the code line by line and it will do the compile operation. Okay, so this is the idea. At the end, what is happening in the compilation? You are trying to convert this particular text to numbers. That means the binary representation, and your computer is trying to understand particular program, what you have written. But how it is getting understand? Okay, how it is getting understand, like whether you have defined any kinds of variable, whether you have defined any kinds of, let's say, function, whether you have defined any kinds of conditional statement, how it is getting to know. With the help of this particular keyword, it is getting to know. Let's say whenever you are giving the false, it is getting to know, okay, this is a Boolean value. This is the Boolean value. Okay, so whenever it is doing the compilation operation, it is automatically going to know, okay, so this is the Boolean value. Now, likewise, whenever you are defining function, I'll tell you this particular function in Python. As of now, I'm just only telling. So whenever I define any kinds of function, I'll be using this particular def keyword. That time it will automatically consider, okay, your Python will automatically understand you have written a function. Okay, so likewise, we'll be writing a class, we'll be writing a for loop, we'll be writing the if-else statement, we'll be importing the libraries. Okay, we'll be using the lambda function, we'll raise the exception. So whatever actually we'll be doing in future, okay, whatever we'll be doing in future, everything will be understanding your Python, okay, with the help of this particular keywords. With the help of keywords, it will understand. Okay, after doing the compilation, that means after converting this particular code in a binary representation, it will try to understand with the help of this particular keywords. That's why this keyword is super important concept inside Python. And there are 39 keywords I already told you. So you can remember this particular keywords. And if you don't remember, no need to worry. We'll be using all the keywords, okay, going forward one by one. Okay, and we'll try to understand why we'll be using this particular def, why we'll be using this particular for, form. Okay, everything will be understanding, okay, in detail. No need to worry. So this is called actually keyword inside Python. Okay, now I think you got the entire idea what is like keyword. Now the next thing actually will be understanding, which is nothing but the identifier. So this is another super important concept inside Python, so called identifier. So identifier. Now what is identifiers? See, identifier is nothing but it's a variable only. It's just a way of declare your variable. Okay, let's say how we define the variable. I think you saw that we take a, let's say, any kinds of let's say a character, or you can also take any kinds of, let's say, word. Let's say I can also take like that, name is a word, and inside that I can store my name, let's say puppy. Okay, I can also take a character. Let's say I can take a is equal to 1. That's how I can assign. Okay, I can declare any kinds of variable. Okay, I can declare any kinds of variable. But what is identifier? Identifier is nothing but, this is the variable. Okay, identifier is nothing but it's a variable declaration. So this particular name is the identifier. For what identifier? Pup is identifier. Pup is the value. So pup is identifier, this particular name. So this is called identifier. Okay, again a is identifier. But there are some way actually we can define this particular variable. Okay, we can define this particular identifier. There are some restriction actually you have to follow. So see, whenever you are defining any kinds of variable, so here you can't start with a digit. Okay, start with a digit. Okay, let's say I will give you one demo. So let's say here I am defining one variable called, let's say, one name. Okay, now if I just write puppy inside that, and now if I want to execute this particular program, see, it will give me one error. It will tell you syntax error, invalid, decimal, literal. Okay, I think literal. Yeah, literal. So that's why I have written you can't start with a digit. Okay, whenever you are defining any kinds of identifier, that is any kinds of variable, you can't start with a digit. But you can actually use the digit at the last of this particular identifier. Let's say name 1 is equal to puppy. That's how actually you can design. Okay, that's how actually you can write. See, it is working. Okay, then there is another actually identifier restriction you have to follow. You can't use any special character, any special characters. Okay, a special character means like a full stop, comma, then at the rate sign. Okay, all kinds of punctuation actually you can't use, except this particular underscore sign. You can use this particular underscore sign, otherwise you can't use anything. So let me give one example. Let's say if I want to declare one variable, let's say I want to declare variable, I am giving the hash. Now here I'm writing, sorry, hash should be considered as a like comment, so I can give a start, and here I can write name is equal to, let's say, puppy. Okay, if I define like that, see, if I execute, this particular program will give me error. This particular program will give me error. Now you can tell me, sir, I can define like that. Instead of writing this particular start at the very first, I can write at the last of this particular identifier. That means in the variable. Now if I just write like that, now if I execute, see, still it won't be working. Still it won't be working. It will give you error. So any kinds of actually symbol you can't use. So let's say instead of start, actually I want to use this particular, let's say, at the rate sign. Okay, I want to use this particular at the rate sign. See, still it will give me the error. It will give me the error. Okay, you can't actually use any kinds of special character, but you can use this particular underscore sign. Okay, now let's say if I'm writing like that, underscore name is equal to, okay, underscore name is equal to puppy. See, it will work. Again, you can also define like that, name underscore is equal to puppy. See, it is also working. Okay, now you can also declare the variable. That means you can also declare the identifier like that with the only one underscore sign. So underscore is equal to, let's say, puppy. Still it will work. That means what it is telling, whenever you are using this particular identifier, that means the variable, there are some restriction. The first restriction is you can't start with any kinds of digit. The second restriction is you can't use any kinds of special character except underscore sign. Okay, that is what actually I've just proven. You can't use any kinds of special character. Only you can use this particular underscore sign. Okay, this is called identifier inside Python. Okay, so guys, we have covered three things inside this particular video. The first thing we have learned about the variable. Variable is nothing but just a container. It can contain any kinds of value. The second thing we have learned, which is nothing but the keywords. There are actually 39 keywords inside Python. Okay, and these are the keyword helps us to compile our program. Okay, and we have learned about the identifier. Identifier is nothing but it's just a way of declare our variable. Okay, there are some restriction we have to follow whenever we are declaring the variable. So I hope guys this concept is clear to all of you. So in the next video, actually, we'll be discussing about the input inside Python, like how we can take an input from the user. Okay. So we'll be learning this particular concept, and we'll be doing one actually beautiful example with the help of input function. So yes, guys, this is all from this particular video. I hope you like this particular video. So thank you so much, guys, for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back with another amazing video. In this particular video, we'll be learning another very important Python concept, which is nothing but Python input. As of now, we have seen how we can print any kinds of data with the help of print function, but we haven't seen how we can take any kinds of input data from the user and that particular data how to print in the console. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular concept. So guys, I'm going to use another amazing code editor, which is nothing but Jupyter Notebook. So how to use this particular Jupyter Notebook, let me show you. So if you want to use your Jupyter Notebook, first of all, open up your directory, and inside that, just try to open up your Anaconda prompt. So let me open up my Anaconda prompt. So here is my Anaconda prompt. So here, first of all, I have to change my local drive. So you can see I'm inside C drive currently, but the folder I have opened, it is inside E drive. So how to change inside E drive? For this, just write this particular command. So E, and give this particular clone symbol. And if I press enter, now you'll see that I will be redirecting to this particular E drive. Now inside that, I will just redirect to this particular location. I'll copy this particular location. I will open up my Anaconda prompt again. And I'll just write one command called cd, that means change directory. And here I'm going to paste this particular link. Now if I execute, you'll see that. Now here you can see this particular directory is changed, and now I'm inside Python tutorials folder. Now, if you want to open up your Jupyter Notebook inside this particular directory, just simply write this particular command called Jupyter Notebook. Now if I press enter, you will see that your Jupyter Notebook would be opened. So guys, as you can see, my Jupyter Notebook is opened, and this is the interface of Jupyter Notebook. So here, first of all, I'll just create a new file. So I'll just take a new notebook. Just click here, click on the new button and take a notebook. Let me zoom this particular screen. So I'll click on the new and take a new notebook. So this is same like your Collab notebook. In Collab notebook also you used to get a cell, right? Cell to execute your code. So here also you will get the similar kinds of interface. But it is running on your local machine. But the Collab was running on the Google server actually. Okay. So here it is telling just try to select the kernels. So here I'll be selecting this particular Python kernel. I'll just try to select this particular kernel, and you can see this particular kernel is set. Now if you want to test whether this particular like environment is working fine or not, simply you can just write one print statement. Let's say I'll just do one print statement. I'll just write hi. Now if I press shift and enter, you will see that this particular message will be printed. Now, if you're getting this particular message, that means congratulations, you are successfully able to launch your Jupyter Notebook. Now, first of all, give the name of this particular file. So let's say here we are learning Python input. I'll just rename it. I think everything is fine. Let me zoom this particular screen a little bit. Yeah, now I think everything is fine. So before starting with this particular input concept, first of all, I want to tell you why this particular input is required. Why we should use this particular input inside Python. Because if you see that we are having two kinds of application in the software industry. One is like static application. Let me just write down called static application. And another is dynamic application. Okay, dynamic application. So in static application, actually, you don't need to pass any kinds of input. Let's say if I give any kinds of real-time example, let's say calendar. Okay, calendar, then let's say clock. So if you're using this particular application, see here, you don't need to provide any kinds of input. Only you just try to open this particular application and you just try to see the dates or let's say times and all, right? But whenever I'm talking about dynamic application, let's say I'll give you another example. Let's say YouTube. Okay, then let's say Facebook. Okay, and so on. So these are the actually dynamic applications. So here you usually pass any kinds of input. Let's say you have opened up your YouTube, and in the search button you are searching something, you are searching for anything, right? So there actually you are passing any kinds of input. So this is called dynamic application. So these two kinds of application are available. So whenever you are creating any kinds of static application, you don't need to take any kinds of input from the user. But whenever you are creating any kinds of dynamic application, there you have to take the input from the user. But currently, whatever software actually it is being created, everything is like dynamic application. All the software takes the input, right? So that's why actually we need to use this particular input concept inside programming. Now let's see how we can take the input from the user. So let me just make this particular cell as a markdown. So for this, what I can do, I'll just click on code, and here is a markdown option. Just try to select, and if I just press enter, see it has become markdown, but I want actually smaller view. I'll add some more hash here. Now I think it would be fine, right?
So in Python, if you want to take any kinds of input from the user, you have to use one function called input. So this is the function, guys. So this function name is input. Now see, if I write this particular function and if I just press shift and enter, you can also execute your code from here. So this is the run button. If I click on this particular button, you'll see that this particular cell has been executed. And if you want to stop it, so here is a option called interrupt kernel. Just try to interrupt the kernel, see it will stop. And if you want to execute from the keyboard, what you can do, you can press shift and enter again. Okay, if you press shift and enter, now see one input box would be visible. Okay, see there is one input box is visible. Now inside that you can pass any kinds of input. Let's say I'll give one input. Let's say I'll give my name Bappi. Now if I just press enter, you will see that whatever input I have given, it has automatically printed in the console. Okay, that means the input was Bappi and Bappi is printed as a output. Now you can ask me, we can only give the string type like data in this particular input function. No, you can give any kinds of like data. You can give any kinds of data. Let's say if I again execute this particular cell, now let's say I want to give any kinds of number. I can give again if I press this particular enter, you will see that this particular number would be printed. I can also pass any kinds of, let's say a floating type value also. Let's say if I execute this particular cell, see everything is printed in the console. But one thing I think you have noticed, whatever input I'm giving, it is directly getting printed. But here I want to store this particular value in a variable. So how to do it? I think I already taught you the variable concept. So if you want to store it in a variable, so just try to define that particular variable. Let's say my variable name is var, and inside that I want to store this particular value. So here I'll just write this particular input function, and if I now execute my program, now see it is asking for the input. Let's say here I'm giving my name, and if I execute, see now you can see Bappi was my input. Now if you want to see the output, you can simply print this particular variable. I'll just use print function, and inside that I'll just pass this particular variable. Now see if I execute, Bappi would be printed. Now you can see that I'm able to store this particular data inside a variable. But here one very important things I want to tell you. Let's say if I check this particular type of this particular variable. Okay, let's say if I want to check this particular type, you'll see that it's a string type, because here Bappi was a string type data. But let's say whenever I'm giving any kinds of number, let's say I'm giving 1 2 3, so it's an integer data I'm passing. So let's say here one integer data I have passed. Now if I print this particular variable, you'll see that this particular number is getting printed. But whenever I'm trying to check the type of this particular variable, it is again telling it's a string. Let's say instead of giving integer, if I give floating value as well, let's say if I give 1.23, let's say this is the floating value, and if I again execute this particular program, you'll see that this is a floating value. But again if I check this particular type, you'll see that it is telling it's a string. So what is happening actually? You can pause this particular video and you can comment out what is the issue here. Okay, what is the issue here? Just try to figure out that particular problem and try to tell me in the comment. Now let me tell you why it is considering all the data in a string format. See, whenever you are using this particular input function, okay, whenever you are using this particular input function, by default this particular input converts all the data in a string type. Let's say in the input, user may pass any kinds of data type. They may pass like their name, they may pass their age, they may pass their gender, any kinds of data they may pass. Okay, so that's why whenever Python designed this particular input function, they were thinking, if I'm creating this particular input function, I should create in a common format so that if anyone passing any kinds of data, that should work properly. So that's why they designed this particular input function in such a way, so whenever user is giving any kinds of data, it would be converted to the string. It would be converted to the string because string is a common type data. So if you're storing your data in a string type, okay, there won't be any kinds of error, because number, floating value, okay, then boolean character, string, anything I can mention as a string, okay, without any kinds of error. So that's why they consider whenever they are passing any kinds of input to the input function, this would be converted to the string, and whenever user need this particular number as an integer, they can convert it later on. Okay, there is another concept inside Python called type conversion. I'll discuss this particular type conversion. As of now, just try to consider we can convert the type. Let's say this is the string type. I can convert this particular string type to integer type easily. So here I can convert this particular data to the floating data type. So now you can see it's a string data type, but I can convert it to floating data type. So for this, what I have to do, I have to use one function called float. Okay, float is a function, and inside that just try to pass this particular variable. Okay, and I will store in a variable, let's say var. And now if I print the type of this particular variable right now, you will see that now this particular string type data has been converted to the floating data type. So this is called type conversion. Okay, I will discuss this particular type conversion in detail. No need to worry. As of now, just try to consider whenever you need any kinds of data type, you can do the type conversion. Let's say you have given this particular input as in a integer number. Now, if you want to take this particular integer number, you can do the type conversion. Okay, you can do the type conversion. That time you can use int. Okay, int function. Instead of floating, you have to use int function for this, right? So this is a simple concept. Actually, I just wanted to tell you. Now, I think you saw that how we can take any kinds of input, and whenever user is passing any kinds of input, by default it is converting to the string data type. And whenever I need with any other data type, I can do the type conversion for this, right? Now, one thing let me discuss. See, whenever I'm using this particular input function, let's say if I define this particular input again, and if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it is giving me one empty box. Okay, it is giving me one empty box. So as a user, actually, I don't know what I have to pass here. So instead of taking this particular empty box, I can like show one message here, like what kinds of data I want to take from the user. So for this, what you can do, so first of all, let me stop the kernel. So inside input function, you can give a message actually. Let's say here you can provide a message, enter your name. Okay, enter your name. Now see, if I execute this particular program, now it is asking enter your name. That means it is giving one message. Now as an user, I can get to know, okay, so here I have to pass my name. I think you have seen like in the Facebook, whenever you are trying to create your account, it will ask your name, it will ask your age, right? So that's how they're also taking the input. Now here I can pass my name. Let's say my name is Bappi, and if I just enter, see, Bappi would be stored in the variable. Now if I print this particular variable, see, I can also directly print in this particular cell. So I don't need to take any kinds of print function. If you're using Jupyter Notebook, directly also you can mention this particular variable. It will print that particular value in the console. Either also you can use this particular print function. Okay, inside a print function also you can define your variable. So both way you can print the value I have showed you. See, now it is printing my name. So I hope guys this particular input concept is clear. Now let me do one small project on top of this particular input concept. So if you do this particular small actually exercise, your input concept would be more clear. So here we'll be creating one small calculator application. That particular calculator would be able to only do the addition operation. So let me just show you what are the steps actually we are going to perform in this particular application. See, here we'll be implementing one simple calculator. So what are the functionality this particular calculator will have? It will only have three functionality. It will first of all take the input. It will take two number. It will take two number. Take two number as an input. It will perform only add operation. Okay, add operation, and it will print the results in console. So this is a simple application we'll be implementing with the help of this particular input concept. So we'll be trying to implement these are the functionality one by one. Okay, so let's see how we can do this particular exercise with the help of Python. So again, I will go back to my code editor, and here I can mark down this particular exercise input. Okay, using input. So here, first of all, I have to take two number from the user. So here I can just write num1. So this is going to be my first variable, and user will pass okay, one number. So here I can give a message, enter the first number. Okay, enter the first number. Then I'll take the second number as an input. So again, I'll call this particular input, and inside that I'll copy this particular message as it is, enter the second number. Okay, now one thing I have to do, because if you see, if I execute this particular program, if I execute this particular program and if I enter the first number, let's say first number is 2 and second number is 3. Now see, if I print it, if I print this particular number 1 and number 2, see, it is printing as a string type data because I already told you. So if I just show you the type, it's a string type data. Although I passed integer, but it is printing as a string. Okay, because I already told you, if you are giving any kinds of data to the input function, it will automatically convert to the string format, right? But here, whenever I'm creating calculator application, here I can't pass any kinds of string type data. Okay. So if you see any kinds of calculator, there you can pass any kinds of integer data or any kinds of floating data. That means decimal value, right? So either you can convert this particular data in an integer format, either you can convert this particular data in a floating format. So here what I can do, just to simplify this particular application, I'll just convert everything to the floating number, okay? Float number. Because all the number I will consider as a float number, okay? So here I will convert this particular number to a float number. And if you want to convert, how to do it? So in the float function, just try to write your input, okay? So I already showed you one demo, I think you remember. So here I showed you one typecasting operation. So if you want to convert anything inside that particular function, you have to give this particular data, right? So here again, I will write this particular float and I'll pass this particular input to the float. Now, if I execute this particular code, now if I again pass my number 1 and let's say 2. Now, if I print this particular type, you'll see that this particular number has converted to my floating number right now. Okay, you can see 2. Here I'm converting to the float, that's why it's coming 2.0. Okay, it's fine because again it's a 2 only at the end, right? Now see, I've successfully handled this particular situation. Now what I have to do? So this particular step is completed. We have taken the input from the user. Now I have to add this particular number. Okay, I have to add this particular number. So let me add this particular number. How to add this particular number? So again, I can take one variable called result. Okay, results. And simply I can do number 1 plus number 2. So I have added this particular number with the help of this particular add operator. Now the last step, I have to print this particular results. So to print this particular results, I can use this particular print function, and inside that I can pass this particular results. Now if I execute this particular program, now let's say the first number I will give 2, the second number I will give 3. Now if I press enter, see, the result is 5. 2 plus 3 is 5. Now if I again execute this particular program, now if I give, let's say 2.3 and 3.4, you'll see that the answer would be 5.6999 and so on. That means this particular calculator is working fine and it is only able to do the addition operation as of now. Going forward, we'll be learning more complex exercise. We'll be implementing the entire calculator application and all. As of now, just to explain this particular input concept, I just showed you this particular exercise, okay? So that your concept will be more clear. So I hope guys, you have understood this particular input concept, why it is required and why it is so important, okay, whenever you are creating any kinds of application in the software industry. So if you have liked this particular video guys, so you can share this particular video with your friends and family, and please try to subscribe to the channel. With that guys, thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back with this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about type conversion. In our previous video, we have seen like how we can use the input function inside Python and how we can take the input from the user. So there I was talking about this particular type conversion. I did one exercise, I think you remember, the simple calculator application I did. There I was converting our input to the floating number, right? So now let's discuss this particular type conversion in detail, why this particular type conversion is required. And I'll show you some of the example. So this would be very much clear in your mind. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular type conversion. So guys, you can see I'm inside my Jupyter IDE. So here what I will do, again, I will take a new notebook. I'll just click on the new and take a new notebook. So previously we used this particular notebook, I think you remember. And here we did this particular exercise called simple calculator application. And here I did the type conversion operation, right? Now I'll take this particular new notebook and I'll select the Python kernel. So you can see the Python kernel, I'll select it. And I'll name this particular notebook as type conversion, and I'll try to rename it. So inside Python, we are having two kinds of type conversion. First of all, let me write down. So one is implicit type conversion, and there is like explicit type conversion. Explicit type conversion. So here implicit type conversion happens internally by Python, and this particular explicit type conversion happens by the okay, by the programmers. Okay, so let's try to understand these two things. So first of all, let me mark down it. So first of all, let me give you one implicit type conversion example. So let's say if I print this particular statement, let's say print, and inside that if I let's say do 5 plus 5.5. okay, if I print this particular, let's say statement, so what will be the output? Just try to pause this particular video and try to do the comment. Let's say if I execute this particular program, you'll see that the output would be 10.5. okay, the output would be 10.5. Now if I show you one thing here, so let's say if I check this particular type of 5, if I show you the type of 5, you'll see that it's an integer. Now if I show you the type of 5.5, okay, type of 5.5, it's a float. But whenever you did the addition operation, okay, whenever you did the addition operation of integer and float, by default this particular output would be converted to the floating number. Okay, by default this particular output would be converted to the floating number. So here you are not doing this particular conversion. Internally your Python is doing it. Your Python is automatically trying to understand what user wants actually. Okay, you can see that integer and they're trying to do the addition with the floating number. So definitely the result should be also in floating number. Internally your Python is getting understand this particular statement and it is trying to do the type conversion operation. Okay, so this is called implicit type conversion. Okay, that means it is happens internally with the help of your Python interpreter, right? Now let's try to understand this particular explicit type conversion. So I'll just copy this particular explicit statement and here let me just paste it. Yeah, for this I'll give another demo. See, every time you can't actually expect the implicit type conversion from your Python interpreter. Okay, so let me give you one condition. Let's say you want to add two number. Let's say you want to add 4 plus string 4. Okay, 4 plus string 4. You can see the first one is integer and the second one I'm passing as a string. Now if I execute this particular program, you will see that it will throw me one error. It is telling unsupported operand type S for addition, integer and string. That means it is telling you can't add integer and string together. Okay, you can't do it. For this, what you have to do, you have to convert this particular string to the integer at the very first. Okay, then you can do it. So this is called explicit type conversion. So here internally your Python interpreter is not able to convert this particular data in a integer type. Okay, you have to convert it manually. Okay, so now let me show you how we can solve this particular situation. So here you can simply what you can do, I'll copy this particular print and here I can simply call this particular integer function. I think you remember we are having different function for the type conversion. Let's say you want to convert to the integer, you can call integer. Let's say you want to convert to the floating, you can call float. Okay, that's how you can call different method, different function. Now if I execute, now I'll see that answer should be 8. 4 plus 4, it should be 8. Okay, so this is called actually explicit type conversion inside Python. So there are so many ways you can do the type conversion. Let's say you want to convert string to integer, you can do it. Let's say you are having one number, let's say number is 34, but it is present in a string format. So what you can do, you can convert to the integer. So simply just call this particular integer, okay, integer function, and inside that just try to pass this particular number. Okay, now if I execute, you'll see that this particular number would be converted to the integer. Now you can also check the type. So again, I can store in a num variable and now I can print this particular type. Okay, now you see it would be converted to an integer. Now let's say I want to convert this particular number to the floating number. So what I can do, I can take a float function, and now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will be converted to the floating number. Okay, now if I also show you this particular number, see, it will become float number. Now let's say you are having one float number. Let's say this particular number you are having, let's say num is equal to, this is your float number. Now you want to convert this particular number to the integer format. Again, you can do it. Just call this particular integer method, integer function, and inside that try to pass this particular variable, and again try to store in a num variable. Okay, now if I execute and if I show you the type of num, you'll see that it will convert to the integer. Now let me show you. See, it will be converted to the integer. Okay, so that's how we can convert like any data type to any other data type. Okay, but there is one thing actually you have to remember. Let's say whenever you are working with complex data. Okay, whenever you are working with complex data, let's say I'll take one complex data. So the complex data would be 4 plus 6j. Okay, let's say this is my complex data. It's fine. So if I show you the type of this particular data, it's a complex data. Okay, it's a complex data. Now let's say I want to convert this particular complex data to the integer. Okay, so what will happen? So let's say I'll call this particular integer, and inside that I'll pass this particular number. And now if I hit enter, you'll see that it will give me one error. It will tell argument must be a string, a bytes like an object, or a real number, not a complex number. That means you can pass any kinds of complex number, okay, to convert to the integer. Okay, to convert to the integer. Same thing will be happen for the float as well. Okay, same thing would be happen for the float as well. Because in complex number, you are having two kinds of data called real value and imaginary value. Okay, so that's why actually you can't directly convert this particular complex number to integer number or float number. So these are the actually restriction you have to remember whenever you are doing the type conversion. Otherwise, you can convert any kinds of data to any other data format. Okay, you can do the experiment. Just take your Jupyter notebook and try to write the code and try to execute one by one. You will automatically get the idea. So this is all about the type conversion. I hope it makes sense. What is the type conversion? And whenever I need any kinds of type, okay, if I'm taking any kinds of input from the user and all, that time actually I can use this particular type conversion concept. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. So thank you so much guys for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back with this particular video. In this particular video, we'll be learning another amazing concept inside Python called literals. A literals is nothing but whatever things you stored inside a variable, this is called literals. I think we have learned about the variable, right? Variable is nothing but it's just a container. Inside a variable, we can store any kinds of values. Let's say a is equal to 2. So here a is the variable, equal is the operator, and 2 is the values. But we can call that particular value as literal. So here a is the variable, equal is the operator, and 2 is the literal. So let's try to fire up our code editor and try to understand this particular literal in detail. So for this, I'm going to create a new notebook here. So let's say here a is equal to let's say 3. Okay, a is equal to 3, and now if I hit enter and if I print this particular a, so here if you see that 3 would be printed. So here a is nothing but a is a variable, equal is an operator. I'll discuss this particular operator in detail, no need to worry. As of now, just try to consider equal, plus, minus, multiply, division, whatever things actually we use, whatever symbol actually we use, we call it as an operator. And here this 3 is nothing but it's a literal. This particular 3 also can be called as a value, but we can also call it as literal. Now I hope guys this particular literal is clear. That means whatever value actually is stored inside a variable, this is called literal. And there are so many ways I can define this particular literal inside a variable. In this particular video, I'll show you each and everything. The way actually you can define the literal inside a variable. So guys, as of now, I think you have seen we can store any kinds of floating number, any kinds of integer number inside a variable. But apart from that, we can also set this particular literal in a different way. So let me show you some of the example. Now here you can see this particular 4 variable. So here I have written a is equal to ob 1010. If you are familiar with digital numbers, I think you know what I have written here. This is nothing but it's a binary literal. Okay, you can see. So here 0b, it is telling it's a binary number. Okay, and what is the number? This is the number. Now if you don't know like the digital number, what you can do, you can simply print this particular a. You will automatically get the actual number. Okay, so let me just print this particular a. Now see, if I print this particular a, you will see the number is 10. That means this is the binary representation of 10. Okay, that's why I told you, if you are familiar with digital number, I think you know what I am writing here. Okay, if you know the binary, decimal, hexadecimal, these are the number. Okay, these are the number convention and all, right? So this is called actually the binary literals. Okay, in this case, so that's how also you can define a literals, or that's how also you can define a value inside a Python. Okay, now the second variable you can see, this is the decimal literal. Okay, the way actually we define our actually common literal like integer, float and all. So this is called decimal literal. Okay, this is the common thing, as we have already learned this particular decimal literal. So far actually we have already learned this particular decimal literal. Okay, so I don't need to explain it. Now let's go to the next one. See, if I print this particular b also, you'll see that 100 would be printed only. Okay, 100 would be printed only because it's a decimal literal. Now let's see the c1. See, inside C, actually, if you see the first things I have written, 0 O means it is telling it's a octal literal. Okay, 0 means it's telling it's a octal literal, and this is the number. Okay, this is the number. Now let me show you the actual number. So just try to print this particular number. So print C. So it's a 200. Okay, it's a 200. So 200 representation in a octal. Okay. Now if you see the last one, that means D. Here I have written OX. That means it's a hexadecimal literal. Okay, you can see this is the number. Now if you print this particular number, this particular D, now this is the actual number, 300. Okay, you can see this is a 300 representation in the hexadecimal. Okay, hexadecimal literal. So that's how you can set your different literal, okay, with a different representation. So this was all about our binary, decimal, octal, and hexadecimal literal. Now let's try to see another amazing literal called floating, okay, or float literals. Okay, let me just write down float literals. So here you can see, guys, these are my float literals. So you can see this is the common one. As of now, we have used this particular floating, okay, floating literals in our variable and all. And see, there are two more floating literals actually we can define. So this is the first way. So you can also write like that, like 1.5 E2. That means if you just decode it, so it would be like 1.5 times 10 to the power 2. Okay, so if you just write like that 1.5 E2, that means you are writing 1.5 times 10 to the power 2. And you can see the float 3 literals. So here we are writing 1.5 E minus 3. That means 1.5 times 10 to the power minus 3. So here you can see this is a bigger number and this is a smaller number. So now if you want to print them, you can also print them and you can see what will be the actual numbers. So I can print this particular float one. So this would be the same number because we have already learned this is the common literal. You can see 10.5. But if I print this particular, let's say float 2 literal, you'll see that this is the number. That means if I'm writing 1.5 E2, that means this is the number I want to represent. Now if I print this particular float 3, so this is the number. So you can see this is a very small number. Okay, that's how we can define any kinds of bigger number, any kinds of small number in this particular form. Okay, so this is called floating literals. The next thing will be understanding about complex literal. So here if you see, guys, I have defined one complex literal here. So you can see x is equal to 3.14j. So this is a complex number. So if you print this particular number, you can also print it. Let's say print x. So this is going to be my complex number. Now see, you can also take out the real number as well as the imaginary number from this particular complex literal. How? So for this, just try to call one attribute. See, inside complex type object, you are having two kinds of attribute. So this is a complex type object. Let me show you. So if I take a new cell, if I show you the type of x, you'll see that it's a complex type object. Okay, it's a complex type object. Now it is having two attributes. The first attribute is real. Okay, real. So if you want to take out the real number of this particular complex number, so you can call this particular attribute called real. Now see, if I execute the program, you'll see that 0.0 is a real number here. And if you want to see the imaginary number, so again, you can call another attribute called image. Okay, I think image. So now if I execute, see, it will tell you 3.14. Okay, it's actually imaginary number. That's actually you can separate out the real number as well as the imaginary number. Okay, if you are having this particular complex object type. Okay, so this is called actually complex literal, and that's how we can also define our complex literal. Now guys, apart from this particular binary, decimal, octal, hexadecimal, and float literal and complex literal, we are having some more literal. Let me show you. So here you can see this is called string literal. So that's how we can define a string. I think I already showed you. In a single quote you can write. Otherwise you can also write in a double quote. Okay, single quote, double quote, you can use anything. And if you want to define in character, you can just write one single character in a double quotation or in a single quotation. And you can also define your string in a triple quotation. Okay, triple quotation. Inside triple quotation also you can define a string. See, whenever we'll be using triple quotation to define our string. See, whenever we are having multi-line string. Okay, multi-line string, that time we'll be using triple quotation. So let me give you one example. Let's say if I take a new cell here. Okay, this is a new cell. Let's say info is a variable. Okay, and inside that I want to write a description. Okay, I want to write a description, and that would be considered as my actually string. Okay, string type data. So in this case, what I can do, I can take this particular triple quotation. Okay, inside triple quotation I can write like that. My name is Bappi. I am teaching Python. Okay, I am teaching Python. I am a data scientist. So this is called actually multi-line. Okay, multi-line string. Okay, now see, if I execute the program, it will work fine. You can see that it's working fine. But if I want to, define this particular string in a single quotation, see what will happen. Instead of, let's say, triple quotation, if I take single quotation and if I just execute the program, see, it will give you one syntax error. Okay, it will give you one syntax error. So that's why whenever you are having multi-line string, that time you can use this particular triple quotation. Okay, triple quotation, inside that you can write your string type actually literal. Now you can also define Unicode type literal. Unicode is nothing but, see, nowadays actually we are having like different text over the internet. Like we are having like HTML, we are having text, we are having emojis, right? In a text actually there are different things are available. Now if you see any kinds of emoji encoding, okay, emoji encoding, emoji Unicode. See, there are different emoji Unicode you will get. Let me show you some of the list. See guys, these are like emoji Unicode. Okay, different emoji Unicode. So if you are having this kinds of Unicode, okay, you can also define as a literal. Okay, and your Python will automatically try to understand what kinds of like literal you are trying to add here. Now the next one, you can see this is the raw string. In a raw string actually anything can be present. Let's say your text, any kinds of /n, /t, okay, /b, anything can be present. So this is called actually raw string. Okay, now if I execute all of them, you can see that this is my string, this is again my string, this is my character, this is my multi-line string, and this is the Unicode literal. You can see this is emoji. As I already told you, emoji is having different Unicode, okay, in this particular list, and it is printing the emoji directly. Okay, it is printing the emoji directly, and this is my raw string. Okay, this is my raw string. You can see raw /n string. See, if I'm not giving this particular r, this particular /n would be considered as my new line. Okay, see, if I execute the program, see, now you can see that after raw, it will give you one new line and it will print this particular string. But if I want this particular /n, so I need to provide this particular r. Okay, now see, it will give me that particular /n. That's how we can define different literal. Okay, so apart from that, we're having some more literal. Let me show you. So here you can see this is called Boolean type literal. You can see here I'm using true and false statement. See, in Python, true represent 1. So let me just write down here. Or I can just do a comment. So true is nothing but it's a 1. And false is nothing but it's a 0. That means whenever I'm writing this particular statement, true plus 4. Okay, true plus 4. What is true? Okay, what is true? True is nothing but it's a 1. By default, it's a 1 only, right? So 1 plus 4, it would be 5. Okay, and false plus 10, you can see false is equal to 0. That means 0 plus 10 would be 10. Now see, if I execute this particular program, you'll see the output. That means 1 plus 4, it's a 5, and 0 plus 10, it's a 10 only. Okay, so that's how actually Boolean literal works. Okay, it would be considered as 1 and 0. Okay, whenever you are defining true and false. So there is another type of literal is available, which is nothing but none. Okay, non-type literal. So sometimes we also define the non-type variable. So let's say a is equal to none. Okay, so this is called non-type literal. Here you can see this is a none. So if I print this particular variable, so inside this particular variable I'm having nothing. Okay, that's means nones. So why we give this particular none? Because see, in other programming we define our variable at the very first, like whether it's an integer or it's a floating or it's a character type variable, right? We can define at the very first, but in Python we can't. So let me give you one example. Let's say x is equal to, let's say x. Okay, only x I have written, or I can just write x is equal to empty, nothing. Then y is equal to 2, and let's say z is equal to 4. Okay, now if I print X, Y, and Z. See, it will give me one error. It will give me one syntax error. It is telling invalid syntax. It is telling what you have defined here. Okay, I can't see anything here. Inside Python, actually, you can't do it. So if you want to create an empty variable, if you don't want to store anything there, you can take this particular none type literal. And if I execute now, see, this particular program is working right now. So it is printing none, then 2 and 4. Okay, so this is called none type literal inside Python. So I hope guys this makes sense and you got the entire understanding of this particular literal inside Python. If you have liked this particular video, you can share this video with your friends and family, and please try to subscribe to the channel. With that guys, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back with this particular video. In this particular video, we'll be understanding one very important Python concept called operators. So going forward, whenever you'll be writing the code, you'll be implementing different projects. So this particular concept will help you a lot. So in this particular video, I'll give you the entire understanding on top of this particular operators. So inside Python, we're having 6 types of operator. We'll be exploring all of them one by one, and we'll try to understand their use cases and all. Okay. So instead of talking too much, let's get started with our operators. See, what is operator? If you want to perform any operation with respect to 2 operand or more than 2 operand, and to perform that particular operation, the symbol actually use that is called operators. So what I told, let me give you one example. Let's say there is a 2 number. Let's say A is equal to 2 and B is equal to 3. So let's say I want to add this particular 2 number. What I will do, I'll just write A plus B. Okay. So if you add this particular number, so you will get 5 here. Okay. You will get 5 here. So here you can see A and B is operand. Okay. A and B is a operand. And the operation you are performing, which is nothing but add operation. Okay, which is nothing but add operation. So this is called actually operator. This is called operator. Okay, that means you are using some symbol to perform this particular operation. Okay, so this is called the operation, the entire operation you are doing, A plus B, right? A plus B. This is called operation. This is called add operation. Nah? This is called add operation. So that means to perform any kinds of operation, you are using some operands. You are using some operands like A and B. And to perform that particular operation, you are using one specific symbol. In this case, actually, you are using add, right? This particular add, that means plus symbol. Okay, this is called operator. So it can be any kinds of symbol. It can be minus symbol. It can be multiplication symbol. It can be, let's say, a division symbol. Okay, it can be modulus symbol. It can be equal symbol. Okay, so this is called actually operator. This is called actually operators. So this is called actually operator inside programming. So in every programming language, you are having this kinds of operator, but inside Python, you are having 6 types. Okay, 6 types of operator. I'll tell you all of the 6 types. I will tell you one by one. Okay, each and everything would be clear. So here the operator actually I have written, this is called arithmetic operator. This is called arithmetic operator. Okay, arithmetic operator, because you only use these are the operator to perform the arithmetic operation. Let's say addition, division, subtraction, multiplication, right? So now let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular operator in detail. So guys, you can see I already told you inside Python we are having 6 types of operator. You can see we are having arithmetic operator, relational operator, logical operator, then we are having bitwise operator, assignment operator, and membership operators. So these 6 types of operator will be learning one by one. Okay, each and everything I'll be discussing in front of you. So the operator actually I have written on my blackboard is called arithmetic operator. The common things actually you use in your mathematics like addition, division, subtraction, and so on, right? So first of all, let's try to see this particular arithmetic operators. Okay, like how we can perform with the help of Python. So I'll copy the arithmetic operator and I will just make a comment here, arithmetic operator. So it's like very easy. See, arithmetic operator, it's nothing but you are just doing the mathematical operation. Let's say I want to add 2 number. Let's say I want to add 4 plus, let's say 3. Okay, 4 plus 3. 4 plus 3. So it will give me 7. So instead of giving a comment, what I can do, I think create a markdown. It would be better. So after this particular cell, I can create a new cell and I can mark it as markdown. Arithmetic operators. Yeah, fine. Now it is fine. So this is actually addition operator. Okay, this is called addition operator. Now let's see any other operator. So let's say I want to subtract a value. Let's say 4 minus 3. So this is called subtraction operator. Then we are also having something called multiplication operator. Let's say 4 times 3. This is called multiplication operator. Then we are having division operator. Let's say 4 divided by 2. So this would be the answer. And we are also having integer division operator. Okay, so what is integer division operator? Let me show you. So in this case, actually you have to give this particular double slash. Okay, double slash. Now if I give 2, now see the output. See what is the difference between your like division operator and integer division operator. You can see whenever I perform this particular division operation, so here I was getting the remainder which is nothing but 0. Okay, because it is giving me the floating value. But whenever I'm using integer division operator, you can see whenever I perform the division operation, it will only give the integer number. That means remainder it won't be give me. Okay, it will only give the actual number, which is nothing but 2. Okay, that means it's an integer. It is converting everything to an integer representation. Okay, so this is called actually integer division operator. We are also having something called modular operator. So let me show you. So this is the modular operator. So what modular operator returns, actually it will give you the remainder if you perform any kinds of division. Okay, after performing any kinds of division, if you get any kinds of remainder, it will give you that particular remainder. In this case, actually you can see I did the division 4 divided by 2. I got 2.0. So it is giving me the whole number. When I perform the integer division, it will give me only the actual number. And if you perform the modulus operation, okay, it will only give you the remainder. Okay, in this particular case, which is nothing but 0, right? And if you want to perform like power operation, you can use this particular operator. So this is the power operator. Okay, you have to give double star, and if I give any number, let's say 5 double star 2, so it will give you the results. So that means you have written a 5 to the power 2, and the answer would be 25. Okay, and these are the operator you will be using broad linear programming, because every time you have to perform the mathematical operation and all. Okay, whenever you will be doing the coding, and these are like very common arithmetic operation. Okay, they will be using in your programming journey. Then the next thing will be exploring the relational operator. Okay, so let's see the relational operator. So let me just do the markdown here. So relational operators is nothing but this particular operator tries to find out the relation between two number. Okay, so let's say, let me give you one example. Let's say if I just write 4 is greater than let's say 5. Okay, just try to pause the video and tell me whether this particular 4 is greater than 5 or not. Okay, if yes, you can give 2, otherwise you can give false. Okay, now let me execute and show you what will be the output. See, it is giving me false. Okay, because this particular relation is not true. Okay, 4 is not greater than 5. Okay, that's why it's false. Now similar wise, I can also check 4 is less than 5. Okay, 4 is less than 5 or not. If I execute, see, it's true. So this is called actually relational operators. Okay, that means it is trying to find out the relation between two numbers. We are having some more relational operator. I can also check like that. So 4 is greater than and equal to 4 or not. Okay, 4 is greater than and equal to 4 or not. You can see it's true, because here I have written 4 is greater than. Okay, greater than and equal to. Greater than and equal to, you can see it's not greater than, but it's equal to. Okay, it's equal to 4. That's why it's true. Now same condition you can do it for the lesser than as well. So 4 is lesser than 4 or equal or not. Okay, it's not lesser than, but it's equal to 4. Okay, that's why again it's a true. Then you can also check like that. So 4 is equal 4 or not. Okay, again it would be true, because 4 is equal 4. 4 is not equal 4. Okay, 4 is not equal 4 or not. You can see false, because 4 is equal 4. Okay, because 4 is equal 4. Okay, it's not equal 4, because 4 is 4, right? So that's why actually it's coming false. So these are my relational operators, and these are the operator actually you'll be using broadly in your programming as well. Okay, so now we'll be learning the next operator, which is nothing but my logical operator. Okay, I'll copy logical operators. So I think you're already familiar with logical gates, right? Like you have learned in your school and college days. I think you heard of like AND gate, OR gate, okay, then NOT gate. So these are the thing actually, the logical operators. So let me give you one example. So let's say if I'm writing this particular statement, so 1 and 0, okay, Now just tell me what will be the output here. Okay, if I execute this particular program, what will be the output? See, if I execute, it would be 0. Why? Because I think you already know what is AND. So see, I think you remember this AND truth table. Okay, now how we used to draw this particular truth table. Let me just draw it. So this is my X and Y, and this is my output. So let's say 1 1 1 0 0 1 and 0 0. Okay, so whenever I'm talking about AND actually operator, that means AND logical table, that means if 2 gate is open, okay, if 2 gate is open, so it would be 1, output should be 1. Let's say here both case actually you can see 1 and 1, so it should be 1. And if anyone is off, we can see it's 0, that means it would be 0. Again, you can see this particular X is 0 and Y is 1, that means one gate is open here, so it would be 0 again. And in this case actually both is 0, that means both is open. Okay, so it would be again 0. So this is called AND table. Okay, so now I think you remember whenever I'm writing 1 and 0, okay, that means it would be 0, because so here you can see this particular gate is not closed. Okay, so that's why it's giving 0. Now if I give, let's say 1 and 1, it would be 1, because both gate is closed right now. Okay, 1 and 1. So that's how you can try with all the number. Let's say 0 and 1. Okay, you can see again it would be 0, because this particular gate is open. And why it is giving 0 1 and all? Because I told you whenever it is giving you 1, that means it is telling it's a true. Whenever it is giving 0, that means it is telling false, because in Python 0 would be considered as false and 1 would be considered as true. Okay, so that's how actually you can play with this particular logical operator. Okay, I think you know the logical operator, right? I already showed you the table and all. Okay, and if you don't know this particular table, what you can do, you can simply search on Google logical. You can search about logical truth table. You can go to the image, and here you will get all the table. Okay, one by one you can see. Okay, so this is the AND table. I have showed you this particular AND table. Let me open this particular table. So here you can see this particular table. This is the AND table, this is the OR table, this is the XOR table, and this is the NOT table. Okay, so this is called actually AND, a logical operator. Now we are having another logical operator called OR. Okay, so let me also show you the OR example. So let me just write down. Let's say if I just write 1 or 0. Okay, now tell me what will be the output. Just try to open up this particular table and try to see. Whenever I'm talking about OR, that means if you have 0 and 0, that means 2 gate is open, it would be 0. Okay, so at least 1 gate should be closed. Okay, then it would be 1. You can see 0 and 1, that means this gate is closed, that means output should be 1. Again 1, this gate is open, this gate is closed, this gate is open, again it's 1. And if both gate is open, that means again it's 1. That means if like 2 of the gate is open, that means it would be 0. Otherwise, if 1 of the gate is closed, it would be 1. Okay, this is called OR truth table. So here I have written 1 or 0. That means 1 gate is closed and output should be true. You can see it would be 1, because in case 1 gate is closed here. Now again you can try with a number. Let's say if I give 0 and 0, it would be 0. If I give 0 or 1, it would be 1. Okay, that's how you can play with this particular OR logical operator. Now there is another one called NOT gate. So I can write NOT 1. Okay, NOT 1. So you can see this particular NOT gate, NOT truth table. So it will convert 0 as 1 and 1 as 0. That means false would be converted to as true, and true would be converted as false. Okay, now we can see I've just written NOT 1. Okay, NOT 1. That means it would be convert to false. Okay, it would be convert to false, and false means it's 0. So by default Python doesn't give 0, it will give you false. Okay, now if I write this particular statement, not 0, it would be true. Okay, the opposite one. Okay, it would be true. So this is all about our logical operators. Now let me show you the next one, which is nothing but bitwise operator. So this particular bitwise operators is a special operators that works with the binary number. So here you can see this is called actually bitwise operator, and you can see there are so many bitwise operators are available, like bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise XOR, bitwise NOT. Then we're having right shift and left shift. So if you are familiar with digital numbers, that means the binary numbers, decimal numbers. Okay, I think you are already familiar with these are the concept, right? Like AND, OR, XOR, NOT, left shift, right shift. Okay, you have already worked with binary numbers. So these kinds of actually special operators actually sometimes you will be using in your code. But see, this is not actually very used in the programming. sometimes you'll be working whenever, let's say, we'll be working with the images. Okay, in computer vision you will be manipulating the image, you will be working with the arrays and all. Okay, that time actually you may use these are the concept, but most of the time actually I haven't seen people are using these are the operator in their programming. But again, it is a useful actually concept, that's why I'm teaching you. Okay, it's required for you. So first of all, let's try to understand this particular bitwise AND. Okay, bitwise AND, how this bitwise AND works. So if I execute this particular program, see, so let me individually execute this particular program and let me show you. See, if I execute this particular bitwise AND, okay, see what will the output? The output is 2. How it is giving me this particular output as 2, let me show you. Okay, if I just give you one example, rest of the example you can automatically understand by yourself. Okay, so I'll go to my blackboard, and here what I have written 2 and 3, 2 bitwise and 3, right? So see, if I represent this particular 2 as a binary number, so what would be the number? So 2 as a binary, it would be 0 1 0, if I'm not wrong. So see, this is the 2 representation in binary, and if I represent the 3 in binary, it would be like that, 1 1 0. So now if you perform AND operation, okay, because this is an AND symbol, right? It's a bitwise AND symbol. Now if you perform AND operation with this particular number, so as I already told you, the AND table, I think you remember, this is the AND table. So if 2 gate is closed, that means output would be 1. Otherwise, if one of the gate is open, output would be 0. Okay, now you can see 0 1, that means it would be 0, 1 1 it would be 1, and 0 0 it would be 0. Now again, this particular binary number is representing 2. You can see it's representing 2. So that's why this particular number, it is coming as 2. Okay, now I hope this particular concept is clear. Okay, how this particular bitwise operator is working. If first of all it is trying to convert everything to the binary representation, then this operation is happening. Okay, now similar wise, I can also show you the bitwise OR. Now if I execute this particular program, see, output is 3. So again, let's get back to our blackboard. Now you can see, now instead of performing AND operation, now we'll be performing OR operation. Okay, like again I'm using the same number, 2 and 3. Okay, 2 and 3. So this is the representation of 2, this is the representation of 3. Or means if any gate is closed, that means it would be 1. Okay, so again it would be 1, it would be 1, and this would be 0. Now you can see this particular number represents 3. Okay, this particular number represents 3. Okay, that's why this output is 3. So now I think you can understand how XOR is working, NOT is working. Okay, you can simply search this particular truth table, the binary representation of this number, and you can simply do this particular operation. You will get the idea. Okay, I'm expecting you are already familiar with these are the digital numbers. Okay, I think you have learned in your school and college days. So now let me execute all of them. Now you can see all of the output. So I already explained these are the 2 things. So 2 and 3. Then you are performing XOR operation, and this is the output. Then you are performing bitwise NOT operation. This is the output. NOT means like it will do the opposite. Like if you are getting 1, it would be converted as 0. If we are getting 0, it would be converted as 1. Okay, so here I've written this particular symbol represents NOT. Okay, bitwise NOT. Here you've written this particular tilde 3, that means bitwise NOT. Now you can see this is the opposite of 3, that means -4. Okay, now there is another one called right shift and left shift. Right shift means you are first of all converting this particular 4 to the binary, then you are shifting like 2 number. Okay, 2 number right side. Okay, this is called right shift, and this is called left shift. Here you are shifting left side. Okay, 2 number. So you can search this particular concept. This is the concept of digital electronics. I think you will get the idea. Okay, so this is actually our bitwise actually operator, and this particular operator actually very less used, okay, in our programming. But again, whenever you need it, definitely you can also use this particular operator. I already explained here. Now the next operator we'll be learning called this one, assignment operator. Okay, so assignment operator is like very simple operator. We have already used this particular operator broadly. Okay, see, let me first of all show you this particular assignment operator. See, assignment operator is nothing but it's a equal sign only. Okay, as of now, see, we have written equal a lot. Okay, in our program, you can see we have used this particular equal. Okay, equal sign. Okay, equal sign. So this is called actually assignment operator. You're assigning something. Let's say here if I write a is equal to 2. Okay, here you are assigning this particular 2 inside a. Okay, with the help of this particular assign operator. Okay, now you can use this particular assign operator there are so many ways you can use. You can also write like that, let's say, or I can take a new cell. So here I can write a is equal to 2. Okay, now if I write like that, a plus and equal 1. So now if I execute this particular program, what will happen? Okay, if I print this particular A, now what will happen? See, A will become 3 right now. Why? Because you can see previously A was 2. Okay, now what I have done, I just told plus and equal. That means it will add 1, okay, with this particular 2. Okay, now it will become 3. So that's how also you can use assignment operator. Okay, with the help of any other operator. Okay, with the help of any other operator, let's say arithmetic, logical. Okay, you can use this particular assignment operator. Assignment operator can be used everywhere. Okay, that's why. Now, similar wise, you can also write for like that. You can also subtract the value. Okay, you can also multiply the value. Okay, okay, you can also divide the value. Okay, everything is possible here. Okay, everything is possible. You can try all of them one by one. Okay, and you remember in other programming language we used to write like that. So we used to write a plus plus. That means it will increase this particular number 1. Okay, then we used to also write like that, plus plus a. Okay, first of all it will increase, then it will update. So this is actually concept of other programming language, but in Python they have made this particular statement very easy. That's how. See, this is like more readable than that one. Sometimes we get also because sometimes we get confused with this particular statement. Okay, that's why Python did this particular easy statement. Okay, yeah. So this is actually our assignment operator. Okay, it's nothing, only the equal sign actually we're using, and this particular equal can be used with any other operator. Now the last operator we'll be learning called membership operator. See, membership operator is like very powerful inside Python. Okay, so let me give you one example. So first of all, let me write this particular operator. So let me write down in a comment. So in membership we use two kinds of operator. One is like in, another is not in. Okay, in and not in. Okay, these are the two operator we are having. Okay, inside membership operator. Now let me give you one example. Let's say, okay, M in Mumbai. Tell me whether this particular M is present in Mumbai or not. Definitely it is present. You can see at the very first position. Now if I execute this particular program, it will give me true. That means this particular M is present. Okay, now if I just write D is present in Mumbai or not, it will give me false because D is not present. Okay, inside that. So let me just replace with M. Okay. So this is the work of in. Okay, this is the work of in. So if I'm not using this particular membership operator, at the time what I have to do, I have to write a for loop. I'll be discussing this particular for loop in detail. Okay, what is this for loop? With the help of for loop, actually how we can find a value or number, okay, in a text. We'll be learning this part as well. See, if you're using for loop, your time complexity will increase in this particular case. But if you're using this membership operator, it's like very robust implementation. Okay, so it will give you like very quick result. Okay, so that's why this particular membership operator is like very powerful. So it can easily find out something in a given text. Now you can ask me, it is only working with the text or not? It can work with any other data type or not? Definitely it can also work with other data types. So let me show you another example. But before that, let me show you this not in as well. So now you can simply write not in. Okay, M not in Mumbai. Okay, now see, it will give you false because it is already present. Okay, it is already present. That's why it's giving me false. I've written not in, whether it's not in or not, but I can see it's present. That's why it's false. But here if I write D not in Mumbai, D is not there inside Mumbai, definitely it will give me true. Okay, this is the not in, and previous one is your in one, right? Now the next one I'll be showing you with the with any other data type. So let's say if I write one in present inside this particular list or not. So list is 1 2 3 4. Okay, now if I hit enter, you will see it's true because one is present inside this particular list. Okay, not in means it would be false because it is already present here. Okay, but if I write 10, okay, it's not present, that's why it's giving me true. Okay, that's how also you can work with any other data type as well. So this is a list data type I'm using, so I'll be discussing about this particular list and all, okay, going forward. So it can be worked with list, string, tuple, okay, dictionary, any kinds of data type you can use with this particular membership operators. Okay, so yes guys, this is all about our operators inside Python. All 6 kinds of operator we have explored one by one, like arithmetic operator, relational operator, then logical, bitwise, assignment, and membership operators. Okay, now in the next video we'll be doing one exercise, hands-on exercise with the help of this particular operator concept. Then I think this particular concept will be more clear. Okay, so I hope guys you like this particular video, so please try to subscribe to the channel and try to share this particular video with your friends and family. So thank you so much guys for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. So in our previous video I was discussing about the operators inside Python. So in this particular video I will do one small exercise with the help of operator concept you have learned. So here we'll try to solve this particular exercise, guys, called find the sum of a 3-digit number entered by the user. So let's say user has passed, let's say 1, 2, and 3. So I just need to do the sum operation of 1, 2, and 3. So let's say user has passed 1, 2, and 3. So if you calculate the sum of this particular number, you will get 6. Okay. So that's how I have to make a program here. So I think you have learned how to take the input from the user. I already taught you this particular concept. For this, we can use input function from Python. So let's say I'll take a variable called number, and here I'll take an input from the user. So here I'll give a message, enter 3 numbers. Okay, 3 numbers to perform sum operation. Okay, to perform sum. Okay, that's how I can write. See, this particular program I'll be writing in a slightly different way so that I can give you the example of this particular operator. Okay, how it can be used. See, instead of taking the number individually, I'll take in just one input. Okay, let's say user want to perform some operation of this particular number. Let's say 3, 4, and 5. Okay, 3, 4, and 5. So user will give like that. User will give 345 like that. Okay. Now, if I perform the sum operation of this particular 3 plus 4 and 5. Okay, so I have to convert like that. 3 plus 4 and 5. User will pass like that, but I have to convert like that. Okay, now if I show you this particular sum, it would be 12. Okay, so that's how actually I have to design this particular program. So how we can take this particular input? See, now if I print this particular number here. Now let's say user is giving like that 3, 4, and 5. And I will get 3, 4, and 5, okay, as an output. But you can see if I show you this particular type, so this is nothing but it's a string type. 3, 4, and 5, it's a string type. It's a string type. So what I have to do, I have to convert this particular number to an integer. Okay, how to convert? I can perform typecasting. I already taught you this particular typecasting as well, right? So that's how I can convert to integer typecasting. Now if I again pass the number, let's say 3, 4, and 5, I'll see that this particular number has converted to the integer form right now. Now what I have to do to separate this particular number individually, you can see user has passed 3, 4, and 5. That means 345. But I have to separate 3, 4, and 5 separately. That means I have to keep this particular 3 in a variable, 4 inside B variable, and 5 inside C variable. So how we can separate out this particular number? So let's do one mathematical experiment. If you are familiar with mathematics, I think you know how we can do it. So see, if you just calculate the modulus, okay, if you just calculate the modulus of this particular number with the help of 10, okay, if you just calculate the modulus of this particular number with the help of 10, okay, see, what is the remainder actually you will get? You will get 5. So how modular works, I already told you. It will give you the remainder. Okay, it will give you the remainder after performing the division operation. Now I think you got to know. Okay, so if I'm using modular, I can easily can get the last number of this particular number. You can see last digit I can get of this particular number. It can be any number. Let's say if I'm considering 333. Okay, so if I just calculate the modulus with the help of 10, you'll see that it will give me 3. See here, easily I'm getting the last number. Let's say it can be also 5. I'll get the 5. That means I got one pattern. If I'm doing the modular operation with the help of 10, I can get the last number. So what I will do, from the last itself, I will collect the number one by one. Okay, this is the idea. So here simply what I will do, the number actually I'm getting, I'll just perform the modulus operation with the help of 10. Okay, with the help of 10. And the number actually I will get here, the last number, which is nothing but the 5. So this particular 5 I will store in a variable. So this is going to be my A. Okay, this is going to be my A. Because see, if you do the addition operation from the first or from the last, it will be the same output. Let's say if I do the addition operation like that, let's say this is my number 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 3 plus 4 plus 5, I'll get 12. If I do like that, let's say 5 plus 4 plus 3, see, I'll get the same output. So order doesn't matter. You can take this particular number in any variable. It doesn't matter here. Okay, that's the thing actually I just wanted to tell you here. So here what I have done, let me just comment out. I think it would be easy for you to do the revision. So here the number actually I'm getting from the user, let's say user is passing 3, 4, 5. So I'm just doing the modulus operation with the help of 10, and it is giving me, okay, it is giving me this particular 5 as an output. Okay, now let me show you. So if I print this particular A, if I print this particular A, if I execute the program, let's say user will give 3, 4, and 5, I'll get 5 here. Okay, 5 here. That means this particular 5 I have extracted successfully. Now the next thing what I have to extract. So you can see I have extracted 5 successfully. It's working fine. Now I have to extract this particular 4. Okay, I have to extract this particular 4. But how I can extract this particular 4? Now if I again think in the terms of mathematics, so what will happen? Let's say there is a number, let's say 3, 4, and 5. Now if I perform integer division, okay, with the help of 10, see what will happen. See here I'm getting this particular 2 number, that means 34. Because how integer like division works, I already told you. It will only give you the integer number. Okay, let's say if I do the division with the help of 10, it will give me 34.5. But if I perform the integer division, it will only give me the 34. That means the integer number. Okay, that is the idea. That's how it's working. Now easily I can get this particular 34. But if I want to get, okay, if I want to get this particular 4 from this particular 34, so what I have to do, I'll copy this particular 34, and here again I can do the modulus operation with the help of 10. Now see, here I'm getting the 4. That means what I have to do, first of all I have to perform integer division, then I will get 34, then again I'll take the modulus with the help of 10, then I'll get this particular 4 here. That means what will happen, this particular number, the entire number I'm getting, first of all I'll take the integer division with the help of 10. Okay, I'll get the integer division with the help of 10, and I will store in a variable called number. This particular number I'll take a modulus, okay, with the help of 10, and I will store in a variable called b, because I have successfully extracted 4 from this particular number. Now let me show you this particular b. So now if I just write 3, 4, and 5, see, successfully I'm able to get the 4, okay, inside b. You can see 4 has been extracted. So this is the logic. So what I'm doing here, so 3, 4, 5, first of all I'm taking the integer division with the help of 10, and it will give me something called 34. Then this particular 34, I'm again doing the modulus operation with the help of 10, so this will give me 4. Okay, and this particular 4 actually I'm getting inside that. Now here to get this particular 3, what I can do, you can see inside this particular number variable I'm getting 34. I'm getting 34, I think you saw, I'm getting 34. Now if I again just do the integer division of 34 with the help of 10, what I will get 3. Okay, I'll get 3 here. And if I just do the modulus of 3, okay, with the help of 10, I'll get 3. Okay, so again I will do the same things. The things actually I have performed here. First of all I have to do the modulus. So first of all I have to do the integer division, then I have to do the modulus operation. So I can do the same thing. So here I can do the same thing. I'll first of all take this particular number, I will perform integer division with the help of 10. So it will give me the number again. Then the number actually I got, I'll perform the modulus with the help of 10. And this will give me the C. That means the last value. Okay, last value. That means here you are doing 3 modulus 10, and the output you are getting 3. Now if I print all of the number one by one, that means A, B, and C, you'll see that 3, 4, and 5, I'm getting 5, 4, and 3. Okay, one by one, 5, 4, and 3. Now I can easily do the sum operation. So to perform the sum operation, I'll take a variable called result. Okay, result equal to A plus B plus C, and simply I'll just print this particular result. Okay, now if I execute this particular program 3, 4, and 5, you'll see that my result would be 12. Now let's give some other number. Let's say I'll give 6, 7, and 8. I'll get 21. That means this particular program is working fine. And here you got to know how we can use this particular operator, different operator to actually perform this particular program, right? So that's how actually you can do lots of hands-on. You can here you have done for the summation operation, that means the addition operation. You can also do for the subtraction, multiplication, okay, division. everything you can perform here. So I'll give you one task. What you can do, you can perform for the subtraction, then like division, as well as the this one multiplication. So these are the actually 3 tasks actually you can perform by your end. Now let me delete these are the things, it's not required. So yes, I hope guys this particular exercise is clear, and please try to execute this particular program. Just try to write this particular program by referring this particular video, then this particular concept will be more clear. So with that guys, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. In this particular video, we'll be discussing another amazing concept inside Python called If-Else. This is also called as conditional statement in programming. So if you see any application over the internet, all the application has this particular conditional statement inside that. So let me give you one demo. Let's say you are trying to log in with your Facebook account. So there what you usually do, first of all, you give your email address and you give your password. Okay. So first of all, this particular application will check whether that particular given email and password is correct or not. If it is correct, it will allow you to enter. Okay. That means it will allow you to log in that particular page. Otherwise, it will show the error message like you can't log in. Okay, your credential is not correct. That means it is facing one condition there. Okay, whether this particular credential is matching or not. If this particular credential is matching, that means you are getting the permission to enter to the Facebook. Otherwise, it will give you the restriction. Okay, you can't log in with that particular account. So this is called conditional statement. So as a programmer, whenever you are designing any kinds of application, you have to face this particular conditional statement a lot. So there would be different kinds of conditional statement based on your application requirement. So whenever you are getting this particular conditional statement inside your application, you can handle this particular conditional statement with the help of If-Else concept inside programming. So in this particular video, I'll give you the entire understanding of this particular If-Else. We'll be doing hands-on with the help of this particular If-Else. Then this particular concept will be more clear in your mind. So first of all, let's try to see this particular conditional statement. Then I will go to the practical implementation of it. So as I already told you, whenever you are building any kinds of application, whenever you are implementing any kinds of application, definitely that particular application will have some of the condition, right? So I have given you one Facebook demo. Okay, Facebook application demo. So in Facebook, we are having different actually functionality. Okay, we are having login functionality, we are having sign up functionality. Okay, sign up functionality, and so on. Okay, so let me give you one demo actually. So let's say you are trying to create this particular login functionality. So inside login, I think you know. So first of all, it will ask for your email. Okay, then it will ask for the password. Okay, you have to pass this particular email and password. And if this particular email is correct and this particular password is correct, then it will give you the permission. Okay, it will give you the permission to log in. Okay, otherwise it won't be giving any kinds of permission. Okay, it won't be giving any kinds of permission. It will tell you incorrect. Okay, incorrect credential. That means what is happening, it is creating a branch actually. So if you just consider, let's say this is a login. Okay, this is a login, and as a data you are passing email and password. Okay, password. That means if it is correct, okay, if both of them correct, what is happening, it is giving you the permission. That means successfully login. Okay, successfully login. Otherwise it won't be giving the permission. Okay, it will tell you incorrect. Okay, incorrect. So here you can see it is creating a branch. So whenever you are facing this kinds of branch condition, that means whenever you are getting this kinds of conditional statement, that time you have to use If-Else condition. Okay, If-Else conditional statement inside Python. Okay, so this particular topic will be using that time. That means what is happening, if this particular statement is true, that means it will go to the success. That means it will give you the access. Otherwise it will be false. Okay, that means it won't be successful. So this is called actually conditional statement. Okay, this is called actually conditional statement inside programming. So now let's get back to our code editor and try to understand these particular things with the help of implementation. I think that would be more clear. So guys, I'm going to use another amazing code editor, which is nothing but Microsoft Visual Code Studio. I think you remember we already installed this particular Visual Code Studio. So if you just search here, VS Code, okay, you will see this particular Visual Code Studio. So we'll be using this particular Microsoft Visual Code Studio. And from this particular Microsoft Visual Code Studio, we'll be launching the Jupyter Notebook. With the help of Visual Code Studio also, you can use Jupyter Notebook. So let's see how we can launch this particular Jupyter notebook inside Visual Code Studio. For this, you can right click and you can click on the show more option, and here you will see this particular option called open with code. If you're not able to see, what you can do, just simply open up your Anaconda prompt. Okay, open up your Anaconda prompt. So this is my Anaconda prompt, you can see. So first of all, redirect to the drive. So I'm inside E drive, so I'll just go to the E drive first of all. Then I will redirect to the location. I'll copy the location, and here I'm going to write CD, and I'm going to paste this particular link. And if I hit enter, see, now I'm inside this particular folder. Now if I clear, now see, if you want to open up your Visual Code Studio, so just write this particular command, code space dot. This is the command, guys, you have to write, called code space dot. Now if I hit enter, you'll see that my Visual Code Studio will be open automatically. Otherwise, you can also open it manually. Just right click, show more option, and open code here. Okay, if you just click your open code here, you will see that this particular window will be open. Now I already opened this particular window, so let me close this particular welcome screen, and yeah, everything is fine here. So this is the interface of Visual Code Studio. Now you can see there are so many options. So I'll tell you one by one. These are the functionality. Whenever I need something, definitely I'll tell you. Okay, what is the work of this particular functionality and all. So you can see I have some file here because some previous file I have created here. So far actually we have learned in operator. Okay, operator. I think we did the operator exercise and all. Now here I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so if you want to create a new file here, what you can do? So here is a new file option. You can see this is the button. If you can create a new file here, just click here to create a new file. Now it is asking for the file name. Okay, so this is this is our actually 10th tutorial. So I'll just write 10, and the topic name is If-Else. Okay, If-Else conditional statement. Okay, and the file extension you have to give .ip. Okay, YNB. Okay, why IPYNB means we are trying to create Jupyter notebook file. Okay, it's a IPython notebook. Okay, IPython notebook, we are creating Jupyter notebook. You can see previously the Jupyter notebook file we created, all of the file is like IPYNB, .IPYNB. Okay, so if you are creating IPYNB file, that means you are creating the Jupyter notebook file. Okay, and if you are doing like .py, okay, if you are doing .py, it's a Python file. Sorry, .py, it's a Python file. You can see this particular icon will become Python that time. But I don't need to create Python.py file. I will tell you how to use .py file as well. But as of now, let's create this particular IPYNB file. I'll just write IP. Okay, IP Y N NB, IPYNB. Sorry, it should be IP Y NB. Okay. Now you just simply press enter. This particular file would be created. You can see this particular file is created, and now you're getting the same interface like this particular cell, right? You can add the cell, just click on the code. You can also add the markdown. Okay, everything is possible here. So let me delete all of them. I'll take a new cell. Yeah. Now you can see this particular interface, and this is same here, Jupyter notebook. Now let me zoom this particular cell a little bit. Now the first thing what you have to do, you have to select the kernel. To select the kernel, just click here, select kernel, and you will get this particular option, Python environment. Okay, just click on the Python environment and select this particular base environment. See, by default, you will get this particular base environment. For me, I already created some more environment. This is called virtual environment. I will also tell you what is the virtual environment inside Python. I'll also show you how you can create it. As of now, if you are using Anaconda, you will get this particular environment called base environment. Just try to select this particular base environment. Okay. Now see, this base environment is selected. Now if you want to test it, whether it's working fine or not, just simply do one print statement here. So print, let's say, hello. Now, if you want to execute this particular cell, the same thing, you can press shift and enter. It will execute. Otherwise, there is a button also. Okay, run button. You can also execute it here. Now see, successfully I'm getting the hello message. That means everything is working fine. Now some extension actually you can install. See, it will give you the suggestion. If you're getting the suggestion, just try to install it. Otherwise, just go to the extension market. So this is called extension market, and here you can search any kinds of extension you want to install. Okay, here you can search any kinds of extension you want to install. Let's say I am using Jupyter notebook here, so Jupyter related extension is already there. So just for Jupyter. Okay, Jupyter. So guys, if you search for Jupyter, you will get this particular extension, and this is from Microsoft. So you just need to install it. So for me, I already installed, but for you, there is an install button would be available. Just try to install this particular extension. So this particular extension will give you like more additional actually suggestion and all. So you can use this particular extension. But by default, I think it will give you the suggestion. You can install from the suggestion also. Now let me close it. And here, from here, you can install any kinds of extension. Okay, going forward, I will use lots of extension. I'll tell you how to change the theme and all. Everything I'll show you one by one. Okay. But here, one thing actually you have to do, you have to save this particular code. Okay, every time you have to save this particular code with the help of Control S. Just press Control S, C. Now see this particular white ball, okay, white ball symbol, that means this file is not saved. Now if I press Control S, see now this particular ball would be disappeared. That means this file is saved right now. Now if I add some more code, again you'll see this particular white ball. Okay, that means again you have written something, you have to save it. So again I'll save it. Okay, Control S, now it would be saved. So that's how actually you can play with this particular Jupyter. And this is like more good than your previous Jupyter, because here we can install lots of extension and all, and you can use it. So I personally prepared this particular code editor because in VS Code we are having everything. I don't need to use any other code editor, okay, for my projects and all. So everything I can do here. Now let me just take some new cell. Yeah, everything is fine now. Now if I click here, this particular window would be disappeared. Okay, now here I can write the code. So guys, as I already explained about the if-else conditional statement, like why it is required and why it is useful. So here I'm going to give you one like practical demo. After this particular demo, this part would be more clear. So here I'm going to give you one demo, the same demo, the login, okay, login function, okay, login function demo, okay, login function demo, like the login function demo, like how logging works. So if you're giving any email and password, how it is authenticating. So the same login function demo I'm going to show you, okay. So if your email password is incorrect, that means if your email password is correct, it will give you the login permission. Otherwise, it won't be giving you the login permission. Okay. So this particular code actually will be writing. So here, what I'm going to do here, first of all, user will give me two input. One is like the email, and there is like the password. Okay. And this particular credential I will match. Okay. Now you can ask me, as of now, we don't have any database. Okay, so how we are going to match this particular credential? That means what would be the actual like email and password? How we'll compare that particular statement? Okay, as of now, no need to worry. We'll be keeping everything in a variable. We'll just try to fix one email and password, and that we'll be considering as our actual email and password. Okay, let's say I have one website. Let's say here I can write my website name is Bappy Web. Okay, Bappy Web. So Bappy Web is a website. Okay. Now I'm creating a login functionality of Bappy Web. Okay. Now if you want to enter inside Bappy Web, that means if you want to log in inside Bappy Web, you need like two credentials. One is like email and password. Let's say email is, let's say entbappy23. This is my email, and the password you need, this is the actual password. Okay. Password. Let's say password is 1234. Okay. So this is the actual credential. So let me just comment out. So I'll just write a multi-line comment here. Triple quote, inside triple quote, actually you can mention the multi-line comment. Okay. So this is my actual credential. Okay. Instead of that, if user is giving anything, okay, any other credential, it will throw error. Okay. So now let's try to design this particular program. But before designing this particular program, first of all, let me tell you how to write the if-else statement. Okay. What is the like structure to write the if-else statement? See, in Python, you can write the if-else statement like that. First of all, you have to write if, then you have to define the condition. Okay, condition. Then after that, you have to give this particular clone. You have to give this particular clone symbol. Now, if you press enter, see, this particular cursor will come here. Okay, if you just notice, if I press enter, this particular cursor is coming here. Instead of coming here, it is coming. See, it is coming here in this particular location. So this particular gap you can see. So this is called indentation. Inside Python, actually, we have something called indentation, which is not available in other programming language. In other programming, we define everything in the bracket. Okay, but if you have learned C and C++, I think you know, whenever you define any kinds of if-else condition, you define a bracket like that. Inside bracket, you define the condition and all, right? But in Python, we don't assign like that. In Python, we just give the clone, and if I press enter, it will automatically take the indentation. Okay, you can see it's a tab indentation. If I press tab, see, this particular cursor is coming. That means one tab. Okay, one tab or 4 space. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think, yeah, 4 space. That means either you can use 4 space, either you can use one tab for the indentation. But you don't need to take care of this particular indentation. Python will automatically take care. Just only press enter. And whatever actually this particular cursor is suggesting, just write the code there. Okay. So here I can write something. So write something. Okay, write something. Then once if is done, then you can write the else condition. Okay. Again, I can write something. Okay, I can write something else. So this is the syntax of if-else statement inside Python. Now let's see this particular demo. So here, first of all, what I have to do, guys, as I already told you, first of all, I have to take input like email and password, okay, from the user. So let me take this particular input. I think you know how to take the input. So let me first of all create a variable called email. So email is equal to, I'll take the input from the user, and this particular input should be like a string format, because this is the string data I have to take. Email can be any kinds of string data, right? So here I can write enter your email address. Okay, this is the message I want to show to the user. Then I will also take the password. Okay, password. You can see enter your password. Now if I print them, so I can also print them. So email and password. Okay, email and password. Now let's execute the program. Again, I can press shift and enter. Now see, input will come here. So this particular box is coming here. See, this is the input box is coming here. Now you can pass your email address. So let's say my email address is entbappi. Okay, now if I press enter, see, email I have passed. Now it is asking for the password. Now let me give the password. Let's say 1234. Now if I again press enter, see, now everything is printing in your console. Okay, because I'm using the print function here. That means this particular code is working fine. So the first thing what I have to do, okay, the first thing what I have to do, as I already told you, see, I have taken the data. I have taken the data from the user. Now I have to check. I have to check whether this particular credential is correct or not. If correct, I'll give the success message. Otherwise, I'll give the incorrect message. Okay, this is the idea. So here, I think remember now I have to use this particular conditional statement. First of all, I'll check if, okay, if this particular email, okay, email is equal. This is the assignment operator. Okay, I think you remember we have already talked about this particular assignment operator. Equal. Okay, if this particular email is equal, my actual email address, and okay, and is nothing but it's a logical operator. I think you remember and or not, right? And password. Okay, and password is equal my actual password, which is nothing but 1234. So it has to match this particular two condition. One is the email and there is like password. Okay, if it is matching this particular two condition, then what I will do, I'll just give the permission. That means login successful. Okay, that means login successful. Okay, otherwise in the else condition, here I have written, okay, otherwise else. So inside else, I'll just write invalid credential. Okay, this is the idea. Now see, this program is done. Now let me execute and let me show you whether it's working fine or not. Again, I can press shift and enter. Now here I can pass my email. So copy, and here I'm going to give and enter. Then I'll give the password. See, it is telling login successful. That means this statement is true. That means my data is correct and it is coming to the true statement. Okay, that means successful. That means if this particular statement is true, the program will come here and break. So program won't be go there. That means if your if condition is true, program will just execute and it will break. Okay, your program won't be reading here. Else condition, it won't be executing. But if this particular if statement is failing, that time your program will come here to the else condition and it will execute the program. Let me show you. So if I again execute the program and if I give the credential, let's say now I have given any different mail. Let's say I'll copy. Now instead of let's say 73, I will give 34. And if I hit enter, now let's say password I have given 5678. Now if I hit enter, see, now this is telling invalid credential. That means program is coming here right now. If it is checking and it's not matching, then it is coming inside else condition and this particular else condition is getting printed. Okay, so this is the actually conditional statement inside programming and this is called if-else condition. Okay, this is the if-else condition. So here I think you have noticed we are only having two situations. Like if it is matching, okay, if it is matching, then it will give you the permission. Otherwise, it won't be giving the permission. Only two conditions actually you can check. Okay, here we are only checking two conditions. But whenever you are having more than two conditions, okay, whenever you are having more than two conditions, that time what you can do. So let me give you one demo. What I'm trying to say, let's say this is the login functionality I have created. It only works with the help of two conditions, like if-Elif-Else. Okay, only if and else, right? If-Elif-Else. Now let's say I want to update this particular application and I want to add one more condition here. The condition is, let's say if email is correct, but by mistake actually, let's say password is incorrect. Okay, let's say user has passed a wrong password. So what my application will do, my application will give another chance to the user to log in with that particular web. That means it will give one message called try again. Okay, try again with your password. So let me just draw this particular diagram again. I think that would be more understandable. So here I can draw this particular diagram. So this is my login. Okay, login application. So it will take two things, email and password. Okay, email and password. So if my email is true and my password is true, that means email is correct and password is correct, what will happen? It will go to this particular condition. Okay, that means it will give you one success message. Okay, success message. Or else if your email is, let's say, incorrect and password is also incorrect, it will go to this particular condition, incorrect. Okay, incorrect. Or else if my email is correct only, okay, if my email is correct only and password is wrong, it will give me another condition. Please try again. Okay, please try again. Now you can see I'm having more than two condition here. The first one, it was having two condition, only true and false. That means if and else. Now in this case, actually I'm having more than two condition. You can see the first condition, second condition, and the third condition. So in this case, actually how we can handle this particular situation with the help of if-else statement inside Python. Okay, so there is another actually keyword inside Python, which is nothing but elif. Okay, we can use elif condition in this particular case. So what I can do, I can copy this particular program as it is. I can copy, and here I can take a new cell. Okay, I can take a new cell, and here I can paste this particular code. So now let me show you how we can write the elif condition. See, after if, you can write the elif condition. So you just need to assign this particular keyword called elif. Okay, after elif, you have to define this particular clone, and inside that you can write something. Okay, inside that you can write something. That means if, elif, and else. That means three condition. Now let's say you want to add four condition. That time what you can do, again you can write another elif here. Okay, you can write another elif here. That's how you can write as much elif you want. Okay, let's say you need thousands elif, you can also add thousands elif here. Okay, so that's how actually you can handle multiple condition. If you're having multiple condition, let's say more than two condition, you can use elif in this particular case. So I only need one elif, so I will just remove this particular elif as of now. Okay, I only need three condition in this particular case. So here what I will do, I'll update this particular program. So as you can see, already two statement is written. So if my credential is correct, that means email and password is correct, it will give me a successful message. Otherwise it will give me the invalid credential. That means this particular two statement is already written, success and incorrect. Okay, now I need to add this particular new condition. So to add this particular new condition, what I can do, guys, I can use this particular elif statement. Okay, here I can write elif. Okay, elif. Now inside elif, I'll just write if my email is correct. Okay, if my email is equal, if my email is equal my actual email. Okay, my actual email, and password. Okay, password is not equal to, password is not equal to. Okay, password is not equal to. So this is a relational operator, I think, remember, not equal to, greater than, okay, then lesser than. So my password is not equal to 1 to 3. So what will happen, I'll just tell the user, please try again. Okay, please try again. This is the message I want to show. Okay, this is the message I want to show. Now let's see whether this particular programming is working fine or not. Again, I will execute the program, and it is asking for the email address. Let's say I'll give the email. See, email I have given. Now I'll give the password. If my password is correct, see, it will show the login successful. Now if I again execute the program, and if I now give the wrong email address, okay, let's say wrong email address, let's say I will give 44@gmail.com and wrong password. Okay, wrong password. You'll see that it will tell invalid credential. That means it is coming else condition. Okay, now if I just only give the invalid password, okay, invalid password, let's say my email is correct, and now password is not correct, let's say 3, 4, and 5, and if I hit enter, now you can see that it is telling please try again. That means it is coming inside elif condition. Now I think this part is clear. Okay, how this particular multi-condition is working. Okay, if you have multi-condition, how we can handle this particular situation. Now let's say I want to again update this particular application. I want to add some more functionality. So what is the functionality I want to add? Let me tell you. See, whenever it is giving me this particular please try again message, that means one chance, again another chance, right? What I have to do, again I'll take data. That means only password I will take, because email is already correct here. Email is already correct. So here I only need to take the password, that is the correct password. Again here what I will do, I'll check the condition. If this particular password is correct, I'll give the success message. Okay, I'll give the success message. Otherwise, I'll give incorrect. Okay, that means inside a condition. Okay, that means inside a condition, again I'm adding another condition. Okay, you can see, first of all one condition is applying. I'm applying. Then again inside that particular condition, I'm again applying another condition. If this particular password is correct, I'll give the permission yes, otherwise I'll give the permission no. Okay, that means incorrect. So this is called actually nested condition, and we can also handle this particular nested condition inside if-else statement. So how to write this particular nested if-else? So for this, I can copy this particular code as it is, and here I can again take a new cell, and inside that I can paste. Okay, everything is fine. Now this is the code of nested. So here I can create a markdown as well. So this is my nested condition. Okay, conditions. So here I can mark down this particular line, nested condition. See here everything is fine. Only the change I have to do, whenever it is telling please try again, it will ask for the password. Okay, it will ask for the password from the user. So here I can modify. So in the elif condition, whenever it is telling please try again, and after that it will ask for the password again. So I'll just take this particular password variable, and inside that I'll give a message. Okay, input. I'll take an input, and here I can write enter the correct password. Okay, again enter the correct password again. This is the message I want to show. And why I have taken this particular password variable as it is, because you can see the previous password user has given, it is incorrect. So I'm replacing with the new one. Okay, I'm replacing with the new one. That means the same variable I'm using. Okay, so once user has given the password, so then I will check the condition. Okay, I'll check the condition. I'll just write if. Okay, if this particular password, the given password, it is correct. Okay, that means my actual password, that means 1234. So what I will do, I'll just show success. Okay, otherwise in the else condition, I'll just write wrong. Okay, I'll just write wrong. So this is the simple code I have written. You can see inside a condition. Okay, inside a condition I'm writing another condition. So this is called actually nested condition, nested if-else condition. Okay, so inside that also you can write another if-else. Okay, inside that also you can write another if-else. Okay, again you can add as much layer as you can. So you can, so here you can add like so many layer of if-else conditions, so many layer of nested. But whenever you will be applying so many like layer, it will be more complex. It will become more complex. But I have seen like people are using more than 2 or 3 layer. But if you need, sometimes you can also add it here. Okay, inside a condition you can add another condition. Okay, it's possible here. And this concept called is nested condition. Now I think this part is clear. Now let's say if I execute this particular program, yeah, everything is fine. Now if I execute this particular program, now it is asking for the email. So let's say I already showed you the work mechanism of this particular application. Now I will only check this particular else condition. Okay, elif condition. So here I will give the correct email address. Okay, and the wrong password. Let's say 345. So it will tell me. You can see enter the correct password. You can see the output is please try again, and now it is telling enter the correct password again. That means now you can see this particular code is running inside this particular elif condition. Now it is asking for the password. Enter the correct password again. So I'll just give the correct password 1234. Okay, now if I hit enter, now I'll see that success message. Okay, that means this particular statement has been executed. Okay, that means my code is working fine. Okay, code is working fine. Let's also check for this particular wrong message as well. So I'll give the success. I'll give the actual email and the wrong password. Now it is asking for the correct password. Again, I will give the wrong password. It will show me wrong. Okay, that means this particular statement has been executed. That means this particular program is working fine. Okay, so here what are the things we have learned in this particular video? We have learned about the conditional statement inside Python, that means if-else. We have also seen like if we have multiple condition, more than 2 condition, we can use elif. Okay, elif keyword. And if you want to add some more condition, okay, if you want to add some more condition inside a condition, at that time we can do nested condition. Okay, nested if-else we can use. So I hope guys this particular concept is clear right now, and you have understood this particular if-else condition, that means the conditional statement inside Python. And in the next video we'll be doing some more actually exercise. I hope this particular exercise will help you to understand this particular concept in more detail. So if you have liked this particular video, so please try to share it. With that guys, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, first of all I would like to congratulate you. You have successfully completed this Python course. So far we have completed so many topics inside Python, and apart from that I think there is nothing you have to learn inside Python. So please try to master these other topic, whatever topic I just taught you, because always remember practice makes perfect. Unless and until you are not doing practicing, you are not implementing something from your end, this would be very much difficult for you. So in this video I will give you some future advice, like what you can do after completing the Python. See, the first advice I can give you, practice. So there are different websites actually you can do the practice. So I already showed you one website called HackerRank. So please try to create one account in HackerRank, and there you will see different problem statement with respect to the topic you have learned. So try to solve different problem statement there, and the solution is also available, but don't try to see the solution. First of all, try to attempt, then try to complete it. Then there is another amazing website you can follow called LeetCode. So LeetCode will help you if you want to be a SD, that means software developer engineer. So that time LeetCode will help you a lot, because in LeetCode actually will get advanced kinds of question, and you will also have something called data structure and algorithm related question. Okay, but first of all I will suggest you start with HackerRank. Then if you feel like okay now I'm good with the problem solving, then you can start with the LeetCode, because LeetCode is a little bit advanced than your HackerRank. Okay, this is the idea. Apart from that, just try to implement different projects. Just try to get different project idea, try to solve your day-to-day life problem use cases. Okay, that's how also you can practice the Python programming language. And after doing this, if you feel like now I'm in a position I can solve any kinds of problem statement, now we can start with any kinds of domain. Either you can start with data science. So in data science you can learn machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, okay, natural language processing, everything you can learn, okay, with the help of Python, because inside this particular domain Python is being used. So if you see anywhere people are using Python inside data science domain, okay, inside artificial intelligence domain. So if you are interested in data science, if you want to be a data scientist, so please explore this data science as well. Okay, and no need to worry, in this channel I will also start data science related actually playlist. So you can also follow this particular channel if you want to be a data scientist. Then the second thing, you can start with web development. If you're interested learning web development, so you can also start with web development with the help of Python. So inside Python we are having some framework like Flask is there, Django is there, Fast API is there, Falcon is there. With the help of that you can perform the web development. Okay, you can do the web development, so you can also explore web development. Then I told you if you want to be a software developer, you can also use Python programming language, because whenever you will be going for any kinds of, let's say, product based company, there they will tell you which programming language actually you are good with. That time you can tell them I am good with Python, so they will give you the Python language to choose, and that time you can choose the Python and you can solve different problem statement. And again, if you want to be a software developer engineer, so you have to learn another concept called DSA, okay, data structure and algorithm. So here actually you have to learn some more advanced technique inside the programming, like how to handle the time complexity, how to handle the, let's say, space complexity, how to use efficient algorithm, okay, for a particular, let's say, product. That's how actually you have to learn. These are the thing. And no need to worry, even in this YouTube channel also I'll start this DSA concept as well with the help of Python, so that you can also learn here. So yes, this is the actually future advice I can give you guys. And again, I'm telling you, just try to practice, because just you have completed the playlist and now you need lots of practice. Okay, unless and until you are not practicing, things would be more difficult. Always try to remember one thing, consistency is the key here. If you are consistent enough, so you can achieve your success. With that guys, thank you so much for completing this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, in this particular video we'll be doing some exercise of this particular conditional statement. In our previous video we already understood this particular conditional statement, that means if-else condition inside Python.
how this particular if-else works and all. So in this particular video, let's do some practical exercise so that this particular concept would be more clear. So now here I'm going to create a file, but I'm not going to create a Jupyter Notebook file. I'm going to create a Python file here because so far we have written the code inside Jupyter Notebook. Now let's try to write the code inside .py file. That means the Python file. Okay, so if you want to create a Python file, just click here. So this is a button. You can create the file here. I'll just click here. Now give the name of this particular file. So let's say this is our 11 number tutorial, and I'll just name this particular file. I'll just name this particular file conditional statement exercise. Okay, .py. But if you're creating any dot file, make sure there won't be any kinds of space. So or what you can do, you can replace this particular space with underscore. Okay, this particular underscore symbol you can give because if you give the space, so whenever you will execute that particular file with your command prompt, so it may create some issue. So that's why we don't keep any kinds of space whenever we create a .py file. But if you're creating any Jupyter Notebook file, that time you can mention the space. Okay, so these are some actually suggestion from Python side. So that is what actually I'm telling you. So now let me create this particular file. So conditional statement exercise.py. Okay, so guys, that's how actually your .py file looks like. Okay, there won't be any kinds of cell. If I open my previous actually file, you can see this is a notebook file. So here actually I was to get cell. Okay, cell to execute the code. But whenever I'm actually taking this particular .py file, so this is the Python scripting file. So here you won't be getting any kinds of cell. It would be completely okay. It would be completely actually you can say a text editor. Okay, like code editor. So inside that you have to write the code. So now let's try to write the code inside this particular .py file. So if you just write a couple of time in this particular .py file, it should be very much familiar with you, because this particular file is so important, because going forward, whatever actually projects will be doing, everything will be doing inside .py file, because this is the professional file. Okay, and the notebook file actually we use for the experiment purpose. Let's say if I want to do experiment, if I want to test something, if I'm learning something, that time this particular notebook file is fine. But whenever you will be doing the actual project implementation, actual coding and all, that time actually you will be using this particular .py file. Okay, so that's why I'm showing you each and everything, so that everything would be like comfortable to you. Going forward, actually you won't be like surprised, okay, why I'm using this particular file and all. Okay, because going forward we'll be doing so many projects, so many Python projects, we'll be also doing end-to-end projects and all. So everything I'll be writing inside this particular file only. So inside this file also you have to save the code. You can see this particular white ball. That means if I want to, that means I want to press Ctrl S. After pressing Ctrl S, this particular file would be saved. Okay, so now let me hide this particular window. I don't need. So here the first exercise actually will be doing. So here I can write. So here you can see the exercise, guys. Here I have to find the minimum of 3 given number. Let's say you are having 3 number. Let's say you are having 1, 2, and 3. Now what is the minimum value? Okay, what is the minimum number between this particular 3 actually value you have given? You can see minimum number is 1. Okay, minimum number is 1. So I have to check this particular condition. Okay, user will give 3 number. In that particular 3 number, I have to find out the minimum number. Okay, so here actually I have to apply the conditional statement, because I think you are getting, because here we are only looking for the minimum number. Okay, minimum number, and again it's a condition. Okay, again it's a condition, because from the 3 number I have to find out that particular minimum number. So how to write this particular program? So first of all, what I have to do, I have to take the input from the user, like 3 number user will provide. So let's take the input. So let's say num1 is equal to let's say I want to take integer number only. So everything I'll try to convert is in integer. So input, and inside that I'll just write a message, enter your enter. I'll just write enter first number. Okay, enter first number. Then I'll also take 2 more number, num2, enter the second number. Then I'll take number 3, enter third number. Fine. Then now I have to check the condition. If see how we can check the condition. First of all, check the condition number 1 with respect to number 2 and 3. First of all, try to check whether this particular number 1 is lesser than number 2 or 3 or not. Okay, if it is, okay, if this particular condition is true, then try to print that particular number 1, because I can see if this particular number 1 is less than number 2 and 3, that means definitely it's a smaller number. Okay, so here you can write like that: if number 1 is less than number 2, okay, and
you can see I'm using logical operator, and here I'm using relational operator. Okay, see all the operator concept, everything we have learned, okay, in our previous videos and all, everything is getting utilized. So this is what actually programming. Okay, programming is nothing but you are only understanding the basics of programming syntax, and you are building the logic, okay, by yourself. Okay, you are thinking, okay, how it can be done, and if you want to grasp that particular knowledge, you will become a good programmer. Okay, programming is not about like you have to memorize everything. Okay, memorization doesn't work, guys. So please try to be with the logic implementation always. Whatever syntax actually I'm writing, everything is available over the internet. If you search like if else statement inside Python, you will get it, how to write it properly if you forget it. But only what you have to build, you have to build a logic building. Okay, not logic building actually mentality. So that if I'm giving any kinds of problem statement, first of all try to design, first of all try to think how I can approach this particular problem statement. Okay, whatever concept I have learned, can I use that particular concept or not? Okay, so that's how we have to think. Okay, so here you can see I'm just writing number 1 is lesser than number 2, and number 1 is lesser than number 3. Okay, now you can see this particular program is like very easy to read. I already told you, if you understand English language, you can easily code in Python, because again we are writing English text only here, right? That's the things. And the indentation makes this Python so beautiful, because with the help of indentation this code would be more readable. Okay, that's why Python use indentation instead of using bracket and all. Okay, so that your code would be more clean and actually easy to understand. Okay, that's the idea. Now if this particular condition is true, that means my smallest number is, here I can just write smallest, or I can just write minimum. Okay, minimum number is minimum number is number 1. Okay, number 1. But if this particular condition is not true, because you can see I'm having multiple condition here, more than 2 condition. Now I have to check for the number 2 as well. Okay, now you can see number 1 is lesser than number 2 and number 3. Okay, if this particular condition is true, that means minimum number is number 1. Now if this particular number 1 is not smallest, definitely number 2 would be smallest. Okay, now let's try to give another condition. So here you can use elif condition. Now just simply check num2 is less than number 1, and number 2 is less than number 3. Okay, number 3. So if it is, so your minimum number would be number 2. Okay, minimum number will be number 2. Now you can see I have checked for 1 and 2, but 3 is left. Now you can see already I have checked all the condition. Okay, if this particular 2 condition is not matching, so definitely my number 3 is my smallest number. So instead of writing inside elif condition, I can write in the else condition. So here I'll just write else. My minimum number would be number 3. Okay, so this is a simple program actually I have written with the help of conditional statement. Now let me execute this particular program. Now if you want to execute any kinds of program inside .py file, what you can do, you can install one extension. So there is an extension market, just search for code runner. Okay, search for code runner. So there is an extension, you will get something called code runner. So if you search for code runner, guys, you will get this particular extension. You have to install it. Okay, see, for me I have already installed, so it's showing uninstall. Okay, but for you, you have to install it. So after installing this particular code runner, so let me just close it. So what you have to do, you have to click on this particular setting option. You can see this gear icon, just click here and go to the settings. Okay, go to the settings, and here just search for run in terminal. Okay, run in terminal. So here you will get one option, code runner run in terminal. Just try to activate, try to check mark this particular option. Then after that, just try to close it. Okay, now just click here. You have to click in this particular run code option. Now if I click here, now see my code has run. Now here I can pass the input. So let's say you can see it is asking for the input. So let's say my first number is 1, and second number is 2, and third number is 3. Now you can see minimum number is 1. Minimum number is 1. Okay, that means it's working fine. So there is another way you can execute the code. So for this, what you can do, so click on the view, and you will see one option called terminal. Okay, just click on the terminal. Now see your terminal will open. Now what you can do, you can take this particular command prompt. Okay, just click here. There is an arrow icon. Just click here and try to take this particular command prompt. Okay, command prompt, not any other terminal. Try to take the command prompt. So I'll take the command prompt here. Okay, now previous one I can delete it. Okay, now see, this is my command prompt. Now here I can clear and I can execute this particular program. So what is the file name? File name is conditional statement exercise.py. So to execute this particular file, you have to write one command called Python. You are telling the Python, I have to execute this particular file. So file name is 11.conditional. Okay, conditional. See, if I just write 11.con and if I press tab from my keyboard, okay, if I press tab from my keyboard, see, it will autocomplete. Okay, it will autocomplete. Now, if I press enter, see, again, my program has executed. Now, if I give the number, let's say 3, 4, and 5, you can see minimum number is 3. Okay, that means it's working fine. So every time you can execute like that. So now if I want to again execute this particular file, what I will do, I'll press the up arrow key from my keyboard. Now see, if I press the up arrow key, it will automatically take that particular command from the history. Okay, now if I again execute, I can give the number, let's say 6, 7, and 8. See, minimum number is 6. That means this particular program is working fine. And that's how you can write the code inside your .py file. And you can execute from the code runner. Either you can execute from your terminal. Okay, so this is called terminal execution. So this particular terminal execution I personally prefer, because going forward we'll be doing the projects and I'll try to use the terminal, okay, instead of using the code runner. Because what I feel like, if you become professional, so you can use this particular terminal, and if you're beginner, you can use the code runner, because code runner is like very beginner friendly, functionality, what I feel like. Okay, so this is what actually you can do, guys. And this is our first exercise. I think you like this particular exercise. Now let's do the next exercise. So what I will do, I'll just try to comment this particular code in a multi-line comment. I'll just try to comment, because inside this particular file only I'll write the next exercise. Okay, I've commented. See, if you want to uncomment, what you can do, just try to remove this particular triple quotation. Okay, then you can execute this particular code. Now I'll copy this particular exercise 1, and here I'll try to mention my second exercise, and the exercise name would be ATM machine, okay, menu. So we'll try to create one ATM machine menu. Okay, I think you know inside ATM machine what are the menu actually we are having. I'll tell you what are the menu actually you can create here. So in a ATM machine, guys, I think you know we have some of the actually functionality. So first of all, let's say what we can do in ATM machine. We can change the pin. We can do the pin change. Then second, what we can do, we can, let's say, do the balance check. Then third, what we can do, we can withdraw the money. Okay, withdraw. Then fourth, what we can do, we can deposit the money. Deposit. And fifth, what we can do, we can exit from the machine. Okay, we can exit from the machine. Apart from that, some more functionality are available inside the ATM machine, but let's say as of now we are considering these are the functionality only. Now you can see I am having like different functionality. Okay, now if I want to use the conditional statement, so I have to use multi-conditional statement at that time, right? So first of all, what I have to do, I have to take the input from the user, like what they want to do, whether they want to change the pin, whether they want to check the balance, or they want to withdraw the money, deposit the money, or exit. Okay, so first of all, I'll take the input. So I'll take one variable called menu, and here I'm going to take an input. Okay, input from the user, and here I'm going to just write. See, here I'm going to write a bigger message, and I told you, if you're having any bigger string, that means multi-line string, at that time, no need to take this particular single quotation. Okay, single quotation. Instead of that, what you can do, you can take this particular triple quotation that time. Okay, inside triple quotation, you can just write this particular multi-line string. Okay, now see, inside that I can write multi-line string. So here, first of all, I'll just write hi there, welcome to ATM. Okay, please choose one for enter, one for pin change. Okay, now number 2, I'll give enter 2 for balance check. Okay, now I'll give enter 3 for withdraw. So this is my input, and these are the functionality. That means this message actually user will get. So let me show you. If I execute this particular program, so I can simply print this particular menu. Fine. Now if I execute this particular program, if I want to execute, what I have to do, I'll just execute this particular file. Okay, I think you remember the same command.
So just press up arrow key. So Python, this particular file name. Okay, you can see this particular file name. Now if I execute, see, it is giving me this particular message. Hi there, welcome to ATM. Please choose. So enter 1 for pin change, 2 for balance check, 3 for withdraw, 4 for deposit, and 5 for exit. Now say if I want to give 1, I can give 1 and I can press enter. See, 1 is getting printed because I'm printing this particular menu, right? So now what I will do, I'll just try to check this particular number, whatever number user is giving. Let's say if they're giving 1. So what I have to do, I have to show them like pin changed. If they're giving actually 2, I have to show them balance check. Okay, if they're giving 3, withdraw, 4, deposit, and 5, exit. Okay, so for this, I have to use one. I have to use one if-else statement. Okay, so here simply I can write. So first thing I will check if menu, okay, menu is equal. So again, I'm using relational operator. You can see. So here you can see again, I'm using relational operator. I think you already learned about this particular relational operator. If menu is equal 1, okay, that means what it will print. It will print pin change. Okay. Elif menu equal to, it will print I think balance check. Okay, balance check. Now I'll copy. And if menu is equal to 3, that means it will print withdraw. And if menu is equal to 4, that means it will print deposit. See, this is the last one, so I don't need to take the elif again. So I can use the simply else operation. Okay, else print exit. Okay, exit. So my program is ready. You can see this is the program I have written. So first of all, I'm taking the input from the user and I'm checking whether this particular input is 1. If it is 1, that means pin change, 2 balance check, 3 withdraw, 4 deposit, and if 5, that means else, it's exit. Okay, now let me execute this particular program. I'll first of all save, save this particular program with the help of Ctrl S. Now I'll open up my terminal. Let me clear. Okay, now again I can execute this particular program. Now see, it is asking for hi there, enter something. So let's say I want to do the pin change. I'll just write 1, and if I hit enter, you will see pin change. Okay, pin change has been executed. That means this particular condition has been executed. Here this program has been executed and program has been break. Okay, it won't be reading these are the condition that time. Okay, now let's say again if I execute this particular program, and now if I'm giving 2, so balance check has been executed. You can see this particular program has been executed. So that's how you can give 3, 4, 5 and so on. So yes guys, so this is all about from this particular video. I did this particular 2 exercise. Now what you can do guys, you can do exercise by yourself. So what you can do, you can create a calculator, multifunctional calculator. I think I showed you the operator, right? Like addition, subtraction, division, multiplication. So with the help of that, actually you can create a multifunctional calculator. So what you have to do, first of all, take actually 2 number from the user. Okay, first of all, take 2 number from the user and also take one operator. Like what is the operator actually, what is the operation actually they want to do? Let's say they want to do addition operation. If they're passing the addition operation, do the addition. If they're giving a subtraction operation, do the subtraction operation. Okay, the way actually your calculator takes the input. So that's how actually you can create a multifunctional calculator with the help of this particular same logic. Okay, so this should be the task guys. You can complete this particular task and you can comment that particular code inside this particular comment section. Just try to copy the code and comment it. Okay, inside the comment section, I'll try to check it out. Okay, and if your program is correct, I'll just ping that particular comment, okay, in front of everyone so that they can also able to see your code. So with that guys, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about modules in Python. So first of all, let me tell you what is modules inside Python, why it is required.
See, if you have already worked with other programming language, let's say C, C++, I think you remember you used to define one header library on top of the program, like hash included htt.h. So these kinds of header library you used to define, right? So this is called actually library in other programming language. But inside Python, we call that particular library as module. Okay, so what is module? Module is nothing but it's a file. Okay, it's a file. Inside this particular file, already some code is written. Okay, already some code is written. So we don't need to write that particular code from scratch. Okay, already this particular code is written by the other programmer. So what we have to do, we have to import that particular module. Okay, we have to import that particular module, and we can use that particular code functionality, okay, as a function or as a method, okay, whatever you can consider. You can call that particular function and method from that particular module, and you can use them in your code. Just give me some times, I will show you one example. I think that would be more clear, but as of now, try to consider module is a file. Inside the particular file, some other programmer has already written the code for you, and that particular code you can use in your work, okay, without any kinds of hesitation, without any kinds of permission. Okay, you don't need to take any permission because all the modules are available. It's completely free for you. Okay, so you can use them in your code. So let's get back to our code editor and try to understand this particular module in Python. So here I'm going to create a Jupyter notebook file. So this is the number 12 tutorial, and I'm going to name this particular file is modules in Python .ipynb, because it's a Jupyter notebook file I want to take. Okay. Now the first thing, guys, what we have to do, I think you remember, the first thing we have to select the kernel. So here is the option, select the kernel. I'll select the base kernel. Okay, that's it. Now see, inside Python, we are having two kinds of modules. So let me just note it down. I'll take a markdown here. See, the first module we are having called built-in. Okay, built-in module. Okay, built-in module. You can also call it as package. Okay, you can also call it as package. It can be also call it as module. Also, you can call it as package. Okay, both you can call. Then we are having something called external. Okay, external module or package. So I'll just keep it in a markdown, and I'll delete this particular cell. Yeah, fine. Now if I just execute, so now you can see inside Python we're having two kinds of module or package called built-in modules and external module, okay, or external package. So what is built-in module? Built-in module is nothing but, okay, built-in module is nothing but it is already available. It is already available inside your Python, so you don't need to install it separately. Okay, we can also install the package, or we can also install this particular module. I'll tell you how to install it. For this we'll be using something called pip concept. So I'll discuss this part in detail, how we can install any kinds of package with the help of pip package. Okay, I'll tell you. So as of now, just try to remember, built-in modules and packages are the actually file which is already available inside your Python. You don't need to install separately. And what is external modules and package? External modules is the package actually you have to install, okay, from the internet, from any other actually website. This is called external. Okay, it is not available inside your Python, so we have to manually install that. Okay, this is called external module. So in this particular video, we'll be exploring some of the built-in modules. Okay, now if you want to get to know what are the built-in modules are available, now if you want to get to know how many built-in modules are available inside Python, you can simply go to Google and search for built-in. Okay, built-in module in Python. So there is an official website you will get. So if you open this particular Python official website, so you will get this particular actually page. Let me zoom this particular page. Now you can see that these are the modules are available. There are so many built-in modules are available inside Python. So all of them we don't need to learn. I'll show you some of them, like how it works. Okay, but if you want to export, if you need something later on, you can simply go to this particular documentation and you can get to know, okay, how this particular package works. Let's say I want to export this particular ABC package. I'll click here. See all the code snippet, everything they have written. Okay, everything they have written, all the explanation they have given. Okay, if you need it, you can just come here and you can read it and you can use this particular package, okay, in your code. But this is recommended actually. No need to export all of the package, okay, available over the Python actually inside Python, because see, as a human, it's not possible to remember everything, right? So we only need to learn those packages actually, or let's say those module which is required for our code, okay, which is required, let's say, for our projects and all. Okay, we'll be only exploring that part only. So from this particular list, I'll be showing you 3 to 4 actually module, how we can use them, how we can import them. So if you understand that particular concept, I think this would be more clear how you can use any kinds of module and package inside Python, right? Now you can see these are some module. So again, these are the module. Okay, you can see base 64 and all. Now we are having so many module you can see. So date time is there. Okay, we'll be using this particular date time today. And we are having, you can see so many module. So we'll be also exploring math module because these are the very important module. See, all of the module we don't need. So only you just need to learn the important module. Okay, we'll be using in our code going forward. So see, so many modules are available. So many modules are available. So there is another module called random. I think it is available in the R section. Yeah, random module is also there. Okay, so we'll be exploring these are the module one by one. Okay. So what I can do, I can get back to my code editor and let me just list down what are the modules we'll be exploring today. So in this particular video, we'll be exploring, these are the module. You can see math, keywords, random, and date time. So these are the modules are available inside this particular list. You can check it out. Okay. So first of all, let's try to explore this particular math. Okay. See, I think you know what is math, right? So if you want to perform any kinds of mathematical operation, you can use this particular math module because inside this particular math module, all kinds of code is already written. Let me give you one simple example. Let's say if I want to import this particular math module, so what I have to do in Python, we are having one keyword called import. Okay, import means I want to import this particular module. I want to import this particular module inside my code editor. Okay, inside my program, right? So here I'll simply write the package name. Okay, so this is a markdown file. I'll just try to delete and I'll take a code cell here. I'll take a code cell. Yeah, fine. So first of all, I need to define this particular import and the module name, that means the package name. So the package name is math. You can see it is already suggesting. If you just wait, if you just press M and wait, you will see it will give you the suggestion. Now I will import this particular math. Okay, math module. You can see this particular math module has been imported. Now see, instead of math, if you give any other name, let's say I'm giving math 1 2 3 4. Now see, this particular module is not available inside your Python. That's why this particular color is coming. Okay, yellow color is coming. It is giving you the warning. This thing actually is wrong. Okay, you are trying to write this particular statement. It is wrong. Now see, if I hit enter, it will throw you error. No module name math 1 2 3 4. But if I just delete this 1 2 3 4, now if I only keep the math and now if I execute this particular program, see, it is working fine. That means this particular math module is available inside my Python. Okay, that is the idea. Now see, I have successfully imported this particular math. There is no output because it will load that particular functionality. All the codes we are having inside math, okay, it will load the functionality. Now if you want to check what kinds of code they have written, what you can do, just press Ctrl from your keyboard and just left click. Okay, you can see the left click of your mouse. If you just do it, you will see that this particular math file would be opened. This particular math file would be opened. You can see this is a Python file. And see all the code they have written inside that. All the code, you can see the cosine calculation, cos calculation, okay, exponential calculation, Fibonacci calculation, okay, gamma calculation, then square root calculation, okay, log calculation. See all the code they have written. All the code they have written inside this particular module. Okay, so you don't need to write this particular code from scratch. Let's say you want to perform square root operation. Let's say I don't have the math module. What I have to do, I have to write that particular code from scratch. Okay, so that's why we use this particular module. In module, actually, we already have like written code. We'll be only using it. So this is called code reusability. That means someone is already written the code for me. I'm reusing that particular code in my functionality, right? This is the idea. Now you can see all the implementation, and going forward you will see like how we can also implement this particular module. We'll be implementing our own module and we'll be hosting that particular module in the PyPy website. Okay, and from there actually you can install that particular module. Even other people also can use your module. Okay, they can also install your module. We'll be learning each and everything, no need to worry. So as of now, just try to consider module is a file. Inside that some code is already written by the other developer and you have to use it as a function. Okay, now let me close this particular file. Yeah, now let's say I want to perform square root operation. So what I will do, I'll just call this particular module name math, and if I press dot and if I wait, see, it is suggesting all the functionalities having. It is suggesting all the functionalities having, like what are the things you can do. You can see we can do actually cosine, tan, cos, exponential, then gamma. Okay, everything we can perform. All the mathematical operation we can perform. Let's say I want to perform square root. Okay, you can see square root is available. You can also search here. Square root as thing sq, okay, rt, square root. See, square root, and this is a function. You have to give this particular parenthesis because I already taught him now. I already told you like what is the function, when how we define the function with the help of this particular parenthesis. Okay, and inside that if you give any number, let's say I want to calculate the square root of, let's say 24, square root of 24. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that this is the square root of 24. Okay, now I can give any other number. Let's say I want to give 196. You can see this is the square root of this particular number. Okay, you can also calculate any other things. Let's say I will import this particular math, and let's say I want to do the factorial. Okay, if I do the factorial of 4. Now see, this is the factorial of 4. That's how we can do different mathematical operation. Now if you want to learn what are the functionalities having, just press dot and wait. Let's say press dot and wait. See, all the functionality will come here. Apart from that, you can also go to this particular website and just figure out this particular math module. See, this is the math module. Just go inside that. See, all the functionality they have given as a code example as well. Okay, inside this particular documentation. Okay, documentation you can check. You can check this particular documentation. Okay, everything they have written here. So this should be my suggestion, guys. Side by side, also try to refer the documentation. Try to make a habit to read the documentation. This will make you a good programmer, because see, in a programming actually sector, every day they're coming new things. They're updating the functionality and all. So it's better to always keep updated with the documentation, because as a mentor, I can only show you like what are the things actually is required in your journey. But going forward, whenever you are in the industry, whenever let's say there is a requirement, you have to use some new functionality, definitely you have to learn that particular concept by yourself. Okay, and that's why self-learning is super important. Always try to be be a good explorer. Try to explore different actually documentation, different content, so that you can learn more about this particular programming. Okay, don't rely on the mentor. Apart from mentor, try to explore something from your end. Definitely you will become a good programmer. That should be always my suggestion. Okay, so yes, I think you got it, like how to use the module. Okay, and how we can use different functionality of the module, and what is the use of the module. Okay, see, with the help of this particular module, we can easily write our code and we can easily get the output. Otherwise, I could have written this particular code from scratch. Now, if you want to see like how factorial is working, how a square root is working, how they have written the code, simply just press Ctrl and again left click. Okay, from your mouse, you'll see that this particular function would be open, and here you can see this particular code. Okay, here you can see this particular code. Okay, that's how you can explore their implementation as well. See, in Python, everything is open. It's an open source language. It's not like that they have hidden that particular code. You can see everything, each and everything you can see. Okay, that's how you can also contribute in their code. Let's say you have implemented one new functionality in this particular module. What you can do, you can also add them. You can also add them so that other people can use them. Okay, other people can use that particular let's say functionality. That is the idea. Okay, that's how you also need to do the open source contribution always. Okay, this will make your profile very good that time. So now let's explore this particular keyword. Okay, keyword package. So if you want to use keyword package, so just try to write this particular keyword, import keyword. Now if I press enter, see, it's working fine. Now let's say I want to see all the keywords are available inside Python. So simply what you can do, just call this particular keyword and just press dot, and there is a attribute you will get called keyword list. Okay, that means keyword list. Now see, if I press enter, see all the keywords it's printing, all the keywords it's printing available inside Python. I already showed you one chart, I think you remember whenever I was discussing about the keywords variable and all, right? That time I told you like false, none, true, as, assert, okay, since, avoid, break. So these are the keywords that are available inside Python. Okay, apart from that, there are so many functionality you can see. If you just press keyword and press dot, you will see all the functionalities are available. So what you can do, guys, you can simply execute all the functionality one by one, and you can get to know, okay, what it will suggest and all, right? And all the code would be available inside the resources section. From there, actually, you can download and you can execute in your system. But I will suggest just try to write the code with me. So this will make you a practical skill more good, okay, than just executing my code, okay, one by one. Just if you're a beginner, if you're learning coding, definitely you have to write the code from scratch, then you will be learning a lot. Fine. So now let me delete this particular cell. Now the next module will be exploring about random. Okay, so random is another module. So with the help of this particular random module, we can do so many things. So going forward, we'll be using this particular random module a lot because going forward, we'll be creating lots of projects. There actually will be using this particular random module. See, inside random module, we are having one amazing function. Let me show you. So let's say random. Let's say I want to generate random numbers. Okay, from let's say 1 to 100. Okay, in between I want to generate a random number, so I can use this particular function called rand rand int. Okay, rand int. Inside that, I need to mention the range. Let's say I want to generate from 1 to 100. In between, it will generate a random number. If I execute this particular program, see 9. Now, if I again execute this particular program, it will generate 16. Now, 47. That means it is generating random number every time. Okay. Apart from randit, actually there are so many functions. Again, you can check. Then we'll be exploring another amazing package called datetime. So datetime is also one amazing actually and most used actually module in Python. So it's nothing but datetime. Okay. Import datetime. Yeah. Now let's say I want to print the current date and time. Okay. So what you can do, simply just call this particular method datetime dot datetime. Okay. Now, because I want to see the current date and time. Okay, current date and time in my system. Now, if I execute, you can see this is the current date and this is the current time. You can check it out. Okay, this is the current time. Okay, so that's how actually you can use this particular date and time. And if you want to learn more about it, please try to visit this particular documentation and you can find out this particular date and time. I think date time, it is there. Yeah, date time. And you can export all of the functionality one by one. Okay, so everything I've showed you guys how to properly use this particular models and all. Now it's your responsibility to explore and deep dive in this particular topic. Okay, so yes, I think we are done. Okay, so one more things I want to tell you. Let's say you want to check in your environment, in your current environment. Let's say I'm using the base environment. Inside this current environment, what are the modules are installed already? Okay, so for this you can use this particular help method. Okay, help method. Inside that you can just give the modules. Okay, modules. That means you are telling I want to see all the modules are available inside this particular environment. Now, if I execute this particular program, see, it is giving message, please wait, because it is loading all the thing, right? Because in base environment, by default, you are using Anaconda. So it will have so many packages installed. All right. So that's why it's taking some time. Now, guys, you can see execution is done and these are the modules are available inside my environment. Okay, you can see lots of modules are available inside my environment. Okay, so this is what actually our built-in module. In our next video, we'll try to understand how we can install like external module with the help of one amazing package manager called Pip. Okay, and we'll be learning about external module as well. So with that, guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about pip in Python. So in our previous video, I was discussing about like built-in module inside Python. We have seen like different built-in module, how we can use them and all. And I already told you, instead of built-in module, we are having also another kinds of module called external module. And if I want to use that particular external module, I have to install that particular external module from different website, right? So to install that particular external module, I have to use one package manager. Okay, that means installer manager, and that installer manager name is pip. Okay, pip in Python. So with the help of pip, actually we can install any kinds of external package from the internet. And there is a actually website I'll show you today. In that particular website, all the packages are available. All the external packages are available in Python. You can install any of the packages from that particular website. Okay, and whenever you use pip package manager, that particular pip will refer that particular website to download all the packages in your system. Okay, I'll tell you each and everything. So let's get back to our code editor and try to understand this particular pip in Python. So guys, I'm inside my code editor. So here, what I will do, I'll just create a file here. So let's create a file. So 13, and I'll just name it as pip underscore in Python. So here I'm going to create a .py file. That's why I'm giving this particular underscore. I already told you, if you're creating .py file, there won't be any kinds of space. Okay, that's why I'm creating this particular file. So similar wise, I will create another file called 13 pip in Python .ipynb. So both Jupyter file and this Python file I will create, because in both places I will tell you how we can use this particular external module, and if I want to install them in both places, how to do it. Okay, that's why I have created this particular two file. So let's say you are creating a web application. Okay, you are creating a web application inside Python, and to create that particular web application, you want to use some library, because I think you already know Python has lots of library included in each and every domain. Let's say you are doing data science. In data science also, they are having so many library. Going forward, you will be learning. So you can use that particular library to build your machine learning model, deep learning model and all. Let's say you are doing web development. In web development also, you are having different library or module. Let's say you want to create a web application with the help of Fast API. So Fast API is a module or package inside Python. With the help of, you can create a web application, or let's say you can create a actually user interface. That means a UI development user interface, right? So if I want to use this particular Fast API, so definitely first of all I have to import this particular package in my environment. And how to use the Fast API? You can simply go to Google and you can search about Fast API. You will see the website of Fast API. And here you can see this particular code snippet. Okay, that's how you can use this particular Fast API. Now see, if I copy this particular code and if I go it back to my code editor and if I paste this particular code here, now see, if I execute this particular code, what will happen? See, it's telling no module name Fast API. This particular Fast API is not available inside your environment. So this is called actually external package. Okay, this is called actually external package. This particular package is not installed inside my environment. I have to install this particular package externally. Okay, now if you want to install this particular package, how to install? So just copy this particular package name. Let's say Fast API. You can also copy from the error message. I'll copy and I will go to one website called PyPy. Okay, PyPy. So this is the Python package website. So in this particular website, all the packages are available. All the packages are available inside Python. So simply just search here. Fast API. I'll search it here. And here you can see this particular Fast API. Now I'll go to the Fast API. Now you can see the command pip install Fast API. This is the command. And here you can see this particular pip is utilizing. So pip is nothing but it's a package manager. So this is an installer actually. This particular pip will try to install this particular Fast API from the PyPy website automatically. You don't need to manually download it. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this particular command and I'll get back. Okay, I'll get back to my Jupyter notebook. And see, if you want to install any package in the Jupyter notebook, you have to use this particular exclamation sign, and then you have to paste this particular command. Okay, pip install Fast API. See, you have to give this particular sign, otherwise it won't be working. Now see, if I execute this particular line, this particular package will get installed here. Now you can see download had started and it installed successfully. Okay, now see, if I execute this particular program will work. See, now this particular program is working fine. Okay, this particular program is working fine. Now let's say you don't need this particular Fast API, you can also uninstall it. So for this, what you have to do, you can copy this particular command, take a new cell, and only you just need to mention uninstall. Okay, instead of install, you have to give uninstall this particular package. Okay, now if I again execute, it will uninstall this particular package from here. So you can see uninstall is done. Okay, that's how you can also uninstall any kinds of package. Okay. And now if you want to use this particular .py file, so here how to install this particular package. Okay, see, if you install one time, so you can use any of the file. Okay, you don't need to again install that particular package. So I already uninstalled, that's why again I'll tell you how to install it. So here I already told you, you have to take a terminal here. I think you remember how to take a terminal. So this is my terminal and you can see I'm using my base environment. Okay, so let me clear this particular terminal. See, here you can write this particular command, the same command. So I'll copy from this particular website, pip install Fast API. And here I'm going to paste this particular command. So here I'm going to paste this particular command. Okay, now if I hit enter, see, this particular package would be installed. Okay, now I can use it here. So how to use it? So there is a guideline from the Fast API. So here you have to use it like that. You can see from Fast API, import Fast API. They're doing like that. I can copy this particular code. And here I'm going to mention it. Okay, this is the entire code. Now let me save it, Ctrl S. And now I'm going to execute this particular file. If I want to execute, I'll just write Python. This is 13 this particular .py file. Now see, if I hit enter, this program is working fine without any error. That means this particular package have installed successfully in my system, right? Now see, it's not showing me any kinds of web page, because if you want to launch the web page, so you can see. So if you want to launch this particular web page, so you will need to add this particular line app run. And inside app run, you have to mention the host and port number. See, as of now, I'm not teaching any kinds of web development. I'm just only showing you, okay, how we can use this particular Python package like to do our work. Okay, we don't need to write this particular code from scratch. Instead of that, we can use their functionality and we can easily create our web page and all. So now see, this particular code is updated. Now I'll save it and I will again execute this particular code. Okay, my .py file. Now see, this server has started. You can see this is my web server. Now it is running on localhost port number 8080. I'll go to my Google. And here I will search for localhost port number 8080. Okay, now if I search it, see, this is my web page. Okay, hello world is running. You can see here I'm returning hello world. Okay, message would be hello world. So that's how actually we can easily create a web application, web server, and we can do the web development with the help of this particular Fast API. And we can install this particular package with the help of Pig Package Manager. Okay, this is the simple idea. Now let me stop the execution Apart from that, actually, we are having so many external packages inside Python. Let's say we are having pandas. So to install the pandas, you can write just pip install pandas. Okay, now see, it will install the pandas in your environment. So pandas we use whenever we'll be working with the data in our machine learning, deep learning. That time actually panda will be using. Apart from that, numpy, matplotlib, cbond, you can simply go to this particular PyPy website and you can check. Okay, all of the packages are available. Okay, I already told you no need to no need to explore all of them because there are thousands packages are available. We'll be only using those are the packages which is required in our project. Okay, that's the idea. Now if you want to check the package you install, it is available in your environment or not, you can execute this particular command called pip list. Okay, pip list. So pip list will list down all the packages actually it is installed inside this particular environment. So install this particular fast API, so it should be available. Let me show you. So fast API, I think it is there. Fast API. Yes, you can see fast API, it is installed here. Okay, so yes guys, this is all about our pip in Python, and I think you got to know how we can install external package with the help of this particular pip package manager. With that guys, thank you so much for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing another very important Python concept called loops. So there are two kinds of loops are available, like while loop and for loop, okay, inside Python. So in this particular video I'll be discussing about while loop. So first of all, let's try to understand what is this particular loops in Python and why it is so important. Okay, why we have to use the loops. Then I'll be discussing about this particular while loops. Okay, how we can write the while loops inside Python. What is the syntax and all. We'll see some practical implementation of this particular while loop. Then I think this particular concept would be more clear. So let me tell you guys one thing. If you know looping inside programming, you can create very complex application. So it's like very much important to have a knowledge on this particular looping. So that's why please try to understand this particular concept like in detail so that this particular concept will help you to write the efficient code going forward. Okay, because going forward, whatever projects, whatever application you'll be building, everywhere you have to use this particular loop concept. Okay, it's super important. So I'll show you one real-time example of this particular loops, like how people are using this particular looping concept, okay, inside their application now. I think then this particular concept will be more clear. So instead of talking too much guys, let's start it with our agenda. So first of all, let me tell you about the loops, like what is this particular loops. If you want to repeat one specific task continuously, this is called loop. So let's say if I tell you, just try to print your name, let's say 10 times. So what you will do inside Python, so you'll just take this particular print, okay, print function, and inside that you'll just write your name. Let's say my name is Bappi. Okay, my name is Bappi. Now I told you just write this particular name 10 times. That means here I'm telling you you have to print this particular name multiple time. Okay, so what you will do, you'll just print this particular name multiple time. Okay, Bappi, and so on. Okay, that means 10 times. Okay, 10 times you have printed this particular name. But this particular approach actually I used. So this is called manual approach. This is called manual approach. Although actually I repeated this particular task, but again it's a manual approach. But we can automate this particular task with the help of loops. Okay, with the help of this particular, we can automate this particular task with the help of loops. Okay, there are two kinds of loops. I already told you. One is like while loop, and other is like for loop. Okay, for loop inside Python. We'll be discussing both of them one by one. So in this particular video, first of all, I'll try to discuss this particular while loop. I'll tell you with the help of while loop, you can how we can automate this particular task, like how we can repeat this particular steps. Okay, 10 times. And you can see whenever I'm using looping concept here, you also need to give one condition. You also need to give one condition. Based on that condition, this particular loop will stop. Otherwise, what will happen? This particular loop will run infinite time. But I don't want that. So always we use one condition with our loop. Okay, so here the condition is 10 times. I told you just try to print this particular name 10 times. So 10 times is a condition. So it will just print 10 times, then it will stop the execution. Okay. And it will repeat that particular work again and again. Okay, this is called actually looping inside programming. So instead of manually repeat this particular work, we can use this particular loop actually concept inside programming, and we can automate this particular task. Okay, so let me give you one example. I think then this particular concept will be more clear. So let me open up my code editor and let me just show you this particular example first of all. So here I'm going to create a Python file, and I'm going to name this particular file as 14 while loop. Okay, while loop .py. So this is my file name. Now inside this particular file, I already told you, if I tell you just try to print your name 10 times. What you will do, you'll just print like that. So print let's say Bappy, then you will just write 10 times. Okay, 10 times you'll just write this particular print statement. And if I execute this particular program, so let me take the terminal, and now if I execute this particular file, so Python 14 while loop.py, now I'll see that it will print 10 times. Okay, it will print 10 times this particular name. But again, what I have done, I have just used manual approach to write this particular code. Okay, but with the help of while loop. Okay, so here we'll be using something called while loop. Okay, while loop. So see, while loop is a loop inside Python, and it runs actually infinite times. Okay, unless and until you are not giving any condition, it will run infinite times. Okay, so how to define this particular syntax? So this is the syntax. So while here you have to give the condition. Okay, here you have to give the condition, and inside that you can code block. Okay, so this is the syntax to write the while loop. Now see, by default, if you're not giving any condition, this particular while loop will use the true condition. Okay, true condition. That means what will happen? So let's say if I just write while true, and inside that if I just write something, let's say print my name. Okay, Bappy. So what will happen? It will just keep on printing Bappy. Okay, every time. See, it won't be stopping. Okay, it won't be stopped. It will keep on printing my name infinite time. Okay, see, if I execute this particular program, see, it is printing my name. And after some times you will see it will crash the memory. Okay, it will crash the memory because infinite time it is running. Okay, it is printing and all. But I don't want that, because I told you I want to print my name 10 times. Okay, I want to print my name 10 times. So here I have to give a condition. By default, if you are not giving any condition, it will consider as true. That means infinite it will run this particular loop. Okay, now I'll just stop the execution. Just press Ctrl+C from the keyboard. It will stop the execution. Okay, now here I can give a condition. I'll just write I is equal to 1, and here I'll just write while I is less than 10 or not. Okay, I is less than 10 or not. Okay, I hope you are getting this particular condition. This is like a relational condition I'm writing. I is less than 10 or not. So first of all, you can see I would be 1. Okay, first of all, here I have assigned as 1. So 1 is lesser than 10 or not. Yes, it is lesser. Then it will come in, this particular condition is true. Then it will come inside that. It will print my name. Okay, then again what I have to do, I have to update this particular I. So here I can just increase with 1, because I already told you now you can use this particular assignment operator with any kinds of, that's operator, plus, minus, multiplication, anywhere you can use, and that's how we can update any I value. Okay, I think I already discussed this particular concept, okay, in our previous class. So you can see I'm updating this particular I every time 1. I'm adding, you can see I'm adding 1. That means once this particular print is executed, it will update with 1. That means this particular I will become 2, and again 2 will come here. 2 is less than 10. Yes, it is less than 10. Again it will print. That's how this particular loop will keep on running until this particular condition is false. Whenever this particular variable, that means this particular I will become 10. So 10 is less than 10 or not? No, it's a false. That time actually this particular loop will break. Okay, so let me show you. So if I execute this particular program, so let me clear, and if I execute this particular program, you'll see that my name has been printed. But how many times? You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why 9 times? Because in programming always count start from 0, but here actually you can see I have assigned 1, and here I have given like less than 10 only. That means 10 would be excluded. Okay, 10 would be excluded, it won't be included. That's why it's printing 9 times. Okay, but if you want to print 10 times, what you can do, you can start from 0. Now you can see if you count from 0 to 9, you will see 10 times it would be printed. Okay, 0 to 9. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can see 10. Okay, 10. That means 10 is matching right now. Now if I again execute this particular program, now you can see my name has been printed 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, now it is working fine. Okay, if otherwise you can do one thing. If you're starting from 1, and if you want to print in 10 times, what you can do, that time you can give 11 here. That means one digit extra. Okay, 1 digit extra you have to provide. Then it will again print 10 times. So let me execute and show you. Now you can count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, you can see 10 times it has printed. Yeah, so I'll start from 0. I think that would be better because as I already program always start reading from 0. Okay, that's why I'll be using this particular concept. Okay, so there are so many way actually you can handle this particular situation. I told you a couple of them. Okay, I think you can remember. So this is called actually looping inside programming, and that's how we can automate this particular task. So that's how not only 10 times, I can also print my name 100 times only using this 3 line of code. Okay, instead of writing 100 times only using this particular 3 line of code, I can also print my name 100 times. Let me show you. See, if I execute my program now, see, it will print 100 times. It will print 100 times. Okay. Yeah, so I'll only keep 10 times. Fine. So this is called looping inside Python. Okay, and this is the loop actually we are using. This is called while loop, and this is the syntax of while loop. Now, let me show you one like real-time example why this particular looping is used. So if you go to Google and if you search for amazon.com, I think you know amazon.com, right? So Amazon is an e-commerce actually website. So here you can shop any kinds of product. Let's see if I'm searching for phone. Okay, if I'm searching for phone. So phone, if I'm searching for, so you'll see different phones would be there. Okay, different phones would be there. So see, whenever I search this particular phone, okay, phone keyword in this particular search button, you'll see I'm getting some results. And how many results actually I'm getting? I'm getting 1000 results. Okay, 1000 results actually I'm getting, and it is showing only 16 form. Okay, 16 form in this particular page. Okay, but the 1000 results I got. Now see, whoever designed this particular website, so they have done one amazing actually thing here. I think you can observe. See how this particular page is aligned. You can see left hand side this particular phone image is coming, and right hand side you can see this particular title is coming, like what is this particular phone name, and here you can see the star given by the like you can say user, or let's say the customer. So this is the rating, and you can see the price of the phone, the delivery. Okay, and there is a button add to cart if you want to buy, so you can add to cart. Okay, now you can see this particular format. Okay, it is repetitive multiple time. Okay, it is repetitive same as multiple times. See, same format, left hand side image, right hand side title, price, okay, button and delivery, everything. You can see all the font format is same. Okay, all the font format is same. There is only change the picture and the title and the price. Okay, so these are the things only change, and everything is same. Okay, everything is same. So what this particular programmer did, instead of creating this particular template 1000 time, what he has done, he has created only one time. Okay, this particular container he has created one time, and that particular container they're using in a loop. Okay, and in a loop actually they're updating the product name and the picture of the product. Let's say they're fetching the product name from the database, they're fetching the image of the, let's say, phone from the database, and they're updating in that particular loop, and they're repeating 1000 time. Okay, 1000 time. This is the use of this particular for loop. Not only that, there are so many things I will get in the real-time application. People are using loop inside that. Okay, because loops makes our task very easy. Okay, so the task actually you want to perform multiple time with the help of rules. With the help of loops, you can automate this particular things. Okay, and you can repeat it that particular task. So that's how actually loop concept can be applied in a real-time product as well. Now I think this part is clear. If anyone asks you why this loop can be applied, now you can, I think, give this particular example. Okay, now let's get back to our code editor. Now see, I have written one program. I think you remember this particular program. This particular program will print my name 10 times. Now if you want to visualize this particular program, and if you want to see how this particular value is getting updated and all, how it is printing, that means how my code is executing. Okay, how this loop is running, if you want to visualize it. So there is an amazing website I usually prefer. Let me show you this particular website called Python. Okay, Python tutor. So this is one amazing website. So here you can visualize your code. Okay, let me show you how you can visualize. See, here you can visualize your code: Python, Java, C, C++, JavaScript. But I want to visualize Python code. I'll just click here, and here is a box actually will see. Inside that you have to paste your code, and you have to click on this particular button called visualize execution. Now see, your code will execute it. Now here you can see this is the first line of my code, and my code is starting reading from here. Okay, line number 1. Now you can see this particular arrow icon. Let me zoom this particular screen a little bit. Yeah, now I think it's visible. Now you can see my code has started reading from here. Now if I go to the next, okay, see, initially I was 0. See, initially I was 0. You can see I was 0. Now it will come to the while loop. Now it will check I is less than 10 or not, 0 is less than 10 or not. Definitely it is less than 10. That means this particular condition is true. It will enter to the while loop. Okay, it will enter to the while loop, and it will print my name. Okay, you can see it will print my name. Okay, then it will update this particular value. You can see it will update with 1. That means initially it was 0 and it will update with 1 and it will become 1 again. You can see I will become 1. Again it will come here and it will check 1 is less than 10 or not. You can see 1 is less than 10. Again this condition is true. Again it will go to the print and it will print my name. It will again update the value and this particular value will become 2 and 2 times my name has printed. Now again it will check 2 is less than 10 or not. Again it's a true. It will print my name. Again it will update the value. That's how repetitive time you can see it is doing. Okay, so if I do the next, you can see I value is changing every time. Okay, and once this particular condition matches, okay, it will break that particular loop. Let me tell you. So let me go to the 9. Okay, 9 and 10. Now you can see it is just trying to match 10 is less than 10 or not. This particular condition is false. So it will break this particular loop. If I click on next, see, it will break the loop. That means your program has executed. Okay, it has executed and 10 times my name has been printed. Okay, so that's how with the help of this particular website, you can visualize your program and it will give you some more clear-cut idea how your loop is working and all. Okay, how your programming is working and all. Okay, so this is one amazing website I usually prefer. So now let me do another actually example with the help of this while loop. So what I can do, I can comment this particular code. See, if I just select all the code and if I press Control and / C, it will do the comment. It will do the comment for all the line. Okay, if you want to again uncomment, what you can do, you can select and press Control and / C. It will uncomment again. Okay, that's how you can comment your code. Okay, I'll comment this particular code and here I'll do another example. So here we'll be doing another example. We'll just what is the program we'll be writing? We'll just write a program. We'll just write a program to print multiplication table. Okay, multiplication table. So user will give one actually number. Let's say if user gives, let's say 10, so it will print 10 multiplication table. Okay, I think you know in your childhood you have learned. Okay, 10 9 9 10 then 8 2, these are the multiplication table. So we'll just write this particular program. So first of all, what I have to do to write this particular program, first of all, I have to take one input from the user. I already told you. So let's take the input. So here I will just take an input. I'll just store in the number variable. Okay, number. And here I'll use this particular input function. Inside that I'll give a message, enter the number. And I will try to convert this particular data to integer format because by default it is going to be a string format. Now if I print this particular number, you'll see that this particular code will work fine. So I can execute. So let's say if number is 2, so it will print 2 here. Okay, I think I can give this particular clone here. I think that will be fine. Okay, so here I will take a while loop. Okay, and here I have to give a condition. Okay, here I have to give a condition. Multiplication table, like how many times actually it will print? It will print 10 times. I think you know. Okay, 10 times it will print. So again I'll take the same condition. I think you remember we have taken the condition here. So here I can write I is equal to, let's say 0, or I can start from 1. Okay, I can start from 1 and here I can write while I is less than, okay, I is less than 11. Okay, I is less than 11 because I told you if you're starting from 1, you can increase 1 digit here. Okay, because it will go till 10 times. Okay, now inside that I can just print the number. I can just print the number. Okay, print this particular I, and every time I have to update this particular I as well. Okay, now see what will happen. Now if I execute this particular program, see if I give a number, let's say I am giving a number 4, you can see it is printing 1 to 10. Okay, it is printing 1 to 10 because you can see here because if you see here I have given the condition if I is less than 11, then it will print the I. Okay, every time, and every time this particular I would be updated. Okay, you can see I would be updated. Initially it was 1, so it has printed 1, then it will update as 2, then 3, and so on. You can also copy and visualize in the Python tutor. Okay, you will get to know, okay, how it's working. Now if I want to calculate the multiplication table, simply what I have to do, I have to multiply this particular 1 2 3 4 and so on with our number, the number actually user has given. So this is the number. Okay, here I'll just try to do the multiplication. Okay, now if I execute my program, let's say I want to calculate the multiplication table of 4. I can see that this is the multiplication table of 4. Okay, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. That means it's working fine. Okay, it's working fine. Now you can give any other, let's say, number. Let's say I want to calculate 20. So this is the 20 multiplication table. Okay, 20 multiplication table. That's how you can give a number here. Now if you want to make it beautify, so what you can do, I can copy this one and I can comment this one. So I can also make it as beautify. So it will look like your actual multiplication table that time. So first of all, I will print the number user has given. Then I want to print one actually star symbol. So inside a string, I can print this particular star symbol. Okay, star symbol, then comma. Then I want to print this particular I. Okay, every time 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. I. Then after I want to print one equal symbol. Okay, inside the string, I can give a equal symbol. Then after that, I will print the results. Okay, that means number multiply by I. Okay, now see, this particular program will look more beautiful than your previous one. So if I execute this particular program, let's say I want to calculate multiplication table of 4. Now I can see that 4 times 1, 4 times 2, 4 times 3, 4 times 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Okay, that's actually you can also beautify your program. Okay, everything is possible inside Python. So I hope guys this particular concept is clear, like how we can use this particular while loop and what is the actually syntax of this particular while loop. So another thing I want to discuss about this particular while loop. So first of all, let me comment this particular program. So I can do multi-line comment also. So here I will do the multi-line comment. Okay, so another concept I'll be discussing. So here I'll just try to discuss while loop with else keyword. Okay, see, as of now we have learned if-else. Okay, if-else I think we have learned, and we saw like with the if condition I can use this particular else condition. But if you're using while loop, with the help of with while loop also you can use this particular else statement. Okay, let me show you one example. So I'll just write one simple code. So here I'll take x is equal to 1 and I'll just give a condition while x is less than 4. Okay, so it will print this particular x and it will update this particular x every time. Okay, and here I'll just write else print program executed. Now see what will happen if I execute this particular program. So let me clear. I'll take the terminal. If I execute this particular program, see, it will print first of all till 1 to actually it will print from 1 to 3. You can see first of all it is 1 is less than 4, it will print 1 and it will update. Then 2 is less than 4, it will print 2. Then 3 is less than 4, it will print 3, and then it will become 4 is less than 4. No, it's false condition, so it will come to the else condition right now. Okay, and in the else what I've written, program executed. See, program executed has been printed. That's that means you can also use this particular else statement with the while loop. Okay, and not with the if condition, you can also use with the while loop. So sometimes actually we'll be using this particular else statement with the help of with the while loop. So in the next video actually we'll be building one game which calls actually guessing game. Inside that particular game actually I'll just use this particular concept. I'll try to use this particular else statement with the while loop. Okay, so let's do one project guys. In the next video that particular project will give you the clear-cut idea about this particular looping inside Python. So yes, this was it from this particular video. I hope you enjoyed this particular session. Thank you so much guys for watching this video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back with this particular video. So in our previous video we have learned about looping inside Python. We saw like how we can use this particular while loop. So in this particular video we'll be building one amazing like program. We'll be implementing one amazing game called guessing game with the help of Python, and here we'll be utilizing that particular looping concept. So this is going to be one amazing video guys, so make sure you watch this particular video till the end, and after building this particular projects you will be more familiar with this particular concept you have learned so far. So first of all, let me tell you what is this particular guessing game. So here what we want to do exactly. See, guessing game is nothing but here first of all we'll try to generate a random number. So here we'll try to generate a random number. That number we'll call as a jackpot number. Okay, So as a user, what you will do, you will just try to guess that particular number. Okay, which number? Let's say I generated one number called let's say 10. Okay, now this particular program will ask for the input, okay, from you. So you have to pass one input, like what is the particular number actually. So here you have to pass that particular jackpot number. You have to guess that particular number. Let's say you have given a number, let's say 8. Then your program will tell it's a lower number, try to guess something higher. Okay, now let's say you have let's say guessed let's say 20. Now your program will tell it's a higher number, guess something lower. Now let's say you have given 10. That means this particular 10 and your jackpot number number is 10. It is matching together. Then it will tell you your guess is correct. Okay, so this particular program actually will be implementing with the help of this particular while loop concept and all. Okay, apart from while loop, we'll be also using conditional statement and all. So let's get back to our code editor and try to start the implementation. So first of all, here I'm going to create a file. So I'm going to name this particular file as 15 guessing game .py. So see guys, if you're a beginner and if you're like implementing these kinds of projects for the first time, I know that it would be a little bit hard for you. Okay, so what you can do, you can break down this particular problem statement in a multiple chunks. Then this particular concept will be more easy for you to understand. Okay, so what you can do, let's say first of all try to note down what are the functionality you want to implement in this particular game. Let's say the first functionality what I want to implement, so it will generate, okay, it will generate a random number. Okay, random number. Let's say it will generate a random number between 1 and 100, 1 to 100. Okay, then the second functionality, what I have to do, I have to take an input from the user, input from user. Okay, so user will pass a number, Then the third thing what I have to do, I have to compare that particular number. Okay, I have to compare or match that number. Then fourth, what I have to do, if correct, show results. Okay, show results. So these are the functionality actually I have to implement in this particular game. Now see, you have broken this particular problem statement in a multiple chunks and in a smaller chunks actually. Now it would be easy for you to implement this particular application. Now the first thing what I have to do, I have to generate a random number. Okay, how to generate a random number? I think you already like saw. We can use actually module inside Python. So there is a module called random module. Okay, I think I already taught you this particular module called random module. So let's import this particular random module. And if I want to generate a number, what I can do, I can call this particular random.randint. Okay, rand int, and inside that I have to pass the range. Let's say I want to generate 1 to 100. Okay, and this will give me the number, and I will store this particular number in a variable called jackpot. So let's say this is my jackpot number. Fine. Now if I print this particular number, you can also see that print jackpot number. I'll save this particular program and I will run this particular program here. So Python. So you can see this particular file name. It's guessinggame.py. So 15, okay, 15 guessinggame.py. Now you can see number is 31. Okay, now if I again execute this particular program, every time it will generate a random number. Okay, and that particular number would be my jackpot, and this particular number we have to guess, right? So now let me delete this particular print statement. So now we have generated the random number. Now next thing what we have to do, we have to take an input from the user. Okay, that means user will pass a number. So let's take the input. So here I can write I'll take a number. I'll just store it in a variable called guess number. Okay, guess number is equal to input, and here I will ask this particular number from the user. Enter your guess number. Okay, and I'll try to convert this particular number to integer. Fine, because again we are playing with integer actually data types, so that's why we have to convert our data to the integer. Now next thing what we have to do, we have to compare and match that particular number. Okay, so let's do this particular functionality. So for this actually what we can do, we can use this particular conditional statement. So first of all, I'll check one condition. If this particular guess number, okay, guess number, if it is, let's say, less than, okay, if it is less than my jackpot number, okay, that means what I have to print, I have to print wrong, please guess higher. Okay, higher. That means if this particular guess number is less than the jackpot, I'll tell the user, please guess something higher. Okay, higher number. Otherwise, else, in the else condition, I'll just write print wrong, please guess lower. Okay, if this number is higher, okay, that time actually it will tell guess something lower. I think you got it. Okay, how to compare. Okay, how to compare and match this particular number. So now let's execute this particular program and see whether it works successfully or not. So I'll execute this particular program. Now it is asking enter your guess number. So let's say I will give 23. Now I'll see wrong, please guess something lower. Okay, see, that means it's working fine. But here one issue I think you observed. Whenever I entered the number and executed this particular code has only run one time. Okay, you can see again, if I want to execute this particular program, I have to again execute that particular file. Then I can pass the number. Let's say 45. Guess something lower. So every time I have to execute this particular program, but I don't want that. I want my program to be run, okay, until this particular number is matching. That means your guessing number is matching with the jackpot number. So for this, what you can do, I think you know, we can use the looping concept. That means we want to repeat this particular task, right? So here I can use this particular loop called while loop. So I can just write while and what would be the condition, like how many times this particular loop will run, unless or until this particular guess number, okay, guess number is not equal to, okay, jackpot number. Okay, jackpot number. Fine, this is the condition, and inside this particular condition I'll just write this particular conditional statement. Okay, you just press select and press the tab. That means it is inside the indentation right now. See, if I take the cursor here and if I press enter, you'll see that this particular if statement inside my indentation. That means while indentation. Okay, that's why in Python actually this indentation is super important. Okay, you have to always take care of the indentation, right? Fine. So now this thing is done. Now see what will happen. So every time this particular program will run unless and until it's not matching. But see, whenever this particular statement is wrong, that means please guess higher or please guess lower. Okay, that time again user will pass the number. Okay, so again I will give the chance to the user to pass that particular number. So what I will do outside of this particular condition, I'll just again guess the number. Okay, again I'll guess the number. So again I will take the input from the user and user will pass the number, and this particular variable would be updated again, and again it will check, okay, whether this particular number is matching or not. Now if this particular number is matching, that means guessing number and jackpot number is same. So what I will do, I'll go to the else condition. I think you remember I taught you with the help of while loop we can also use the else statement, right? So in the side the else statement, I'll just give a message. That means if this particular number match, okay, so I'll just give a message, correct guess. Okay, correct guess. And here I also want to print like how many time actually he took to guess this particular number. So for this actually what I can do, I can assign a variable called counter. Okay, so I'll just make it as 1 because you can see, because at the very first time he's guessing the number one time, right? So that's why actually counter I have assigned 1, and after that, and after giving this particular input, this particular counter will change. Okay, so here I'll just write counter plus and equal 1. Okay, this particular number will update every time. Okay, that means if you give wrong number, so it will update every time. Okay, and at the last I can print how many time he took to guess this particular number. So here I can write your attempt is, so here I can print this particular number, counter. So guys, you can see this is the program, and now let's test this particular program whether it works fine or not. So I'll open up my terminal and I'll execute this particular program again. Now it is telling enter the guess number. Let's say I'll give 34. Now it is telling wrong, please guess something higher. That means my jackpot number is more than this particular 34. So here I can give, let's say 45. Now please wrong, guess something lower. I'll give 40. Now it is telling please guess something lower. I'll give, let's say 35. Now see, the number was 35. Correct guess, your attempt is 4. That means in the 4 attempt, I guessed this particular number. So you can comment out, guys. So how many time it took for you to guess this particular number? Did you able to guess this particular number in one shot or not? Okay, you can comment out and you can let me know. So that's how this particular game is working. And And here one amazing program we have written. You can see we're using this looping concept. We are also using this conditional statement concept. Okay, so many things actually, and we are also using this particular modular concept. So whatever things actually we have learned, everything we have utilized here, and that's how actually you have to build a logic. Okay, this is the programming. So whatever things you have learned, you have to apply in the problem statement. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. Thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about for loops inside Python. So in our previous video, we have already discussed about while loop, and I told you inside Python we are having two kinds of loop, like while loop and for loop. So in this particular video, we'll be discussing about this particular for loop. We'll try to understand this particular for loop with some example so that this particular concept would be more clear in your mind. So let's get started with this particular for loop. So here I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it as 16 for loop.ipynb. So here first of all, let's select the kernel. So I'll select this base kernel. See guys, for loop is nothing but again it's a loop. The way actually while loop works for the, let's say, repetitive task, it will run that particular task repetitively. So same thing also does this particular for loop. Okay, but syntax wise they are different. Let me tell you the for loop syntax, how we can write this particular for loop syntax. So see guys, this particular for loop is completely different from other programming language for loop. Okay, so if you remember in C and C++ or Java programming, we used to define the for loop in a different way. But okay, but here this particular for loop syntax is completely different. And it's like very easy to write this particular for loop, and this particular for loop is so powerful. It can work with so many data type. Okay, it can work with so many data type. I'll tell you why it is so powerful. Okay, one by one I will give you some of the example. Then this part will be more clear. So if you want to define a for loop, so you can write this particular for keyword, and here you can mention I in range, and inside that you can give any kinds of number. Let's say I want to generate 1 to 10. Okay, I'll give this particular 1 to 11 because I told you in programming actually your last number would be excluded, so that's why you have to take one extra number. I think in for loop also I explain this particular concept, right? So this is the syntax of for loop guys. Okay, so here you can see this for loop uses one range function, okay, to generate this particular number, to generate this particular index, and that particular index will store inside this particular I variable. So this particular variable name can be anything. It can be I, it can be J, it can be K, or any kinds of name you can define, but here I'm using I. You can use any kinds of naming convention here. Okay, it doesn't matter. See, if I print this particular I, now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that this particular program will generate number 1 to 10. You can see because in the range function I have defined 1 to 11. It will generate the number 1 to 10. Range function, you will try to generate a number. This particular range function will try to generate a number 1 to 10, 1 till 10. The range actually you are giving. If you are giving 11, it will generate till 10. Okay, if you are giving 12, it will generate till 11. See, okay, last number would be excluded always. Just always try to remember in programming. Okay, in Python, last number would be always excluded. So it will generate till 10 if you are giving 11. Okay, so what is the use of this particular range function? Range function will generate this particular index number. Okay, so this thing actually, but in while loop, we used to create this particular index separately. Okay, we used to create this particular index separately. I think you remember, we used to make a counter. After every loop, we used to update that particular number. But here, we don't need to use that particular approach. We can directly take this particular index with the help of this particular range function. That means what is happening? See, just try to consider instead of range, it is utilizing like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, like that. Like that. That means whenever you are running this particular for loop, it is first of all picking 1. It is coming inside I, it is printing. Then 2, coming inside I, it is printing. Then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. So this is the work of range function. So range function is generating this particular index, and I'm able to print this particular index. Okay, I hope this part is clear. And this is the syntax of for loop. Okay, this is the syntax of for loop, and this is like very easy to define, this particular for loop. And this particular for loop is so powerful because it has this particular range function, and it can work with any kinds of data type. Now you can ask me what kinds of data type I can work with. You can work with any kinds of data. Let me give you one example. Let's say if I write one for loop, so for I in, okay, for I in, let's say my name, Bappi. Okay. Now if I just do print I, now again if I execute, see. So see, it will iterate my name one by one. First of all, it will take the B inside I, it will print, then A, then P, then P, then Y. So see, previously I was working with integer data. Now I'm working with string type data. Okay, now I'm working with string type data. You can also work with any other type data. Let me show you. Let's say you want to work with list type data. List I haven't taught you yet. I will teach you this particular list as well. What is this list? As of now, try to consider this is a list. Okay, now see if I print, it can also iterate through the list. It can also iterate through tuple. Okay, it can also iterate through tuple. So this is called tuple. I'll also teach you this particular tuple concept. Everything I'll teach you. See, with any kinds of data type, this particular for loop can work. Okay, so one thing I want to show you of this particular range function. See, this particular range function can take three input. So the first one is the lower range, the second one is the higher range, and the last one is the step value. Let's say step value is 2. Now what will happen? It will print the number after 2 steps. Let me show you. See, first of all, it will print 1, then it will exclude 2, then it will print 3, then it will ignore 4, it will print 5, then it will ignore 6, then 7 and 9. Okay, so this particular parameter is a step parameter. Now see, if it is 3, it will exclude 2 number actually. See, 1, then 4, then 7, then 10. So you can play with this particular parameter. So if you need anything in future in your project, let's say you want to print the number by, let's say, excluding 1 or 2 number, what you can do, you can use this particular parameter at that time in the range function. So this is the concept of for loop. I think you got it. See, if you have understand about while loop, I think this particular loop is also clear. Like both of them are loop only. So whenever I need the repetitive task, I can use any of the loop. Okay, it's up to you. See, the program actually we have written previously. I used to print my name 10 times. Okay, with the help of for loop also you can print. Let's say for I in. So for this I'll just write for I in range. Okay, I want to print my number 10 times. Okay, so what I will do, I'll give 1 to 11, and inside that I'm going to print my name. Okay, I'm going to print my name Bappi. Now see, it will print my name 10 times. Okay, so the same task we can perform with the help of for loop, with the help of while loop. Yeah, so this is the looping concept inside Python, and this particular loop is called for loop. Now let me do one exercise. This particular exercise will give you a more clear-cut idea about this particular for loop, like how we can use with different tasks, right? So guys, you can see this is the exercise we'll be solving. So here what we have to do, we have to write a program. So the current population of a town, let's say there is a town, the current population of that town is 10,000, and the population of the town is increasing at the rate of 10% per year. You have to write a program to find out the population at the end of each of the last 10 years. Okay, that means in last 10 years, what was the population? Okay, what was the population in that particular town? So for this, actually, I have to write a program. So for this, what you can do, you can use this particular for loop concept. Let me tell you how you can write this particular program. So first of all, let me just write the current population. So current population is equal to 10,000. Okay, 10,000, you can see this is the current population of this particular town. So here, first of all, what I have to do, I have to go back like 10 years. Okay, I have to go back 10 years. Let's say if it is, let's say 2024. Okay, if it is 2000, let's say 24, what I have to do, I have to go back 10 years back. So I need to check the population of 2023, then 2022, 2021, and so on. Okay, and so on. I have to get back 10 years back. Okay, so that's how actually I have to figure out this particular population. So how we can do it? So with the help of for loop, I can easily do it. So what I will do, I'll just write for I in range. Okay, for I in range, and I think you remember we can generate a number. See, we can generate a number like that also. Let me show you another example. Let's say this is the for loop we have done, right? So here you can see this is the for loop we have done. See, we can also print the number opposite. So here we have printed 1 to 10. Okay, 1 to 10. We can also print the number, let's say 10 to 1. Let's say 10 to 1. So for this, I need to give 11, and here I have to give 1. And here I have to mention I need to print the number. Okay, I need to print the number opposite. Okay, that's it. That means -1. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that first of all 11, 10, 9. So here I have to give the 10, and here I have to give the 0. That means 0 would be excluded, and it will print till 1. See, so that means 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and I'm printing the number opposite. Okay, that's how actually you can also use this particular range function. So we'll be using this particular concept here. So here I'll just write I need to check 10 to 0. That means 1. That means last 10 years, and opposite. Okay, and here I need to get back opposite. That means 10 to 1. Okay, that's why I've given -1. Now I'll just print. So first of all, I will print the number. So I'll print the I, then I'll print my current population. Okay, current population. Then I will update this particular current population. I'll check. Then I will check what was the population. You can see 10% increasing rate. So I'll just try to calculate the current population in that particular year. So I'll just write current population. Okay, current population is equal to, so current population is equal to current population divided by 1.1. So this is the formula to calculate the population for this particular at the end each of the last 10 years. So now if I execute this particular program, you will see this particular output. So this is the the current population, and this is the previous year population. This is the previous year population. That's how you can see all the population listed down. Okay, so yes, that's how actually we can use this particular for loop with any kinds of problem statement. And going forward, we'll be doing so many projects and so many hands-on, okay, on top of it, and these particular things would be more clear. Some of the concepts are still left inside for loop, like the nested for loop. Then we'll be also learning about like break, continue statement. So in the next video, actually, we'll be discussing this part. So with that, guys, thank you so much, guys, for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we'll be understanding another amazing concept inside loop called nested for loop. So we have seen like how for loop works, and we have seen some example of this particular for loops. So now in this particular video, we'll be discussing about this particular nested for loops. So nested concept, I think you have already learned in that particular conditional statement. I used like if-else condition inside if-else condition, right? So similar wise, we can also use loop. That means loop inside a loop. So let's say you have written a loop. Inside that particular loop, you can define another loop. Okay, inside that particular loop, you can define another loop. Okay, that's how we can. So that's how actually you can also use nested loop inside the programming. So now you can ask me why to use this particular nested loops. Okay, just give me one example so that I can understand. So let's consider that same example I have given, like the Amazon example. Let's go to the website and try to understand. So see, to give you one best example, what I can do, I can use this particular tab. Okay, like this particular category tab. So I think this would be better for me to explain. Now see, here you will see different category. Okay, you can see different category like electronics, computer. Let's say I want to choose for computer products. So I'll click here. Now see, all the computer is coming here. All the computer products is coming here, which is available inside this particular website. Okay. Now you can click here. Now you can any kinds of, let's say I want to buy one laptop accessories. If I click on the laptop accessories, see all the laptop accessories, it will come here. Okay. That means what is happening? See, whoever designed this particular website, so he has done this particular nested concept here. So in the first loop, he is printing this particular category. You can see. In the first loop, he is printing this particular category, and inside a second loop, okay, he is printing this particular product. Okay, that means this is the category, and inside that you are having the product. Okay, that means one for loop is filtering this particular category. Inside another for loop, it is printing that particular product with respect to that particular category. Okay, this is the idea to use this particular nested concept. So whenever you will be building this kinds of application, you will get the idea. Now let me give you one simple example. I think this particular concept will be more clear. So let's say I want to print a unique pair, okay, unique pair number. So for this, you can write this particular code. So for I in range, so let's say I want to start from 1 and it will go till 4. So I'll take 5. If I want to go till 4, so I need to take 5. I think you already know that, okay, these particular things, because last number would be excluded always. That's why. Now inside that, I'm going to define another for loop. So I'll just name it as J in range. Okay, J in the range. Again, I'm going to write 1 to 4. Okay, 1 to 4. So now inside that, I'll just print this particular I and J. Okay, see here what I have done. I have taken a for loop. First of all, inside that I have taken another for loop, and the variable actually I'm taking in this particular for loop, it is I, and inside another variable I'm taking, which is nothing but J. So whenever you are defining nested loops, so you don't need to take the same variable. It is recommended. No need to take the same variable. If you're taking the same variable, again, it will create an issue. So always try to take a different variable name. So here I have taken I. That's why in this particular for loop, I have taken J. Okay. You can take any other name also. It's completely fine, but try to take a different name. Okay. In the both places. Now see, if I print this particular program, see, this is the unique pair of number I'm getting. I'm getting 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4. Okay. And so on. This is the unique pair number. So how this particular program is working, if you don't understand, so let me tell you how this particular programming is working. So let me copy this particular program and let me go back to that particular Python tutor website and try to understand how this particular program is working. So I'm inside this particular website. Now here I'm going to paste this particular code and I'll just visualize this particular execution. And now you can see, let me zoom this particular screen a little bit. Yeah. Okay, fine. Now see, this is the first execution of my program from the first line. So first of all, this particular for loop will execute. Okay. And initially this particular I value would be 1 because you can see it is starting from 1 to 5. That means 1 to 4, right? Initially this particular I will contain 1. So let me show you. So if I go to the next, you'll see that I is equal to 1. Okay. And now it has entered inside this particular for loop and the second for loop has started. You can see the second for loop has started, and this particular for loop, this particular j value would be 1 again because you can see again it is starting from 1 to 5. Now if I go to the next again, you'll see that j is equal to 1. Okay, now inside what I'm printing I and j. Now what is the I value? I value is 1, j value is also 1. So it will print 1 and 1. So let me show you. See, it will print 1 and 1. Okay, in the console. Now again, you can see instead of going inside this particular for loop, that means in the first for loop, it is coming in the second for loop. That means it is running that particular nested loop. Okay, nested for loop. So this is the concept of this particular nested loops. Like instead of running the first for loop, first of all, it will complete the inside for loop. That means the second for loop we have defined inside a for loop. Then it will redirect to this particular first for loop again. You can see now previously this particular j value is 1. Okay, now it will become 2. If I click here, you will see this particular j value will become 2. And again it will print, see, I was 1 and j was 2. So it's 1 and 2. Okay, again you can see this particular for loop is running. That means it will run till 4. It will run till 4. Then this particular execution will go inside this particular for loop. Okay, this is the idea. So let's try to remember whenever you are defining nested loops. Okay, nested for loops. First of all, your first for loop will execute, and inside that, whatever for loop you are executing, this particular for loop will complete. Okay, this particular for loop will complete the condition. Okay, that means let's say the range you have defined 1 to 5. First of all, it will complete 1 to 5. Then again, it will give the control to your previous for loop. Okay, first of all, inside for loop will complete. Then it will give the control to the like outside for loop. Okay, this is the idea. Now see again, for j, this particular for loop is running. Now j would be 3 because previously it was 2. Now if I again execute, you'll see that j will become 3. Now if I print this particular statement, you'll see that I was 1 and j is 3. That means 1 and 3. Okay, now you can see I will execute this particular program. Now 4. Now see, this particular for loop will break because 4 has been printed and 5 would be excluded. I think you know. Now if I again click on next, now see, this particular control will go outside for loop. Okay, now outside for loop, what was the I value? It was 1. Now it will become 2. Okay, you'll see that it will become 2. Now you can see it will become 2. Now again it will come inside this particular for loop. Again this particular for loop will run 4 times. Okay, again this particular for loop will run 4 times. You can see that. Now again j is equal to 1, and you can see again it will come here. That means I value was 2 and j value is 1. That means 1 and 2. Again control has come here. Again if I execute, now j will become 2 and it will print 2 and 2. Okay, see, that's how it will complete till 4. Okay, it will complete till 4. Then again this control will go back to the outside for loop. Then outside for loop will be 3. Okay, then again it will come inside that and it will again print 4 time. Okay, again print 4 time. See, you can see that 3 1, 3 2, 3 3, 3 4. Again it will go back, it will become 4. Now again it will come here and it will again print 4 1, 4 2, 4 3, 4 4, and see, this particular loop will also break because condition is matched. Now see, program has been executed. Okay, this is the idea. Okay, this is the idea of this particular nested for loops. I think you got it right now. Okay, just try to copy this code and try to go to this particular Python tutor and try to execute. Okay, you'll be able to understand, okay, what is happening. So that means this particular for loop is running at the very first time, and inside whatever for loop you are defining, it will first of all complete, okay, all the iteration. Then again it will get back to the outside for loop. Then again it will complete. Then again it will go to the outside for loop. Then it will complete. Okay, that's how actually this program is running. Okay, this is the idea. So now guys, with this particular concept, actually we'll do one small exercise. So the exercise actually we'll be doing. So this is like very famous exercise inside a programming called pattern printing. Okay, I think you know pattern printing, different pattern we can print. So the pattern actually will be printing called triangle pattern, and how triangle looks like, I think you know. So it will look like that. So this is called actually triangle. Okay. So we'll also print a pattern like that. So with the help of start, actually we can print this particular pattern. So first of all, so let's say I will take an input from the user. So let's say user has given, okay, user has given this triangle pattern row should be, let's say 5. Okay, so what I have to do, first of all I will print this particular column 5 times. Okay, I'll print this particular column 5 times. So my pattern will look like that. Okay, so you can see in the row side also it will become 5, okay, at the end, and this is the column side. Okay, so this side also 5, this side also 5. Okay, and if you just see this particular pattern, it's a triangle pattern. Okay, it's a triangle pattern. Okay, so we'll be writing this particular program to print this particular pattern. And if you search on Google, actually, so let me clear the board. See, if you search on Google like pattern printing in Python, you will see different patterns are available. Like, see, different patterns are available. So see, this is the triangle pattern. We also call it as half pyramid. Okay, you can see this is the half pyramid and this is the full pyramid. Okay, so we'll be printing this particular pattern, and you can also print this particular inverted half pyramid. You can also print full pyramid. So you can try this at the example by yourself. You can explore over the internet. You will be able to write this particular program. It's very easy. So let's try to see how we can print this particular pattern. So I'll go back to my code editor, and here I can write exercise. So here, first of all, I will take an input from the user. Like, user will pass like how many row they want to print for this particular pattern. So I'll just write row is equal to input. Okay, input. So here I'll just write enter number of rows, and I'll convert this particular input to the integer. Then here I'll just define a for loop. So for I in range. Now, how many time I have to run this particular loop? Okay, the time actually user has given. Okay, that means the number user has given. I'll just copy this particular number. And inside that I will start from 1, and I'll go till row plus 1. Okay, why row plus 1? I think you know. See, if I print this particular I, okay, if I print this particular I, and if I execute this particular program, let's say it is asking for the input. Let's say I have given 4. See, it will go till 4 only. Okay, it will go till 4 only. But if I'm not giving this particular I plus I, it will go till 3. See, let me show you. If I give 4 again, see, it will go till 3. That means I also want to take that particular last number. I don't want to exclude that particular last number. Okay, that's why I'm adding this particular plus 1. Okay, I think you already know this particular concept inside programming. Okay? The last number. If you want to take the last number, you have to do the plus add operation. Okay, so fine, instead of printing I, what I can do, I can print this particular start symbol. Okay, I can print this particular start symbol here. See, if I now execute the program, if I give, let's say 5, it will print this particular start 5 times. Okay, 5 times. Now see, I'm able to print this particular column successfully. Now what I have to do, I have to also print this particular row one by one. Okay, that means it will first of all become, here it will become 1, it will become 2, it will become 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's how. So how to do this particular actually printing operation? So inside this particular for loop, I'll take another for loop. I'll just name it as for j in range. Okay, for j in range. And I'm going to execute this particular for loop from 1 to I plus 1. Okay, from 1 to I plus 1. Okay, why I plus 1? I'll tell you. First of all, let me print this particular star. Okay, I'll print this particular star. Now just try to see what will happen. Let's say, first of all, this particular for loop will run. Okay, and this particular I will become 1. And now it will go inside this particular for loop. And you can see it is also starting from 1. And it will go till I plus 1. Now, let's say if your I is 1. So what would be I plus 1? It would be 2. That means how many times this particular loop will run? It will only run one time, because you can see 2. Okay, the number 2. 2 is nothing but it will run one time, because one number is excluded, right? So here it will become 2 like that. So if I go 1 to, see, if I go, let's say if I execute this particular program, what will happen? Print j. So it will only run one time, because 2 would be, last number would be excluded. Okay, that's why it will become 2. And it will only print one time. Okay, it will only print one time. That means one time star would be printed. Okay, then again you can see this particular condition is matched. Now again it will redirect to this particular for loop, and this particular I will become 2 right now. Now again it will come inside this particular for loop. Now see, I is equal to 2. 2 plus 1, it's 3. Now this particular loop will run 2 times, because you can see if it is 3, this particular loop will run 2 times. That means 2 times this particular start will print it. Okay. But let's say if I execute this particular program, what will happen? Let's say if I give 5. See, all the start it is printing like in the new line. Okay, all the start is printing new line. Okay, I think you remember inside a print statement, inside a print function, we are having one parameter called end. Okay, so by default this end would be set as /n, that means new line. Okay, so instead of new line I will take this particular space. Okay, empty space. Now see, if I execute this particular program again, now if I pass 5 and if I enter, now see, now everything is printing in the same line. Everything is printing in the same line because I have given space here. Okay, now that's actually I'm not getting the output. So this is what actually I'm not getting the output. To get this particular output, what I have to do, after every for loop, okay, after every for loop, I'll do the print statement. Okay, print statement means it will print a new line. Okay, it will print a new line. Instead of that, also you can give like that /n. Okay, new line. Now see, if I execute this particular program, and now if I press 5, now see, this particular star is getting printed. Now you can see here I'm getting one new line. Okay, new line, but I don't want this particular new line. So what I'll do, I'll just remove this particular /n. It will only print. Okay, it will only print. It won't be giving any kinds of new line. Now see, if I execute and if I give 5 here, now see, I'm getting the output like that. Okay, I'm getting the output like that. Now see how it is working. Let me explain. So first of all, this particular loop is executing. This particular value is 1. So it is coming here. So j is 1 also because it's starting from 1, and it will go till 1 I plus 1. That means 1 plus 1, it's 2. That means it will only run one time. So it will print this particular star one time. Okay, then end line, you can see end line. After that it will print one new line. Okay, it will print in the new line. Okay, you can see that means instead of printing in the same line, it will go in the next line. Okay, next line in this particular print statement. So this particular print statement means it will go to the next line. Okay, now again it will come here. This particular I will become 2. Now you can see this particular loop will again start. Now I will be, now here you can see I plus 1, that means 2 plus 1 is 3. Now this particular loop will run 2 times. That means 2 times this particular star will get printed. Okay, 2 times star will get printed. Again it will go to the next line. Okay, you can see next line. Now again it will become 3. Now 3 plus 1, it's 4. Now it will run 3 times. Okay, you can see 3 times it will run and it will print the start. Now again it will come here. It will become actually 4. 4 plus 1, it's 5. That means it will run 4 times. You can see 4 times star will get printed. Then again it will come here. It will become 5. Now 5 plus 1, it's 6. It will print 5 times. That means 5 times. Okay, it is getting printed. So that's actually it is printing. So that's how actually you are getting this particular output. Now if you want to visualize with the help of this particular Python tutor, you can also do it. Edit code, and inside that I'm going to give this particular code. Now if I visualize, now see it is asking for the rows input. Let's say if I give 4 and if I submit, see initially this particular loop will execute and the row number actually we have given it's 4. Now see I will become 1. It will go inside this particular loop and this particular loop will run. Now you can see I plus 1, it's 1 plus 1, it's 2. That means this particular loop will run only one time. Okay, you can see j is equal to 1 and it will only print 1 start. Now see this particular print statement would be printed. That means it will go to the next line and again it will go back to the next for loop. Again it will become 2. Okay, it will become 2. Again this particular loop will run and 2 plus 1 is 3. It will run 2 times. Okay, it will run 2 times. See, 2 times this particular loop will run and it will print the start. Then again it will come to the print statement and again it will go back in this particular for loop. That's how actually you can execute. Let me execute one by one. See, that's how your star is getting printed. So I hope this particular example helps to understand this particular concept. Now what you can do, just try to print this particular pattern as well. Okay, you can explore over the internet. Definitely will be also able to print that particular example. So yes, this is all about our nested loops inside Python, and we saw like how we can use this particular nested loop. Going forward, we'll be doing so many projects with the help of this particular loops as well. Okay, we'll be using this particular concept. So yes guys, thanks for watching this particular video and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing about another concept called loop control statement. So this particular concept would be very useful going forward whenever you will be writing your like Python code and whenever you will be implementing different application. So this particular concept will help you a lot. So instead of talking too much, let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular loop control statement inside Python. So guys, you can see we are having three loop control statement like break, continue, and pass. So I'll be discussing one by one all of them, like what is the use of this particular break, continue, and pass, and whenever we'll be using. Okay. So first of all, let's try to discuss this particular break statement. So I'll just copy the. So let's say sometimes in programming, you need to break your loop. Okay, you need to you need to stop your loop whenever some condition is matching. So let me show you one example. What I'm trying to say. Let's say. Here I'll just write a for loop. So for I in range, and here I'll just try to mention 1 to let's say 10. Okay, so it will just print the number 1 to 10. So if I just print the number, see it will print 1 to 10. So yeah, it will print 1 to 10, 1 to 9 because here I've given actually 10. So that's why last number would be excluded. It will print till 9. Okay, and if you want to print till 10, what you can do, you can give 11 here. Okay, see now it is printing 1 to 10. So sometimes let's say you don't want to print all the numbers. Sometimes actually you are giving one condition. Let's say the condition is print. Let's say the condition is if this particular I, that means this particular number is equal 5. So here I'm telling if my I is equal to 5. Okay, that time I want to break this particular loop. Okay, I want to break this particular loop because I got the 5. Okay, I got till 5. Now I don't want to print all of the value. Okay, so that's why I'm using this particular break statement. So whenever you are defining this break statement, this particular loop will be terminated. Okay, that means so the loop will stop. Okay, now let me show you. So if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will print till 4. Okay, it will print till 4. Why? Because initially I was 1. It will check 1 is equal to 5. No. So it won't be going inside that. It will print this particular 1. Then it will become 2. 2 is equal 5. No. It will print the 2. 3 is equal 5. No. It will print let's say 3. Then 4 is equal 5. No. It will print 4. And then 5. Okay, 5 is equal 5. So 5 is equal 5. Yes, 5 is equal 5. It will go inside this particular if statement and it will break. Break means this particular execution would be done. Okay, it will just go out and this particular program would be executed. And whenever it is break, that means this particular loop won't be executed again. Okay, so that's why it is printing till 4. Okay, I hope this part is clear. So now you can ask me where can be this particular break statement can be used. Okay, in real time example. See, there are so many actually examples of this particular break. Whenever you'll be doing a different application, you'll be understanding. But as of now, let me give you one simple example. Let's say whenever you are performing any kinds of searching operation, let's say you are searching in the database. That time actually this particular break statement would be needed. Let's say you are finding my name. Okay, let's say you want to find my name. There are let's say 100 name and you want to find my name. So whenever you got my name, you will break that particular loop. Okay, you don't need to execute that particular loop again and again. Okay, so let me give you one example. I think that would be fine. Let's say there is a name database. Okay, name database. So here I'm using list data structure. I'll discuss this particular list data structure as of now. Just try to consider it's a data structure. Inside that I can store any kinds of data. Let's say I will store some of the name. So let's say I'll add Alex. So let's say these are the name is present inside this particular database. Okay, now I just need to find my name. So what I can do, I can apply this particular for loop. I'll just write for I in name. Okay, and I'll just print the I. See, it will print all of the name one by one. But I only want to find my name. Okay, if I got my name, I will break this particular loop. I'll just write I is equal. Okay, I is equal Bappi. So what I will do, I'll just simply break this particular loop. Okay, now see. Now you can see it is breaking that particular loop and Alex and John has been printed. Okay, and whenever it comes, it break that loop. But let's say I want to also print my name. What I can do, I can just print it here. So it will print my name, print I. Okay, then it will break the loop. Now you can see Bappi, I got it. And here let's see if you don't want to print this particular name as well, what you can do, you can comment this particular print statement. And if I now execute this particular program, you'll see only my name would be printed. Okay, so yes, that's how actually we can use this particular break statement inside like loop control. Okay, and going forward we'll be using this particular break statement in our real-time project as well, so that this particular concept will be more clear. So yes, this is what actually break loop control statement. Let me show you another example, another exercise of this particular break. Find prime number. Okay, prime numbers. Okay, in a range. So this is the program actually we'll be writing. So here what we have to do, see, user will give two input. Let's say the lower range and upper range. Okay, let's say user has given 10. This is the lower range. The upper range is, let's say 100. Okay, this is the 100. This is the upper range. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to find the prime number in between. Okay, we have to find the prime number in between this particular range. And what is the prime number, guys? If you don't know what is prime number, so prime number is nothing but, so you can see that prime number is nothing but prime numbers are the number that only have two factors, one and themselves. Okay, that means you can only divide that particular number by one and that particular number itself. Okay, apart from that, if you're dividing that particular number, and if you're getting this particular, let's say, modulus is equal to 0, that means after dividing that particular number, if you are getting the remainder is equal to 0, that means this is not a prime number. Okay, this is not a prime number. So I think you know what is prime number. So let's try to write this particular code. Okay, so for this, first of all, I'll take the input from the user, then I'll just try to find this particular prime number. So here to get an input, guys, what I can do, first of all, I'll take a variable called lower. First of all, I'll take the lower bound from the user. So I'll just take input. Okay, I'll enter lower range, and I'll try to convert this particular number to integer. Then I'll take the upper range. Then what I will do, I'll just write a for statement. So for I in the range. Okay, so inside that I'll just write my lower as well as the upper, because it will search between lower to upper. Okay, so that's why I need to give upper. And I also want to give +1, because I also want to include that particular upper number. That means let's say upper number is 100. If I'm not giving +1, it will print till 99, but I also need that particular 100. That's why I'm giving +1 here. Okay, I hope you got it. I already explained this particular part. Now see, if I print this particular number, you will see that it will print that particular number. So if I, let's say, give lower range is equal to, let's say, 2, and upper range is equal to, let's say, 9. Okay, it will print 2 till 9. Okay, now what I have to do, first of all, I have to take this particular 2. Okay, I have to take this particular 2, and I have to divide. Okay, I have to divide. See, I have to divide by all the number. Okay, not actually 1, because 1 can be divided with any number. Okay, so 1 I won't be use. So I have to use from 2. Okay, I have to use from 2, and I have to divide this particular number. And if I'm getting remainder is equal to 0, that means this is not a prime number. Okay, so that's how we'll be dividing with all the number. Let's say 2, then after 3. Okay, then 4. Okay, then 5, then 6. So 2 till 9, I just need to divide this particular number. I have to check whether I am getting any kinds of remainder is equal to 0 or not. Okay, so that's actually I have to check. So for this, what I can do, I can use another for loop. So for j in range, inside that I will start from 2, because I told you 1 we can't use, and here I'll just write I. That means let's say if your lower bound is 10, so here you can see it will start from 10. Okay, so in I it will become 10, and here 10 will come. Okay, that means it will go 2 till 10. Okay, now here what I will do, I'll just write if my I. Okay, that means this particular number. Okay, this particular number, whatever user has given the lower bound, if I I'll just use this particular mod symbol. Okay, because I think you know mod will first of all try to divide, and it will get the remainder. I'll just do the mod operation with the help of j. Okay, and if it is 0, that means the remainder is equal to 0. I'll just break this particular loop, because if I'm getting 0, remainder is equal to 0, it's not a prime number. Okay, that's why I'm breaking it. Okay, I'm breaking it. Otherwise, what I will do, inside this particular for loop, I'll just write a else, and I'll just write the print I. That means it will print the prime number only. Now if I execute this particular program, it is asking for the lower bound. Let's say I'll give 10, and it is asking for the upper bound. Let's say 100. Okay, now if I execute, now see, these are my prime number. Okay, these are my prime number. Okay, you can see these are my prime number. So that's how actually we can write this particular program, and we can use this particular break statement. Okay, now I think you got it. What is the use of this particular break statement, and how we can use it, okay, in our problem statement. Now after that, let's try to discuss this particular continue. Okay, continue statement. So let me just comment out. See, to give you this particular continue example, first of all, I'll just write a program. I'll just write for I in range. Inside that, I'll just mention one range, let's say 1 to 10, and inside that I'll just write if let's say I is equal to 5. That means the same program we have written previously. I'll do the continue operation, then I'll just print this particular number. Now let's say if I print this particular program, see what will happen. See, this is the output. I got 1 2 3 4. See, 5 it's not there, then 6 7 8 9. That means what is happening whenever you are using this particular continue statement. See, whenever it is getting 5, that means I is equal 5, it will do the continue. Okay, it will do the continue operation. That means this particular step will skip. This particular step will skip, and it will go to the next step. That means 5 would be skipped here, and it will go to the next step. That means whenever I is equal 5, it is just skipping that particular file, and it is telling just again go to the for loop and again try to run from the next step. Okay, this is the work of this particular continue. Now you can ask me what is the use of this particular continue statement. So I can give you one very simple example. Let's say the e-commerce website. Okay, the e-commerce website I told you now. Let's say Amazon. So whenever, let's say you are searching for any product, let's say you are searching for, let's say you're searching for, let's say one smartphone, let's say iPhone 14 Pro Max. Let's say if this particular iPhone 14 Pro Max is not available, okay, let's say it's not available inside Amazon, out of stock. So what will happen? So whenever you are searching this particular product, this particular product won't be coming, and they will tell you out of stock this particular product. So they're using this particular continue statement. So whenever they're doing the search operation, okay, whenever they're doing the search operation, let's say they're doing the search operation, you have given iPhone 14 Pro Max, they will first of all check with the help of for loop. So first of all, they will search iPhone is there or not. If there, if it is available in the stock or not, like how many iPhones are available. If it is zero, that means iPhone, let's say number of count is 0, it will do the continue statement. That means it is out of stock. Okay, it will show you the next product that time. Okay, that is the use of this particular continue statement. I hope this part is clear. Now there is another statement, control statement called pass. Pass is very simple. See pass actually one statement. We are not going to use this particular pass statement in our logic implementation, but sometimes actually we need this particular pass statement to create a template of our code. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say I'll just write a for loop. So for I in range, and let's say this is my range, okay, 1 to 10. Now see, if I just write this particular program, now if I execute, see, it will throw me error. It is telling incomplete input. It's telling incomplete input. That means this particular for loop we have designed, this particular for loop we have written, so it is not actually finished yet, because you can see it is expecting one code. It is expecting one code inside this particular for loop. Okay, but let's say as of now you don't know what to write inside this particular for loop. But you will be writing in future. Okay, for the future you are keeping this particular code, but whenever you are executing this particular line, it will throw error. To prevent this particular error, I can use this particular pass statement. Pass means you are telling your programmer just try to pass. Okay, try to pass this particular program without throwing any kinds of error. Later on I will add the code inside this particular for loop itself. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that now it will execute successfully, okay, without any kinds of error. So this is the work of this particular pass. So sometimes actually we don't need to write the code entirely. Sometimes we'll just only create the boilerplate, that is the template, and we'll just write to the pass statement there, so that our code won't be giving any kinds of error. This particular pass you'll be using a lot whenever you'll be creating the functions. I'll tell you what is the functions and all going forward. There actually will be using this particular pass statement a lot. So yes, these are my loop control statement, like the break, continue, and pass. I hope this part is clear. Okay, so yes, this is all about from this particular video, and please try to practice, guys, whatever things I have taught you in the session. Also try to take different example and try to write the code on top of it. Okay, this will make you a good programmer, okay, at the end. So yes, guys, this is all about from this particular video. So thank you so much, guys, for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this particular video. In this particular video, we'll be discussing about strings in Python. As of now, we have seen strings is a data type inside Python. But see, strings is a like very big concept inside Python. So with the help of string, we can do lots of things. And whenever you will be learning like data science, whenever you will be working with the natural language processing, you will be working with the text. So this particular concept will help you a lot. So in this particular video, we'll be deep diving into this particular string concept. We'll see like different string operation, string slicing, string method, okay, string manipulation, everything we'll be learning in this particular video. So this is going to be one end-to-end discussion on the string concept inside Python. So make sure you are watching this particular video till the end. So let's get started with our video. So guys, as you can see, strings are nothing but it's a sequence of characters. Let's say my name is Bappy. So to write this particular Bappy word, I use some of the character, let's say B-A-P-P-Y, right? So this is called actually sequence of character. Okay, so whenever you are using sequence of character, this is called strings inside Python. So here I have given a definition. You can see in Python especially, strings are the sequence of Unicode character. So why it is Unicode character? See, it is different from like other programming language. In other programming language, they use something called ASCII character. If you have learned C, C++, I think you know like what is ASCII character, right? But they're using something called Unicode character, because in the memory representation, this particular Unicode character can store more character altogether, right? So If you want to learn more about this particular Unicode, so there is a beautiful Python documentation. You can check this particular documentation and you can read it. Okay, they have written one amazing like topic on top of this particular Unicode. You can read about it. So if you just search over Google Unicode Python documentation, you will get this particular actually documentation link. You can open up and you can read about this particular Unicode. So guys, you can see in this particular string concept. So these are the topic actually we'll be covering one by one. You can see, first of all, we'll be learning how to create a string. Then we'll be seeing like accessing the string, okay, through the index. Then we'll be learning adding the character to the strings, editing the strings, how to delete the strings. Then we'll be learning how we can perform different operation on top of this particular strings. Then we'll be also learning about string functions. So string having some of the inbuilt function, we'll be also learning about that. Okay, one by one, each and everything we'll be covering of this particular string concept inside the Python. So if you just complete this particular lecture, so I think there won't be any kinds of doubt about the strings, and you'll be more familiar with this particular string concept. So let's discuss our first concept, which is nothing but creating a strings, like how we can create a strings. So guys, you can see there are so many ways we can create a strings. As I already discussed whenever I was discussing about data types, that inside that particular concept, I also discussed like how we can define a string type data. So you can see we can define string type data inside a single quote or double quote, actually quotation. Okay, you can see this is a single quote, single quotation, and this is the double quotation. Okay, so both can be used. You can use both of them, but there is some difference between this particular single quote and double quote. I'll tell you why people will be using like double quote sometimes, why they will be using single quote sometimes. There is a reason actually behind it. So let me first of all explain this particular part. So I'll take a new code cell here, and here what I will do, I'll just write a string here. So let's say I'll just write it's my car. Okay, let's say this is a string. Now see, instead of giving in the double quotation, if I give a single quotation here, see what will happen. Okay, see here I'm giving a single quotation. Okay, instead of double quotation, I've given a single quotation. Now if I execute this particular string, you'll see that this particular code will give you error. So this particular string is giving error. Why? Because you can see inside that I'm using another single quotation. Now let's say instead of giving this particular single quotation, if I give the double quotation right now, see this particular string will work fine. Okay, so that's why sometimes actually you will be using this particular double quotation, sometimes you will be using single quotation. But see, this would be my suggestion. Whenever you are defining any kinds of string, try to define in a double quotation. It would be better for you, so it can support all kinds of string. Okay, so that's why actually you can use this particular double quotation. You can also define a string inside a triple quotation. Okay, triple quotation in a single triple quotation as well as the double triple quotation. Okay, both, but I will suggest try to use this particular double triple quotation whenever you are defining any kinds of string. And why a triple quotation? Because it's a multi-line string. So whenever you are defining any kinds of multi-line string, that time actually you can use this particular triple quotation. Otherwise what will happen, let me give you another example. Let's say here I will just write my name is Bappi. I am teaching Python. So let's say this is a multi-line string. Okay, I am defining. Now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that it will throw you error, because you can see here you have written a new line. Okay, so if you are having this kinds of multi-line string, what you can do, you can use triple quotation. Okay, triple quotation you can use to define this particular string. Now see, if I give triple quotation, now if I execute, it will work fine. Okay, it will work fine. So that's why try to use this particular triple quotation whenever you are having multi-line string. Okay, so you can also use this particular string method to define the string. Okay, let's say this is one string I'm having in a single quotation hello. Now if I'm using this particular string method, now see if I execute this particular program, it will also convert this particular text to a string. Okay, that's how also you can use. But we don't use this particular like method. See, we use this particular method whenever we want to do the type casting operation. Let's say if there is any other type data. Let's say we are having a data type. Let's say a is equal to, let's say 23. Okay, now I want to convert this particular 23 to a string. So what I can do, I can use this particular str method that time. Okay, str method, inside that if I pass my a, now see it will convert to string. Okay, that time actually we'll be using this particular method. Okay, but whenever we are defining any kinds of string, whenever we're creating any kinds of string, we'll be following these are the approach. Okay, I think this part is clear. So guys, I hope this particular part is clear, like how we can create a strings. There are different way actually we can define the string. Now the next concept we'll be discussing about accessing the string through index. See, whenever I'm talking about this particular accessing a string, that means here you can access substring from a string. Let's say you are having a string, you can access some part of that particular string, okay, through the index. So let's say here I'm having one string, let's say a is equal to, or let's say s is equal to So here I will just write welcome to Python. So let's say this is a string. Okay, I'm having. Whenever you write any kinds of string, by default Python will assign some of the index number here. Okay, how? Let me just write down one by one. So Python will assign this kinds of string. So this particular W will consider as 0, then E would be considered as 1, then 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6, then this space would be considered as 7, 8, 9, then it would be 10, and so on. Okay, so that's how actually it will assign this particular index, okay, with this particular string. Okay, and we can easily use this particular index to take out this particular character, or let's say word from this particular entire string. Okay, how? Let me just show you. Now let's see, if I want to take this particular W out. Okay, if I want to take this particular W out, what I can do? What is the W index? You can see it's 0. Okay, now if I just mention 0 here, see, W will come out. Okay, W will come out. I can easily access this particular W. You can also use print function to print this particular statement. See, W it is showing, right? Now let's say I want to access this particular E. So now what is the index of E? It's 1. Now I can give 1 here. See, I can easily take this particular E. Now let's say I want to access this particular P. Now guys, please pause this particular video and comment like what would be the index number here. So let me show you. If I want to access this particular P, so this would be the index. You can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if you give 11 here, it will access this particular P. Okay, now see. Now if I give, let's say 50 here, now what would be the output? If I give 50 here, what would be the output? See, if I execute this particular program, it will throw me error. It will tell in string index out of range. It is telling 50 index is not there. So whatever string you have defined, it is less than actually 50 index. Okay, 50 is not there. That's why it's out of range. Okay, so that's why you always need to take care about the length of this particular string. Okay, if you want to check the length of a string, how we can do it? You can check this. You can use this particular length function. Inside that, you can give a string. Okay, it will give you the length. So you can see the total length size of this particular string is 17, but here I have given 15. Here I have given 50. That's why it's not working. Okay, so that thing actually you have to always take care. So this is called accessing string. Okay, now let's see if I want to take this particular word out. Let's say I want to access multi string. Let's say multi character. Okay, that time actually which concept I can use? Okay, this is called actually slicing. This is called actually string slicing. So let me just write string slicing. But before discussing this particular string slicing, first of all, I want to tell you two more concepts. See, the string access actually you have applied here. Okay, the string access you have applied here. This is called actually positive accessing. Okay, positive access, because here you can see I'm giving the positive index. Okay, every time positive index. Okay, I can also access this particular character with the help of negative index as well. Let me show you. First of all, let me clear the board. See, if I want to access this particular string through negative, so let me just comment here. Now we'll be learning about negative indexing, or I can also mention negative indexing. See, whenever you are talking about negative indexing, that means it will start the indexing from the last. Okay, that means the index will look like that: -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and so on. So it will go this direction. Okay, but previously you can see it was going in the positive indexing, it was going this direction. Okay, whenever you were going right direction, you are using positive. Okay, positive indexing. Okay, positive indexing. And whenever you are going actually left direction, you are using something called negative indexing. Okay, negative indexing. This is the idea. And whenever you are using negative indexing, you have to use this particular minus symbol. Okay, minus symbol everywhere. Now let me show you one example. So let me first of all clear. Let's say if I want to access this particular n in the positive index, what I have to write? I have to write 16 here. I think you remember. Just count. You will see that it will be 16 number index. Now see, if I print it, you will see this particular n. But with the help of negative indexing, I can easily access this particular n. Okay, how? So instead of giving the positive index, I'll give -1, because you can see -1 will assign here. Okay, I already told you, if you are using negative index, -1 will assign here, then -2, 3, 4, and so on. So you can see n is present at the index of -1. Now if I execute this particular code, see, n would be accessed. Okay, that means I can access this particular n. Now let's see, if I want to access this particular o, I'll just write -2. Okay, I'll just write -2. See, o will print it. Okay, so that's how actually with the help of this particular negative index, you can easily also access the let's say character, okay, from the last position, okay, from the last position of a string. You can use either use the positive indexing, I can use the negative indexing, it's up to you. Someone will prefer the positive indexing, someone will prefer the negative indexing. Okay, that's the idea. Now I'll be discussing about the string slicing. Let's say if I want to access multi-string, okay, multi-string from a string, how we can do it. Okay, so for this actually we can use this particular string slicing approach. So let's say I'll copy the same example and here I'll just paste it. Okay, let's say this is my string. Now let's say I want to take this particular welcome, okay, welcome word from this particular string. So how we can do it? So I'll be using the similar concept. I'll just write print s, I'll use this particular square bracket, and now see, first of all try to count the index. Let's say w is starting from 0, okay, w is starting from 0 and it is ending 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, okay, it is ending 6. Now see, if I give 6 here, so what will happen? If I give 6 here, what will happen? See, it will print till welcome. Okay, e is not coming. Why? Because I already told you in Python last number would be always excluded. Okay, that's why you need to take one additional number. Okay, you need to take one additional number. You have to take 7 here. Now if I say 7, now see, this particular e would be also printed because last index would be always excluded in Python. So that's why you have to take one number extra here. Okay, that's the idea. If you're taking 7, that means it will go till 6. If you're taking 8, it will go till 7. Okay, that is the idea. Now you can see I can easily extract this particular welcome word from this particular entire string. This is called string slicing. And how to slice? So this is the syntax to slice. Okay, you have to use this particular clone symbol, and before the clone, whatever actually index value you are giving, this is called lower index, and whatever index you are giving, okay, after that it is called upper index, and this is also called range. You are giving a range parameter here. I think you remember in loop also we learned this particular concept. In the range function I was to define this particular range parameter. Okay, like what would be the value you want to generate. Okay, so this is called range parameter. So this is my lower range, this is my upper range. Now let's say I want to extract this particular Python. Okay, I want to extract this particular Python, so I can easily do it. I'll copy this particular statement and just try to count the index. You can see 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So from 11 my p is starting and it is going till 16. Now see, whenever I'm giving 16, n is not coming because I already told you we have to give one additional number. Yeah, now actually n will come. Okay, that's the idea. Now here you can also slice like that. Let's say whenever I'm writing print, let's say if I'm giving this particular statement, I'll just write 0, this particular clone, and I'm not writing anything. I'm not giving this particular upper range. Okay, I'm not giving this particular upper range. So what will happen? See, if I execute this particular program, you'll see that all this string would be printed. Okay, welcome to Python. Why? Because you can see it is starting from 0. And here you haven't given anything. That means you haven't mentioned that particular upper range. That means it will consider till end. Whenever you are not giving anything, it will consider till end. Okay, it will automatically consider that particular number. Let's say you want to print till the end of this particular string. Okay, so that's why everything would be printed. Now let's say if I give 1 here. If I give 1 here, now if I execute this particular program, you will see that now it will start from here. You can see it will start from this particular 1 index. So 0, 1. Okay, from 1 actually it will print everything. So you can also skip this particular part. You can also skip this particular actually upper range. Okay, still it will work. So similar wise, you can also skip this particular lower range as well. Let's say if I'm not giving anything in the lower range, and let's say in the upper range I'm giving, let's say 4. What will happen? See, it will print this particular. So let me copy that particular string again. Now I can see that it will only print this particular well C. Okay, well C, because whenever you are not giving anything in the lower range, it will start from 0. Automatically it will start from 0 and it will go till 4. So 0 1 2 3 4. So 4 would be excluded. It will print till 3. Okay, you can see 0 1 2 3. That means well C would be printed. Okay, that means you can also skip this particular lower range value as well. And if you are not giving this particular value, it will consider as 0 automatically. Okay, you can also mention like that. Let's say if I'm not giving any kinds of, let's say lower range and upper range here, what will happen? See, if I execute this particular program, again it will consider the entire string, because here it will automatically take 0 and here it will automatically take the last number of that particular string. Okay, that's why all the messages would be printed all together. That's how actually you can also perform the string slicing, and these are some way actually I'm telling you. Okay, these are some way actually I'm telling you, because whenever you will be playing with this particular string, whenever you will be manipulating this particular string, so these are the concept will help you a lot. Okay, that's the idea. Now here you can also take the jump parameter, like we also used in the range function. I think, remember, we used to take the jump parameter, right? So let's say I'll give you one example. Let's say I'm starting from 0 and I'm going till, let's say 5. Okay, I'm going till 5. So what will it print? It will print welcome. So let's say I want to go till 7. Okay, it will print the welcome message. Fine. So here you can also take a jump parameter. So if I give this particular jump parameter as 2, what will happen? It will skip one number. First of all, it will see, if I execute this particular program, you'll see that first of all it will print W. Okay, it will print W. E, it is ignoring because of this particular jump parameter. If jump is equal to 2, it will ignore one character. Okay, now see, L would be printed, C is ignoring, then O would be printed, then you can say M is ignoring and E would be printed. Okay, so that means it is jumping one character. It is jumping one character every time. So W, then L, then O, then E. This is called jump parameter. So if I give 3, so it will jump 2 character. Okay, now you can see it will jump 2 character. First of all, it will print W, 2 character will jump, then C, then again 2 character will jump, then E. I hope this part is clear. The same actually jump parameter used to use in the range function. Here also you can use this particular jump parameter. Now you can give any kinds of parameter here and you can play with this particular string. Okay, this particular concept would be more clear. Now let me tell you another amazing thing inside string slicing. So let's say I want to extract, let me just write down this particular statement. So let's say I want to extract 1 to 7. Okay, 1 to 7. So it will give me L come. Okay, ELCOM come. Okay, now let's say I want to print this particular like a string in a reverse way. Okay, how I can do it? I can easily do it. So I'll be using this particular statement that time. I'll just write. Now in this particular parameter you have to give -1. Okay, here you have to give -1 because here I have to print this particular statement in a reverse way. Okay, I want to print this particular string in a reverse way, and whenever you are giving reverse way, that means you have to use minus indexing. That's why here you are giving -1. That means I want to print everything in a reverse way. Now see, if I execute this particular program, see, there is no output because see, whenever you are working with reverse, okay, whenever you are working with reverse, that means minus indexing, make sure always the first range would be higher than your lower. Okay, so here you have to do the opposite of it. So here 7 will come and here 1 will come. That means your lower range should be higher and higher range should be lower whenever you are working with negative index that time. Now see, if I execute this particular program, so see, whenever I execute this particular program, this particular string would be reversed. Okay, you can see, first of all E will come, then M, then O, then C, then L, then E. E is not coming because here I have to give 0 because I told you last number would be excluded. That's why you have to increase the number. Okay, now you can see E is also coming. So that's actually I can easily do the reverse operation. Okay, I can easily do the reverse operation if I want to perform this particular reverse string operation. So here I have to take this particular minus indexing that time, and whenever I'm defining this particular range, so first parameter would be high and the second parameter would be low. Always try to remember, this is the hack to remember this particular concept. Okay, so whenever you are working with negative index, always remember your lower range should be higher and higher range should be lower. Now you can ask me, instead of giving -1, if I give -2, what will happen? See, if I give -2, see, it will do the reverse operation only, but it will skip one number. That means it will jump one number. Now you can see, first of all, it is skipping E, it is printing M, then it is skipping 0, it is jumping 0, it is printing C, and then it is printing L, and it is printing E. That's how actually it will jump. Okay, it will jump one character. If you give -3, it will jump 2 character. Okay, that's how actually it will be working. I hope this part is clear. Now if you're thinking, let's say I want to reverse this particular entire string, instead of doing the slicing, I want to reverse this particular entire string. So how we can do it? You can easily do it. So for this, you can use this particular statement. So you don't need to give anything here. Okay, so this is like very famous piece of code. People will be using whenever they want to perform any reverse string operation. That time people will be using. Okay. Now see, if I execute this particular program, now see, this particular string would be reversed. First of all, N will come, then O, then H, then T. Okay, and so on. So here you are not giving anything. Lower you are not giving anything, higher you are not giving anything. Okay, that means you are telling the entire string. Okay, the entire string 0 to 16 I want to perform the reverse operation. So you can see the reverse operation. Fine. Now if you are giving, let's say -2, that means it will jump one character. It will jump one character. If you give 3, it will jump 2 character. That's how it will be working. So we have seen like how we can perform this particular slicing operation with the help of positive indexing. We can also perform the same thing with the help of negative indexing as well. So let me show you some of the example. So this is the example of negative indexing. See, let's say I want to take this particular Python out. Okay, I want to take this particular Python out. So what I can do, I can use this particular negative indexing as well. Okay, now just try to count. You can see if I want to take the Python out, so I will if I'm using negative index, that means I need to count from the last. That means it would be -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. That means it will start from -6. Okay, it will start from -6. I don't need to take the jump parameter as of now. Then I want to go till -1. So if I give -1, now if I print this particular statement, you will see that Python would be printed. Okay, n is not getting printed because here you have to give 0, because last number would be excluded always, right? Now see, okay, you have to give. See, if you are giving -0, it won't be working because last index is always -1. So you don't need to give anything. You can keep this particular part empty. You can keep this particular part empty. Now see, it will print this particular Python statement. Okay, this is the idea. Now let's say I want to print this particular Python in a reverse. Okay, in a reverse actually way. So how we can do it with the help of negative indexing? So we'll just write -1, because it is starting from -1. You can see. I'll go till 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, -6. And here I have to give this particular minus parameter. Okay, that means I want to print as a reverse way. Okay, now you can see this is getting printed, but it is starting from here, because you can see here I have given -6. I have to give -7 here. Okay, now see, it is printing successfully. Now first of all, n will come, then o will come, then t, then h, and y, and p. Okay, so that's how actually you can also do the reverse operation with the help of negative indexing. Okay, I hope this part is clear. You can play with different string. I think this part will be more clear. See, unless and until you are not doing hands-on on top of it, it would be a little bit difficult for you. So please try to do the hands-on, try to take a string and try to perform this particular slicing operation. And trust me guys, whenever you will be working with different projects in future, definitely inside NLP, this particular concept will help you a lot. And here one thing I think you have noticed, so whenever I'm using negative index, I'm using the bigger number at the very first. Okay, then the smaller number. You can see here -1 is a bigger than -7. This thing you have to always remember if you are working with negative indexing. So yes, this is all about our string slicing. So guys, now let's discuss about this particular adding character to a string and editing a string and deleting a string, this particular topic. So for this, I'm going to use this particular same example. I'll copy this particular example and here I'm going to paste it. So let's say here I want to add some character to this particular string. Is it possible? So let me show you. So if I just write this particular statement, let's say in this particular string, let's say in the first position, that means in the 0 index, I want to add one character. Let's say I want to one character. The character, let's say I want to add called A. Okay, now let's say if I just write this particular statement, so what will happen? Just pause this particular video and try to comment and tell me what will be the output. So let me show you. If I execute this particular program will tell you string object does not support item assignment. Okay, string object does not support item assignment. That means you can't add any kinds of character to a string. So once you have defined any kinds of a string, later on you can't add anything in that particular string. It's not possible. Okay, so that is why we call this particular string as immutable. Okay, we call this particular string as immutable. Immutable means we can't change anything. Once we have defined one string, we can't change anything in that particular string. Okay, this is called immutable. Okay, immutable means it is unchangeable. Okay, you can't change anything. Always try to remember guys, because this particular immutable word will be using a lot going forward. Whenever we'll be learning different data type like list, tuple and all, we'll be using this particular word a lot, right? So immutable means it's unchangeable. You can't change anything inside that particular string. Okay, it's not possible. Now you can ask me, let's say I don't want to add anything inside this particular string, but I want to modify something. Now let's say you are thinking, let's say I want to edit this particular let's say E with any other character. Is it possible? Now let me show you. So if I copy this particular statement, so what is the E index? It's you can say 1. Okay, it's 1. Now let's say I want to change this particular E with any other character. Let's say, okay, I want to change with A. Now if I again execute this particular program, it will give you same error. That means you can't also edit this particular string. Whatever character you are having, you can't also edit it. Okay, this is called actually immutable. That means a string is immutable. Okay, it's not mutable. Mutable means you can change, and immutable means you can't change anything inside a string. That's the idea. So this is what actually our adding character and editing string. Now let's try to see the deleting string. Okay, like how we can delete any kinds of character from a string, whether it's possible or not. So for this, I'm going to use the same example. I'll copy. And here I'll just try to paste it. Okay. Now let's say I want to delete this particular W from this particular string. So first of all, I have to extract this particular W. To extract the W, you can write this particular statement, because you can see I'm giving the index 0, and whenever I'm executing, it is extracting the W. Now let's say I want to delete this particular W. So in Python, we're having one keyword called del. Okay, del keyword. So with the help of this particular del keyword, we can delete anything. Okay, now see, if I execute this particular program, again it will tell you a string does not support any kinds of item deletion. Previously it was telling string does not support item assignment. That means you can add anything, you can edit anything. Now it is telling you can't delete anything also. That means it is not support any kinds of modification inside a string. Okay, because it's a immutable. Any kinds of editing, any kinds of deletion, you can't do inside a string. Okay, it's not possible. Always try to remember this particular concept. But one thing actually you can do, let's say if I want to delete this particular entire variable, this particular string object, I can do it. So let's say I'll copy this particular s. Okay, now if I delete this particular s, okay, now if I again print this particular s, okay, see, it would be deleted. S is not defined. That means this particular object has deleted, not the string has deleted. Okay, object has deleted. Always try to remember, it's not a deletion of a string, it's a object deletion we are doing. This particular variable we are deleting. Okay, if I comment this particular line, see, this particular variable would be printed, but if I delete it, this variable would be deleted. That's why it's telling name s is not defined. Okay, I hope you got it. So these are like very important concept inside a string, and two more topics are left, I think. Let me show you. So operation in string and string function. So we'll be discussing this particular two part in our next video. And I think this particular concept is clear. Now we can practice, just take a different string and try to practice. Okay, then this particular concept will be more clear. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular concept. I hope you like this particular video. So thank you so much guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hello guys, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing about string operations. So in our previous video we have discussed about like strings in Python. We have seen like how we can perform different string manipulation and all. So in this particular video we'll be learning about string operations. So inside string actually we can perform some of the operation. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular string operation. So guys, as you can see inside strings actually we can perform different operations. Like we can perform arithmetic operation, we can perform relational operations, we can perform logical operation, then we can also perform looping on top of a string, then we can perform something called membership operation. So I will try to discuss all of them one by one so that this particular concept will be more clear. So first of all, let's try to understand this particular arithmetic operations. So guys, inside arithmetic operation we can only perform two arithmetic operation. One is like the addition operation, and there is like the multiplication operation. So let me give you one example. Let's say here I'll just write one print statement, and first of all, let's say I'll just write hi. Then if I perform, let's say, this particular addition operation, and I'll just write another string here called, let's say, everyone. So let's say this is my code. So here you can see I'm performing this particular arithmetic operations, and I'm using this additional operator here. Okay, I think you already learned about this particular additional operators. We are already discussed in our operator session, right? So here we are using this particular plus operator. Okay, now see, if I execute this particular code, see, it will print hi everyone. Okay, it will print hi everyone. Now what you can see here, it is performing something called concatenation. Okay, concatenation. That means if you want to concatenate to a string, you can use this particular plus symbol. That means you can use this particular plus operator. Okay, this is the idea. Now let's say you want to give a space. Okay, after hi you want to give a space, then it will print everyone. So what you can do, you can also concatenate one space here. See, one space I will concatenate plus symbol. Okay, I'll get another plus symbol. Now if I execute this particular program, now I'll see that hi, then space, this particular space, then everyone. That means we are doing the concatenating, okay, everywhere. So now you can see I'm using three string. So this is one string, this is two string, and this is three string, and it is being concatenated, okay, with the help of this particular plus operator. So this is the use of this particular plus operator inside arithmetic operations. Okay, now we can perform another actually operations, which is nothing but multiplication operations. So let me show you this particular operation as well. Let's say if I just write hi, okay, hi, and I'll just use this particular multiplication operator, and I'll do 5. Okay, let's say if I just write 5 here. Now if I execute this particular program, see what will happen. It will print this particular hi 5 times. So 1 2, 3, 4, and 5. That means if you want to print any kinds of string multiple time, that means any specific number, you can use this particular multiplication operator that time. You can ask me when we'll be using this particular multiplication operator, because I don't want to print this particular high multiple time. See, sometimes we need to print any kinds of symbol. Let's say if I want to print this particular star, okay, let's say star, this particular star, I want to print 10 times. That time actually I will be using this particular multiplication operator. Okay. See, whenever you will be doing a pattern printing program, then we'll be creating a table inside actually Python. You need to use this particular concept that time. That is the idea. Next, I want to print 100 times. I can easily print 100 times this particular star. That's the idea. So these are the actually arithmetic operation we can perform inside a string. Only two operations, like the addition operation and another is like multiplication operation. Okay, only two operations we can perform. Apart from that, whatever operator we are having, let's say mod, then division, we can't perform. Okay, it will throw you error. You can execute in your system, you will get the idea. So guys, the next operations we'll be discussing about called relational operations. So here you can see we can also perform relational operations on top of this particular string. So here I have listed down some of the example. So I think this will make you more clear-cut idea. So you can see here we can use this particular equal sign. This called equality. We can use this particular not equal. Okay, then we can use this greater than. Then you can see we can use this particular greater than, lesser than, and greater than, equal to. So these are the actually operation we can perform inside relational operations. So now let me execute this particular code and let me show you the output. What is the output actually I will get here? Now see here, this is the output actually I'm getting. Now guys, you can see this is the output actually we are getting. So you can see hello is equal hello. Definitely you can see this particular string and this particular string both are same. That's why actually it is giving true. Now you can see hello is not equal to world. Definitely because this particular string and this particular strings are different. So that's why you can see it's true. Okay, it's not equal to. Now you can see hello is greater than high. See, now I think you are thinking on what basis actually it's giving me this particular false output. Okay, what is the idea here? How it is measuring this particular greater than and equal operator on top of it, right? See, I think you have seen like Oxford Dictionary. Okay, so it uses this particular Oxford Dictionary concepts. So whatever word is coming at the very first in that particular dictionary, so this word will have more power than the word actually is coming at the last of that particular dictionary. Okay, now you can see high would be present at the first of that particular dictionary. You will see if you just open the dictionary and if you find the high, you will see that high, then hello will come. So here high is having more powerful than the hello. That's why it's getting false. You can see hello is less than high. Sorry, hello is greater than high. It's false because high is coming at the very first in that dictionary. Okay, high is having more power here. That is why actually it's giving me false output. Now if you see the next one, hello is less than world. Definitely it's true because hello is coming at the very first and world is coming at the last in that particular dictionary. Okay, then you can see hello is greater than and equal to hello. So here you can see you are applying two relational actually operation. One is equal and one is greater than. So if one of them are matching, that means it will be true. Okay, you can see hello is not greater than actually hello, but it's equal to hello. Okay, that's why it is showing you true statement here. Apart from that, you can also consider this particular ASCII value representation. You will see that particular hexadecimal representation, binary representation, decimal representation, and if you see that particular representation of this particular character, again you will see that they are also considering that particular number in the backend. Okay, but the main idea, that particular dictionary representation. So whatever what is occurring at the first in that particular dictionary, which that particular word is having more power than the what is coming at the last in that particular dictionary. Okay, that is the idea. So that's how actually relational operation can be used on top of this particular string. Now guys, the next operations we'll be discussing about the logical operations. I think you remember inside logical operations we used to perform and or not. Okay, these are the operations we used to perform. So let's take some example and try to understand. Let's say if I just write let's say hello and okay, hello and world. So now just tell me what will be the output. Okay, if I execute this particular program, what will be the output? See, if I execute this particular program, you will see that output would be world. Okay, why it is printing world, I'll tell you after some times. But first of all, let me execute this particular program as well. Hello or world. Now see, hello is getting printed. First of all, whenever I'm using this particular AND operator, it is printing world, and whenever I'm using this particular OR operator, it is printing hello. Okay, now what is the idea? Let's try to understand. See, I think we have learned whenever we use this particular logical operations, okay, that means whenever I'm talking about and, okay, and operator. So inside and, what happens actually, both get, okay, both get should be on, both get should be on. That means both get input should be 1. Then output will get as a 1. But if any one of them are 0, that means off, output would be also off. This is the things we have learned inside and. Now you can see, whenever we define this particular string, okay, whenever we define this particular string, and whenever we write something inside that particular string, let's say we have written any kinds of character or any kinds of word, so this particular string would be considered as true that time. But if this particular string is empty, let's say if we are defining any empty string, let's say inside that there is nothing, it is completely empty, so this will consider as false. And whenever I'm having something, let's say hello, okay, so this would be considered as true. So empty string, always empty string, okay, empty string would be false. And if you have something in that particular string, it would be as true. Always try to remember, guys, this is the very important concept, and this particular concept will also ask by the interviewer. Okay, in the interview also this particular question will be asked, because we don't use this particular logical operations inside our string a lot, you know, whenever we'll be doing a projects and all, but this particular concept is broadly asked in the interview. Okay, interviewer may ask this particular question just to evaluate yourself whether you are ever about this particular concept or not. Okay, that's why I'm teaching you this particular concept. So that's why you can see, whenever I'm writing this particular string, let's say hello and world, that means in both places condition is true. Both places condition is true. You can see it's not an empty string. We are having something, that means it's 1 and 1. That's why and is getting executing. Okay, and is getting executing and is checking. The first string, it's 1, and the second string, it's 1. And whenever it is coming to the second string, it will print that particular word only. Okay, it will print that particular string only. Because see, and has to check the both, the first one and last one. And whenever it is coming to the last one, if last one is true, it will print the last string. That is the idea. Now, whenever I'm using OR, now what is the OR concept? I think remember, OR concept is nothing but only one of the gate should be open. Let's say if one of the gate is open, output I will get as a 1. That means true. Okay, if one of the gate is open, output I will get as true. Now I can see that this gate is also true. This gate is also true. So OR will only check the first one. If first one is true, okay, if first one is true, so it will print that particular string here. So it will look into that second one. Okay, it will only check the first one and it will print that particular string inside the console. That is the idea. Okay, I hope this part is clear, how this particular logical operations is working on top of this particular string. Now you can ask me, if let's say there is no hello. Okay, if there is no hello, so what will print it? Definitely it will check the next one that time. So it is actually false. We know that it is false because it's an empty string, but it is true, right? It will print world that time. Okay, that is the idea. Now let me get back. Yes. Now there is another one called not. So let me also show you the not one. If I just write not hello, it will be false because it will do the opposite of it, right? So you can see it's a true. That's why it is getting false. Okay, that is the idea. So now let's try to discuss this particular loop statement on top of a string. I think we have already saw some of the example how we can perform loop operation on top of the string. So let me again show you another example. Let's say if I just write for I in, okay, let's say my name Bappi, and if I just print the I, so what will be the output? It will iterate all of my character one by one. First of all B, then A, P, P, Y. Okay, so it can also work with that particular string. Loop can be also work with that particular string. Okay, so you can also iterate that particular character one by one. Okay, that is the idea. Now let me show you one program. So if I just write like that, if I in, okay, if I in Bappi and print, let's say hello. Now tell me what would be the output here. You can pause this particular video and can write the output in the comments. See, let me show you the output. If I execute this particular program, now see, hello is getting printed 5 times because you can see it will iterate my name 5 times. 5 characters are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means iteration number is 5, and inside that actually we are printing 5 times this particular hello. So this is like very simple program. Only it is iterating through my name 5 times and it is printing this particular hello message inside that. Okay, that's the idea. So this is what actually loop we can use on top of the string as well. This is called loop operation. Now our last operation actually we'll be discussing called membership operations. I think you know in membership we are having not and not in, right? So let's try to see some example of not and not in. So if I just write, let's say B B in Buppy. So what will be the output? It would be true, because you can see B is present inside Buppy, right? I think I already showed you this particular example in our previous video. I think you remember. So it would be true because B is present in inside Buppy. Now if I just write B not in, okay, B not in Buppy, it will be false because B is already present. Now if I just write D in Buppy, D not in Buppy, it would be again true because D is not there inside Buppy. But if I write B not in Buppy, it would be false, okay, because B is already present inside Buppy. So this is called actually membership operations, okay, membership operations, and we can use this particular membership operator as well. Okay, so sometimes actually we need this particular concept as well whenever we'll be doing the projects and all. We'll be also learning this part, okay, broadly. So yes, these are the actually string operations we can perform, and in the next video we'll be understanding the string function. There are inbuilt functions are available inside the string as well. We can also use them in our let's say programming, and that particular function will help you a lot whenever actually, let's say you are writing any kinds of program, and it will make most of the task actually automated, okay, if you just use that particular function and all. So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. I hope you like this particular video. So thanks for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video we'll be discussing about another amazing concept inside the string called string methods. So as of now we have discussed about this particular strings. We have seen like the strings inside Python. We have seen like different string operation. In this particular video we'll be discussing about this particular string methods. See, string method is nothing but these are actually predefined function. We can use it in our code. So these are the method helps us to write a code efficiently without writing code from scratch. Okay, so I'll show you some of the example. You will get the ideas. Inside the string we are having some inbuilt methods. Inbuilt methods are available. We usually use inside the string. So let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular string methods. So guys, before starting with our inbuilt method inside the string, first of all I want to discuss some of the common function and method. See, these are the common function and method actually will be using in every data type. Okay, not only in a string, it can also support in other data type as well. Let's say there are some common function and method you will see like length, max, min, and sorted. So you can use it with the string, with the list, with the tuple, with the sets. So with any kinds of data type actually you can use these are the function and method. Okay, so this is why actually I'm calling them actually as a common function and methods. Okay, so after this actually you will be learning the inbuilt method inside a string. So those inbuilt method only can be used inside a string only. Okay, string type data, not any other type data. Okay, so first of all let's try to understand these are the common functional methods, like how this length can be used, max can be used, min can be used, and sorted can be used. So for this I'm going to take one example. So let's say if I just write one example here, so I'll just write welcome to Python. Okay, so instead of printing I can store them in a variable. I'll just write let's say string s is equal to welcome to Python. Fine. Now see, if I want to check the length of this particular string, so how to do it? So we can use this particular length function. Okay, for this, so I'll just write this particular length function. Inside that I'll pass this particular string. Now see, if I execute this particular statement, you'll see that this particular length is 17. So if you just count this particular length of this particular string, you will see that it would be 17. Now if you want to check what is the maximum character in this particular string, so for this you can use this particular max function. So inside max, if I give this particular string, now if I execute, see y character is like max character here. So how it is getting to know y is a maximum? Because with the help of this particular ASCII value, I think you remember I opened one ASCII table, right? So you can see this is the ASCII table. So here you can see the hexadecimal, binary, and decimal number. So you can check this particular number. You will see that y, it is a small character y. It is having actually 121. Okay, this particular number. Now if you find out all the character actually like ASCII number, you will see that y is maximum here. Okay, y is the maximum here. That is why actually y is coming here. Fine. Now there is another one called min. So min will give you the minimum character. Okay, minimum character present inside that particular string. See, minimum character is the space. So this particular space is having minimum ASCII value. If you just check this particular space here, I think space is somewhere there. Now you can see space is there. You can see it's 32. Okay, 32. That's why it is coming. That's why it is telling you this is the minimum one. Okay, in this particular string. Now there is another one called sorted. What sorted will do, let me show you. So if I just call this particular sorted, now see, it will sort that particular character in a ascending order. You can see first of all capital character will come, so P W, then small character will come, then C E E H I M. Okay, it's ascending order, like A to Z. Okay, ascending order, we call it ascending order. So let me give you another example. Let's say if I just write s is equal to hello world. Now if I call this particular sorted s, I'll see that. First of all, D will come EHI, okay, then LLLORW. So it's an ascending order. Okay, it will sort this particular string in an ascending order. Now we can think about whether I can do it in the descending order or not. Yes, we can also perform in a descending order. So for this, what I can do, I can use one parameter inside sorted, which is nothing but reverse. Okay, there is a parameter called reverse. So this particular reverse, you have to make it as true. Okay, if you just make it this particular reverse as true, then I'll see everything would be sorted as a descending order. Now see, W will come, then R, O, okay, and so on. This is called descending order. So you can use this particular sorted function for this. If you want to arrange your character to the ascending order or descending order, you can use this particular approach. So these are my actually common function and method. Okay, we can use it with any kinds of data. Okay, we can use it on we can use them with any kinds of data type. Now let's try to discuss our string function and method, okay, which can be only used with the string type data. So there are actually so many string functions and method are available inside a string. So if you want to know, just simply go to Google and search for string, okay, string methods. Okay, simply search string methods in Python. Sorry, I have to search for Python. See, you will get different actually string methods. So let me show you. See, there are so many string methods actually will get, but all of them are not required. Okay, all of them are not required. So here we'll be learning some common actually used string methods here. Around 10 to 15 actually method we'll be learning. So these are the 10 to 15 methods are frequently used in the coding. Okay, but here you will see there are so many things. So we don't need to learn all of them. But if you want to explore, you can come here and you can see different string methods are available. And if you need them later on, you can learn from here also. See, let's say you want to use this particular strip. Okay, what you can do, just go inside strip and you can see the strip example. Okay, that's how actually you can learn. So I will discuss like commonly used actually string method, whatever actually we use in our day-to-day life coding. Okay, we'll be only discussing these are the method only. So let's get back to our code editor. So first of all, I'll try to discuss this four string function and method. You can see capitalize, title, upper, lower, and so uppercase. Okay, first of all, let's try to discuss them. Then I will show you some more string methods and function. Okay. So first of all, let's try to discuss this particular capitalize. So for this, I'm going to take a string. So I'm going to take this particular example. Now see, if I perform a capitalize on top of this particular string, so what will happen? So I'll just simply write s dot capitalize. See, if you just perform s dot, okay, if you just press s dot, you will see all the string method would be visible. Okay, all the string method would be visible. Whatever string method it is having, all the string method it will suggest. Now see, I'm going to use this particular capitalize. I'll select this particular capitalize. Okay. So I'll select this particular capitalize. Now see, if I execute this particular program, what will happen? So see, what capitalize will do, I think you know, whenever we write any kinds of English sentence, the first actually character we usually write as a upper character. Okay, we usually give the uppercase. So now you can see, whenever we have written this particular string, everything in a lowercase. Okay, everything in a lowercase. And whenever I applied capitalize on top of this particular string, the first character will become uppercase. This is the work of capitalize. So whenever you will be working with NLP, that means natural language processing, and sometimes you will be working with, like, say, textual data, that time this particular function and method will help you a lot. And see, by calling this particular capitalize function, easily you are able to make this particular character to a capital case. Okay, instead of finding it, instead of, let's say, writing manual code, okay, on top of it, automatically everything is happening. So that's why this particular inbuilt function helps a lot. Okay, we don't need to write the code from scratch. Already someone has written the code. Okay, already someone has written the code. See, if I just press Control and just do the left click, see, this particular code would be visible, how they have written. Okay, how they have written. Okay, so we don't need to write these are the code manually. Everything is written inside that. We will be only using these are the function, okay, whenever I need it. Now you can ask me, sir, you told me we can't change anything inside a string. A string is immutable, but here I can see it is changing. Initially it was lowercase character, but it has become uppercase character. But you told me it is a immutable. Okay, it's a immutable. I can't change anything inside that. Okay, see, you are right. But see, what is happening here? See, when I perform this particular capitalize on top of this particular string, it didn't change in the original object. It didn't change in the original string. See, if I print this particular original string, you'll see that original string is fine. It is a lowercase only. Okay, still in lowercase only. So what is happening? So inside memory, it is creating a copy of this particular string, and on top of that, it is performing this particular operation. That means your original string is not changing. Okay, your original string it's not changing. Okay, now I think this part is clear. Like how this particular string is working, this particular string manipulation is working. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now the next function will be exploring this particular title. Okay, so what I can do, I can apply title on top of this particular string. I'll just call this particular title. Now if I execute this particular program, see what will happen. Now see, initially all the character you will see, it's a lowercase. It's a lowercase. Okay. Now whenever I perform the title, you can see each of the individual word, the first character will become uppercase. Okay, the first character will become uppercase. That means whenever you define any kinds of title, whenever you write any topic, you define a title, right? In the title, we usually use first character as a uppercase. Okay, everywhere with every words. So this is what actually this particular title will apply. So these are like very useful function inside string you will be using going forward. So that's why it's super important to know. Okay, these are the thing. Now we'll be exploring the upper. So I can also show you the upper. So I'll just call s.upper. See what will happen if I perform upper. All the character you will see, it will become uppercase character. Okay, it will become uppercase character. Okay, this is the work of upper. Now you can also use this particular lower. So lower will do the opposite of upper. So if I call this particular lower, see, it will be make all the character as lowercase, but you can see it's already in lowercase, right? So what I can do, I can copy this particular string and I can create another variable here. So s is equal to, and here I can mention it. Okay, now you can see everything is in uppercase. Now if I execute the lower on top of it, see, everything will become in a lowercase character. Okay, this is the work of lower. Now the last one, we'll see the swap case. Okay, so what swap case will do, let's try to see. So for this, I'm going to just modify this particular string. Let's say some of the character I will take lower, some of the character I will take upper. I think I can only take this particular welcome. Now see, if I perform this particular swap case, now see what will happen. See, it will do the opposite things. Now see, whenever it is having the lowercase, it will make as a uppercase. Whenever it is having the uppercase, it will make it as a lowercase. So this is the work of this particular swap case. It will do the swap operation. Okay, opposite operation. That's the work of this particular swap case. Now I think these are the functions are clear how we can use them in a string. Now let's discuss about some more function inside a string. So guys, you can see next we'll be learning about this count, find, and index. Okay, these are the function one by one. So first of all, let me take a string. So I'll just write one string here. My name is Bappy. Okay, let's say this is my string. So now let's say, first of all, I'll show you the count. Okay, count function on top of this particular string. So if I just do s.count. Okay, s.count. See, what count will do, count will try to find one specific character present inside this particular string. Let's say I want to see how many times this p is occurring in this particular string. So I'll just give p here inside this particular count function. I'll just give this particular p here. Now see, if I execute this particular program, it will tell 2 times. You can see in this particular entire string, p is coming only 2 times. Now you can also check with other character. Let's say I'll give n. I think n is coming only 1 time. So that's how actually you can use this particular count function. Let's say if you want to count any character, okay, in a string, like how many times it is present, that time you can use this particular count function. So it's like very simple function you can use. Now similar wise, we're having another function called find. So let's see the find example as well. So I'll just write s.find. See, if this particular a is present in this particular string, it will give you the index number of that particular a. Okay, let's say you want to find out the index number of this particular a. You can use this particular find function. See, if I execute this particular statement, it is printing 4. Now you can find it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see the a index is 4. Now see, there is another a is present, but the first a it will print that particular index only. Okay, now I can try with any other, let's say index. Let's say I want to find this particular I. I'll give the I. See, this is the I index, it's 8. You can count it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so here at 8 index, this particular I is present. So this is the work of this particular find. It will give you the index number of that particular character. That's the idea. Now let's see the index one. So there is another function called index. See, this is the same thing of your find, but one actually difference is there. Let me first of all show you. Let's say I want to see the index of I. Okay, I want to see the index of I. If I give this particular I here, see, it will also print you 8 here, because you can see I index is 8. Okay, I index is 8. But let's say there is one character you are giving. There is one character you are giving which is not present in this particular string. Let's say I'm giving Z. See, Z is not present in this particular string. So now if you use index function, it will throw you error. It will tell you substring not found. But if you're using find, and if you are giving any character which is not present in that particular string, it won't be throwing you error. Instead of that, it will give you -1. -1 means it is not present. Okay, this is the difference only. Both working mechanism are same, only the difference is if you don't have anything in a string, find will give you -1 and index will give you error message. This is the only difference only. So sometimes if you want to throw error, you can use this particular index. Sometimes if you don't want to throw error, you can use this particular find in your code. That is the idea only. Now let's try to see two more function inside a string called ends with and start with. Okay, so for this I'm going to take this particular same example, and here I'm going to paste it. Now see, if I perform s dot end with, okay, ends with, you can see this particular sentence is ending with ppy. See, if I give ppy, py, only if I give py, it will give me true, because this particular sentence is ending with py. It's true. So sometimes, let's say you want to find a sentence, or you want to find a word which is ending with, let's say, some specific character. If you want to find them, you can use this particular ends with function. Easily you can get that particular a sentence. You can check it whether it is ending with a py or not. So let's say sometimes whenever you are working with web scraping and all, let's say you are extracting the data from website. So that time actually this function will help you a lot. So sometimes let's say you need a title which is ending with py. Okay, you can use this particular ends with function that time. Okay, there's so many work we can use this particular ends with. Going forward, whenever we'll do the projects and all, we'll try to understand. Now let's say if it is not ending with py, let's say it is ending with pyw, it will give you false. Okay, because it is not ending with pwy. Now there is another one called start with. So this is the opposite of it. So it will only check the starting position. So I can write start with. Okay, start with. Now see, this particular sentence is starting with my. So if I give my here, see, it will give you, it's giving false, although I've written my, because you can see here the my is upper character, but here I've given lower character. So it's a case sensitive. Make sure you are giving the proper case. Okay, it's a case sensitive. Now see, if I execute, now it is true. That means it's starting with my. Okay, that's the idea. Now there is another one called format. Okay, format. Now let's try to understand this particular format. Okay, format is super important function inside a string, because going forward you'll be using this particular format a lot. Apart from that, there is another alternative of format. We call it as f-string inside Python. For this, actually, I'm going to create a separate video on top of f-string. So in detail, I'll create a video on top of this particular f-string, and I'll try to discuss. So now let's try to discuss this particular format. So for this, I'm going to write a code. Let's say I'll just write name is equal to Bappy, and let's say gender is equal to male. Now here I'm going to write a string s is equal to, let's say I'll just write my name is dash. Okay, I'll give this particular bracket, I am a dash. Okay, I'll give this particular bracket again. So this particular bracket name is curly bracket. Okay, we have to use this particular curly bracket. If you're using format, if you're using this particular format function, you have to use this particular curly bracket, otherwise it won't be working. So here what you can see, I have written a string, but inside that, instead of writing this particular name, I have taken this particular curly bracket. So you can see my name is dash. I've taken a curly bracket, and I am a dash. Okay, here it should be I am a. Okay, I am a dash. Again, I have taken a curly bracket. Now see, with the help of this particular format, I can easily put this particular value inside this particular string. How? So let me show you. I'll just write s.format. Okay, and inside that I'll give the name, and I'll give the gender. Now see, if I execute this particular program, see, beautifully it will put this particular Bappy inside this particular bracket. You'll see that my name is Bappy, and it will put this particular gender inside this particular bracket. Okay, male. Now you can ask me how it is getting to know I have to put the name inside this particular bracket, and I have to put the name inside this particular bracket. You can see it's a order. So whatever actually variable you are giving at the first time, it will go at the first bracket, and whatever variable you are giving in the second time, it will go to the second bracket. So it always follows the order. That means this is the indexing. It is present in the first index, it is present in the second index. Okay, first index will come here, last index will come here. Now let's say you have another dash here. Okay, you have another dash here, another curly bracket here. Now if you give another variable here, it will go inside that only. So this particular concept is very useful. Let's say whenever you will be working with different application, you will be taking the input from the user. That time actually, let's say you don't want to hard code the value. You don't know like what would be the name. Let's say whenever I'm talking about Facebook application. So whenever you create your account, so it will give you welcome message. So welcome, see. So let me give you one example. So let's say welcome dash
to Facebook. Okay, Facebook. Now you don't know what is the name will come here. Now you don't know which name will come here, whether it's a Bappy, whether it's a Alex, or whether it's a other name. Who is creating this particular application, right? Who is creating this particular account? So for this, I can use this particular format. That time I can use this particular format. Let's say name is equal to user has given, let's say Alex. Okay, let's say Alex is creating the account. I'll simply, what I'll do, I'll just write s.format and I'll pass this particular name. Simply I'll pass this particular name. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that welcome Alex to Facebook. So that's how this particular function we can use in our application, and this is like very used function inside a string. Okay, now one thing I want to show you. Let's say if I give gender here, let's say if I execute this particular code again. Now see, instead of name, I'll give gender here at the very first, and I'll give name here. Now see, if I execute this particular program, definitely I know that gender will come at the first bracket and name will come at the second bracket. Okay, but let's say you want to control this particular statement. So what you can do, you can give the index number here. So simply you can give, so what is the index of gender? It's 0. And what is the index of name? It's 1, right? Now here I will give 1 will come here and 0 will come here. Okay, 0 will come here. Now if I again execute this particular program, you'll see that now Bappy will come because Bappy position is 1. Okay, 1, you can see 1 index is Bappy, that means the name, and the 0 index is nothing but gender. So 0 will come here. Okay, that's how actually you can also control this particular index value. You can play with this particular index value. Fine. So both way I've showed you. Now you can use any of them. It's up to you. So guys, apart from that, we are having some more function inside a string. You can see we are having is num, then is alpha, is digit, is identifier. Let's try to discuss all of them one by one. So first of all, I'll just define a string here. I'll just name it as, let's say, Bappy. Bappy 1, 2, 3. Let's say this is my string. Fine. Now see, if I perform this particular function is all num. Okay, so if I just write is all num. So the full form of this particular function is alphabetic and number. Now you can see that in this particular string, it is also having alphabetic and number. Okay, both it is present. That means it will check is alphabetic and number or not, this particular string. Now here you can see, yes, this particular string contains alphabetics and numbers both. Now if I execute this particular program, it will give you true. Now let's see if I give any kinds of symbol. Let's say I'll give this particular @ symbol. Now a special symbol has come. Now it is not matching this particular function statement. Okay, it's not matching this particular function statement. It will give you false that time. So if you want to check whether your string is alphabetic and number or not, that time you can use this particular function. Okay, is all num. Now there is another one called is alpha. So I'll copy this particular string and I'll only keep the alpha parameter. Okay, alphabetic parameter. Now if I just do is alpha. Okay, is alpha, I think. Yeah, is alpha. Now it will give me true, because you can see all the character is alphabetic. Okay, that's what it's giving to. Now if I give any kinds of, let's say, digit here, it will give me false that time. Okay, I hope you got it. Now there is another one called is digit. This is the opposite of alphabetic, so it will only look for the digit that time. So let's say if I give this particular string, I'll call this particular is digit. It will give me false because it also contains the character. Now if I remove the character, let's say if I remove the character and only digit is there, that time it will give you true. Fine, I hope you got it. Now there is another one called identifier. I think I already taught you this particular identifier. Okay, inside a variable, like how we can define different identifier, like what is the way of defining the variable. So you can also use this particular identifier. So let's say I'll just write is s is equal to, let's say, one name. Now tell me whether this particular identifier is correct or not. If you want to define as a variable, see, you can simply apply this particular identifier, is identifier. It will give you false, because you can't use any kinds of digit at the very first of a variable, but I can use at the last. I can use at the last. It would be true. Okay, that's how I can't use any kinds of @ symbol. Okay, I can't use any kinds of @ symbol. I can use any kinds of hyphen symbol. It's not possible, but I can use like that. Name is equal to, let's say, name underscore age. I can define like that. Okay, I can use this particular underscore symbol. So with the help of this particular identifier, you can verify whether this particular identifier is correct or not. Okay, I hope this part is clear. Now let's try to see two more function called split and join. So for this, I'm going to again take a, let's say, string. I'll just write my name is Buppy. Okay, let's say this is my string. Now let's say I want to separate out these are the word individually. Let's say my will be there, name would be there, is would be there, Buppy would be there, and it will present inside a list. I already told you I will teach you this particular list in detail. As of now, try to consider list is a data structure. Okay, list is a data structure. It's a data type. So if I want to take this particular word individually, I can use this particular split method on top of it. So I'll just write is split. Okay, is split. Now see, if I execute this particular program, see, now you'll see that it will give you all the word individually. So my will come here, then comma, then name, then comma, is, and Buppy. And the data structure actually I'm getting, the data type I'm getting, it's a list type data. Let me show you. If you check the type, you check the type of this particular output, it's a list. List is a data type or it's a data structure. I'll also discuss this part, okay, in detail. You can ask me how this particular split is working. See, whenever you are using this particular split method, inside that you are not passing anything. By default, it will consider by the space. So by the space, it will divide, it will separate out this particular word. You can see this is space. So my would be an individual word. Okay, then name, then again space, then is, and Buppy. You can see with the help of space, actually it will do the split operation. Now let's say I am having one sentence like that. Let's say my comma name comma is comma Buppy, like that. There is no space. Now how we can perform the split and how we can separate out these are the word. So for this, you have to pass this particular comma inside this particular split. Now we are mentioning by the comma, just try to split. By the comma, just try to split this particular sentence. Now you'll see that again you will get the same output. Now similar wise, with other symbol as well, you can do. Let's say instead of let's say comma, we are having at the rate everywhere. We are having at the rate. Same things we can perform. Now instead of comma, I have to give the at the rate sign. Okay, at that symbol. Now see, I'll get the same output. I hope this part is clear. Now you can consider any of the, let's say, symbol here, any of the space, any of the comma and all, any of the symbol you can consider here. Only you just need to pass inside this particular split. Split will automatically figure out this particular symbol and it will try to do the split with respect to that only. Now let's say there is a condition. You are having a list of the word. Let's say I'll just write, I'll take a variable called words. Let's say I'm having list of the words. Now what you want to do? Let's say you want to join all the words and you want to make a string. Okay, you want to make a string or you want to make a sentence. For this, you can use this particular join method. Okay, so how to use this particular join method? So simply just take a variable empty string. Okay, I'll take a empty string. Let's say there is nothing. And simply what I will do, I'll just write s.join. Okay, s.join. And inside that, I'll pass this particular word, list of the word. And if I print this particular s right now, okay, if I print this particular s right now, see, it's not printing anything because I have to also store inside this particular s variable. Now I think it should work. Now see, it is joining. Okay, it is joining everything. First of all, it is taking my, then it is taking name, is, and Buppy. Okay, it is joining everything. Now you can see there is no space. Okay, now if you want to take a space, so what you have to do whenever you are defining this particular empty string, try to take a space here. Okay, now see, it will give you a space here. Okay, that's how actually you can join. If you have a list of the word and if you want to join them, you can join with the help of this particular join function. Now you can ask me, I want to give a hyphen here. Is it possible or not? Yes, it is also possible. So that time what you have to do, you have to give hyphen here. Okay, inside this particular empty string, you have to give hyphen. Now if I execute this particular program, see, all of the space will be filled with the hyphen. Okay, that's how we can give any kinds of symbol. Let's say I want to give a dollar sign. Okay, see, it will become dollar sign. Okay, I hope this part is clear, all of you. So next, two more function actually we'll be learning inside the string called replace and strip. Let's try to see the example of replace and strip. So for this, I'm going to take a variable. I'm going to take a string. I'm going to just write my name is Buppy. Okay, let's say this is my string. Now let's say I want to change this particular Buppy with any other name. Okay, for this I can use this particular replace. So what you can do, just write s.replace, and instead of Buppy, okay, instead of Buppy, I want to replace with any other name. I'll give, let's say, Alex. Okay, I'll give Alex. So this replace takes two parameters. Okay, one is the word actually want to change, and another one, the new word actually want to assign. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, you'll see that now it will become my name is Alex.
Fine. I hope it is clear. Now you can change any of the word. Let's say you want to change this particular name with any other word. You can also do it. Okay. You can try by yourself. Now let's try to discuss the strip. So what is this particular strip? Let's say sometimes in a string, we will have some empty space. Let me show you. Let's say this is my string. And let's say I'm having some empty space here. Okay. I'm having some empty space, but I don't want this particular empty space. See, if I print this particular S, okay. If I print this particular S, see, there would be empty space, but empty space won't be visible. If you want to check this, so you can use this particular length function. Inside that, just give the S. I'll see it will become 23. But if I remove this particular empty space, okay, if I remove this particular empty space, see, actual length would be 16. But whenever you are giving empty space, it is also counting that particular length. Okay, it is also counting that particular length. Let me show you. If I execute this particular program again, 23. That's I don't want to use this particular empty space, so I can use this particular strip method for this. I'll take a cell here. I'll just write s dot strip. So strip, what strip will do, it will try to remove that particular empty space. See, empty space has been removed. Okay, empty space has been removed. Now if I again store this particular variable, now if I again check the length, you'll see that it will become 16. So with the help of strip, actually you can remove any kinds of empty space, okay, inside a string. So this particular strip function is most used in an application building. Let's say whenever you are creating any kinds of application, let's say you are creating a Facebook application, definitely whenever user will give the email address or password, whenever they are giving any kinds of space, so you have to remove that particular space. Okay, otherwise again it will create an issue. Okay, whenever you will try to do the logging operation and all. So yes, these are some actually inbuilt functions or method inside actually string. I hope you got it, everything. I have given so many examples. Now apart from that, actually there are some more actually inbuilt function you will get, like let's say rfind is there, rjust is there. If you want to learn them, simply open it up and try to see the example. Okay, you will see the example of it. So this should be your task, guys. Just try to explore some more string method. Apart from that, whatever actually you are having in that particular website, and try to execute in your code editor. Okay, I think that's how actually we'll be doing the self-exploration. But these are actually very common used, very most used actually function inside a programming. So with that, guys, this is all from my side. So thank you guys for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome back. So guys, in this particular video, we'll be discussing about one very interesting concept inside Python called f-string. So this is like very small topic, but this particular topic is super important. Whenever you will be, let's say, implementing any kinds of projects, you will be writing your code, right? So this particular concept will help you a lot. So I'll tell you what is this particular f-string. So for this, actually, let's go to our code editor and try to understand this particular f-string. So guys, I'm inside my code editor. I think you remember I was discussing one function called format. Whenever I was discussing like string method, I think you remember. So we used to use that particular format function to insert any kinds of variable inside a string. I think you remember. So let me give you another example. Let's say I am having one string. Let's say the string is s is equal to, I'll just write my name is Bappy and I am a male. Now let's say I want to insert this particular name and this particular gender separately. Instead of hard coding this particular, let's say, word, I want to insert it later on. So for this, what I can do, I think you remember, I can use this particular curly bracket. Okay, I can use this particular curly bracket. So wherever actually you want to insert any kinds of variable, any kinds of value, you can use this particular curly bracket. And now what I can do, we can define two variable. Let's say name is equal to Bappy and gender is equal to male. Now what I have to do, I think you remember, we can use this particular format function. So I'll just write format, and inside that I'll pass my name as well as the gender. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, now see, if I execute this particular program, I'll just write Python 22 f-string. It won't be printing anything because I also need to print it. I can print it. Now I can execute this particular code. Now you'll see this particular output would be visible. Now you can see my name is Bappy and I'm ML. So that's actually with the help of this particular format function, we can insert any kinds of value inside a string. But see, for this actually we have to write like couple of line of code, right? But if I want to make it more easier, so what I can do, I can use something called f-string inside Python. See, the same things we can write with the help of f-string. So let me write. So I'll first of all copy this particular string. Okay, I'll copy this particular string. Now simply I can copy this particular name and gender. Now see, instead of using this particular format function, what I can do, I can use something called f-string. Just try to mention this particular f. Okay, if you just mention f, So this is called actually F string. Now see, inside that you can pass the name and you can pass this particular gender. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, see, I'll get the same output. So previously, to use this particular format function, I used to write like couple of line of code, but if I'm using this particular F string, okay, so everything I can write in just one line. So here I don't need to use any kinds of function, because see, inside function actually you have to give this particular variable in order, okay, in a order actually manner. Otherwise, it will print randomly. I think I already discussed this part, right? But whenever I'm defining F string, it's like more easy to define. So here I don't need to follow any kinds of order. I can directly pass this particular variable name. Whatever value I want to insert in that particular string, I can directly define that particular variable name. I don't need to take any kinds of function here. I don't need to follow any kinds of order here. So this is called F string. So either you can follow this particular format approach, either you can follow this particular F string approach. Okay, it's up to you. Personally, I prefer this particular F string whenever I want to insert anything inside a string, but it's up to you again. Whatever you like, whichever method actually you like, you can use that particular approach, fine. So this is actually very small topic inside Python, and I just wanted to let you know because this particular concept will be using a lot going forward. So that's why I thought let's create this particular video separately. So yes, this is all about this particular F string. With that, guys, thank you so much, guys, for watching this particular video, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to this particular video. So guys, so far we have learned about like strings in Python. We have seen like string operations, then we have seen like string methods. So many things we have seen inside strings. So now in this particular video we'll be doing some of the exercise of this particular string, so that this particular concept will be more clear, okay, in your mind. So here I have listed down some of the exercise you can see. So here we are going to solve this particular three exercise. So the first one, actually you can see, find the length of a given string without using the length function. So we'll try to find the length of a given string, but we won't be using this particular length function. I think you know with the help of length function we can easily get the length of a given string, but without length function how we can check the particular length, okay, of a given string. First of all, let's try to do this particular program. So what you can do, you can pause this particular video, and if you can solve these are the problem, so you can solve it and you can give me the solution in the comment. Otherwise you can watch that particular video and you can try to solve with me, okay. But I will suggest first of all try to attempt by yourself. If you are not able to do that time, you can watch this particular recording. Otherwise you can solve by yourself, okay, it's up to you. So first of all, let's try to solve the first one. So here you can see find the length of a given string without using the length function. So user will give a string here. Let's say I will take an input from the user. So s is equal to, let's say, input. So here I will just give a message, enter the string, fine. So this is the input. So now what I have to do, I'll just write a for loop. So for I in s, and I'm going to print this particular I. Now see what will happen if I execute this particular code. Now it is asking for the string. So here I can give a string. Let's say I will give Bappy. So Bappy is a string. Now if I press enter, see it will iterate through my name. Okay, that means it will iterate through all the character of my name. You can see first of all B will come, then A, P, P, Y. Okay, now I can use this particular logic to calculate the length of this particular string. So how I can do? So let's say I'll take a variable called counter. Counter is equal to, first of all I will assign as 0. Now simply inside this particular for loop, every time I'll just increase this particular counter. Okay, every time I'll just try to increase this particular counter. So what will happen? First of all, inside this particular I, B will come and it will increase this particular counter. Okay, that means counter would be 1. That means it will count 1 character. Now A will come, it will again increase this particular counter, then it will become 2. That means 2 characters come. Okay, then P, it will again increase the counter. 3 will now counter value would be 3. That means 3 character is there. That's how so on. Okay, so how many character actually present in your string, that many of time actually this particular counter value will increase. Okay, now if I execute this particular program, but before that I will just first of all comment this particular print statement, and outside of this particular for loop I'll just print this particular counter value. Now if I execute this particular program, now if I again give a string, let's say Bappy, my name. Now if I hit enter, see the length of the Bappy is 5. Now if you want to make this particular print statement beautiful, like more readable, what you can do, you can use F string. So I can use F string, and inside that I can write you entered s, that means my input. Okay, whatever input I have given, the length of the string is
here I'll give the counter. So here you can use this particular if string to write this particular statement. You can also use format function. It will also work. So with the help of that, you can easily format this particular string. Now see, if I again execute this particular program, I'll just write my name is Bappy. Okay, that's this is my string. If I execute, now see, you entered my name is Bappy and the length of the string is 16. So we are able to successfully complete this particular program and it is working fine. So this was like very simple program. Now let's try to solve the next one. Extract the username from a given email. Let's say if my email is like say Bappy, let's say if my email is bappy@gmail.com. So I just need to extract the username from this particular email. So what is the username? You can see this is the username Bappy. Okay, Bappy is the username. Now let's say there is another mail. Let's say bappyahmed@gmail.com. So Bappy Ahmed is the username. So I have to write a program. It will automatically extract this particular username, okay, from an email address. So how we can write this particular program? So again, what I will do, I'll just take input from the user. Let's say email is equal to input, enter your email address. Okay, so this is the input I'm going to take from the user. Now see, if I print this particular email and if I execute the program, let's say I'll give bappy@gmail.com. Now if I hit enter, see, this particular email will be printed. Now here, the first thing I just need to figure out this particular index of this particular @. Okay, if you see the index of the @, because see, till this particular @, the name actually I'm getting, this is my username. So what I have to do, I have to first of all find out this particular index of this particular @. So for this, what I can do, I think you remember, we can use this particular index method, okay, inside a string. So I'll just write email, okay, email dot index, and inside that I'm going to mention this particular @ symbol. Okay, so it is going to give me that particular index of this particular @ symbol. Now I'm going to store in a variable called position. Okay, POS, it's called position. Now if I print this particular position, I will also print this particular email. I think that would be better. I will also print the email. Fine. Now if I can execute this particular program and if I give the email, let's say bappy@gmail.com. Now see, this is my email, and now you can see the @ position number is 5. You can count it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means till 5. Okay, till 5. Okay, everything is my username. So now I can use this particular logic to extract this particular username from this particular email. Okay, so now what I can do, I think you remember the string slicing. Okay, string slicing, how we can perform the string slicing with the help of index number. I can slice that particular string. So let's say this is my string. This is my string. S is equal to, this is my string. This is my string. Now let's say I want to slice. I want to take this particular Bappy out. What I can do, I can use the string slicing actually approach. So I'll just start from 0 and I will go till 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, if I give 5 here, now see, it will give me Bappy. So I'll use the same approach here. So instead of writing the print statement, I'll just write print s. I'll start from 0 and I will go till this particular position, because position value would be my this particular index. Okay, this particular @ index, and till here, whatever things I will be extracting, this is going to be my username. Now see, if I execute this particular program and let's say I will give my email address bappy@gmail.com. Now see, if I execute, now see, Bappy would be extracted. Now you can give any other email also. Let's say I'll give bappyahmed@gmail.com. Okay, see, sorry, it would be email. Yeah, now if I execute this particular program, now let's say if I give bappyahmed@gmail.com. okay, if I hit enter, it's telling s is not defined. Okay, sorry, it should be email. Okay, it should be email. My bad, I was using my previous s actually. So it should be email. Now if I execute, now if I give bappyahmed@gmail.com, now see, Bappy Ahmed would be extracted. So you can use this particular code to extract your username from an email. So again, it was another easy problem statement we solved. Now the next problem statement actually will be solving, called this one.
palindrome. Okay, so what is palindrome? You can see write a program that check whether a given string is a palindrome or not. So what is palindrome? Palindrome is nothing but see, there are some word actually. If you just make it as a opposite, it will sounds the same. Okay, it will meaning the same. You can see Abba. Okay, ABBA. If you just opposite this particular, if you just do the reverse operation of this particular word, you will see it will represent as the same actually word. Okay, the meaning would be same. You can see ABBA. If I do the reverse operation, it would be ABBA again. Okay, the same meaning. Now you can see the next one, Malayalam. Okay, so if you just do the opposite, you will see that MALAYAM, MALAYAM. Okay, the same thing. Now you can see the next one. Sorry, it should be ma'am, not mama. My mistake. See, if you just do the opposite of this particular word, it will be ma'am only. MAM, MAM. So apart from that, there are so many words. We call it as a palindrome. If you just do the reverse operation, you will get the same meaning. Okay, of that particular word. Now I have to write a program. It will check that particular word is a palindrome or not. That means if you just do the reverse operation of that particular, let's say word, it will meaning the same, right? So this is called actually palindrome or not. And this is like very important question also in interview. Interview also you may get this kinds of question whether this particular word is palindrome or not. You have to write a program. Okay. Now how we can write this particular program? See. First of all, we'll just try to divide this particular word in a two part. Actually, you can see. So let me give you an example. Let's say I will take the first word. So here I'll take the first word. Let's say Abba. Okay, this is my word. So first of all, I'll just try to divide this particular word in a two part. So I'll just write AB and BA. Okay. So let's say it has become two chunks. Now what I will do, I'll just try to check this particular character one by one. So I'll take this particular character and I will check with the last one whether it's matching or not. If it is matching, then I'll take the next one and I'll check with the last one. Okay, that's how we'll be doing the comparison. And if this particular comparison is missing, that means this particular word is a palindrome word. So for this, let's write a code. So I'll just try to remove this particular statement. Yeah. So first of all, I will take an input from the user. I can copy this particular input and here I can write enter your string. Okay, enter your string or enter your word. And this is going to be my word. And here I will just write a for loop. So for I in range, and it will iterate till actually 0 to length of this particular word mod 2. That means what will happen? See, let's say if you are giving, let's say this particular word, let's say ABBA. Okay, Abba, and you can see this particular word length is 4. Okay, word length is 4. Now if I just calculate the mod, let's say if I just calculate the mod of 4, so 4 mod 2. Okay, now I'll see it will give me 2. That means it will give me the half. Okay, half of that particular word. That's why you can use any word. Let's say I can take this particular word Malayalam. I'll copy, and here how many character it is having? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So if I just do the 9 with mod 2, it will give me 4. That means you can see 0 1 2 3 4. That means 4 would be excluded. It will come till 3, and this is going to be my half part, and this is going to be my half part. Okay, that's how actually we'll try to divide this particular word, okay, in a 2 chunks. That is the idea. So that's why actually we're doing this particular mod operation. Okay, and this particular loop will run till half. Okay, till half of this particular word. I think you got it right now. Now inside that, I'll just try to check one statement. I'll just write if word. Okay, if word of I. Okay, if word of I is not equal to, okay, is not equal to word length of word minus I and minus 1. I'll discuss what I have written. As of now, just try to understand this is the logic to compare this particular 2 part. Let's say this is my AB, okay, and BA. So what I'm doing, I'm just taking this particular character and I'm checking with this particular character. Again, I'm checking, taking this particular character, I'm checking with this particular character. Okay, that is what actually we are doing here. If it is not equal to, that means if this particular character is not matching, so what I have to do? Simply, I'll just break this particular loop. Okay, I'll break this particular loop, and before that, I'll just write print not a palindrome. Okay, not a palindrome. And I'm going to take a variable here. I'm going to name this as flag. As of initially, I'll just make it as true, this particular variable true. And whenever actually this particular word is not a palindrome, I'll just make it as false. Okay, so here I will just write flag is equal to false. Okay, I'll just make it as false if it is not palindrome. Otherwise, outside of this particular for loop, I'll check if this particular flag, okay, if this particular flag is true. Okay, if this particular flag is true, I'll just print it's a palindrome. See, if you can also give like that, if flag is equal to true. Okay, if flag is equal to true. Otherwise, you can also give like that, if flag. If you give if flag, by default it will consider like that, flag is equal to true. If you're not mentioning the true, it's fine. Whenever this particular flag, that means this particular variable is true, that time this particular if condition will be executed. Okay, otherwise it won't be executed. That's the idea. Fine. So this is the program. Now if I execute this particular program, now let's say if I give any word, let's say a baby a abba. Now you can see this is a palindrome. Now again I will execute this particular code. Let's say I will give Python. So Python is not a palindrome. Again, if I give another word, let's say I'll give ma'am, it's a palindrome. Okay, so that's how actually it is able to check this particular palindrome. Okay, palindrome word. Now how this particular program is working, so let's say the word you have given, let's say a b b a. Okay, this is the word you have given. So first of all, it will run this particular loop, and you can see it will start from 0 and it will go till length of word mod 2. Okay, that means if you just perform mod 2 on top of this particular word, you can see the length is 4, and if you perform mod, you will get something called 2. Okay, that means this particular loop will run 2 times. Okay, 2 times it will only run. Now you can see inside that I'm checking if word, okay, word of I, your word is equal to, okay, word is equal to a b b a. Okay, now if you just do the I operation, what is the I index initially? It's 0. Now if I do like that, word 0. Okay, so what it will give me? It will give me a. Okay, it will give me a. That means this particular word of I is equal to a. Okay, word of I is equal to a, and you can see word of length word minus I minus 1. That means if you just do length of word, okay, length of word is 4, and if you just subtract I value is 0 and minus 1. Okay, so it will become 3. Okay, it will become 3. That means inside word, okay, inside word you are passing 3, and if you pass 3, what it will return you? 0 1 2 3. That means the last one, which is nothing but also a. Now you'll be match this particular a and this particular a. Okay, see here you are matching not equal to. Okay, not equal, whether it's not equal to or not. So this particular condition is not true because it's equal to. You can see a is, because you can see a and a is equal. Okay, that means this particular statement is false. Then what will happen? This particular loop again will come here, and again this particular I value would be 1. Okay, I value would be 1. Again it will check word of I. So now I is equal to 1. Okay, I is equal to 1. See, if I is equal to 1, that means word of I, it will give you b. Okay, that means this would be b right now. This would be b right now. Okay, and inside that length of you can see length of word is 4. This particular I would be 1 right now, and if you just do the subtract operation, it will 2. Okay, it will be 2 right now. And if you just see the 2 of word 0 1 2, that means this particular b. Okay, that means this particular b. Now see, this particular b and this particular b, it will compare whether it's equal or not. That means not equal, again this particular statement would be false. Now you can see this particular loop will run only 2 times, and all of the character is completed. Now this particular loop will break, and it will come here. Now it will check this particular flag statement, and see, flag is true. That means it will come here and it will pin palindrome. Okay, it will pin palindrome. This particular word is palindrome. And if it is not equal to, okay, if it is not equal to, that means this particular character and this particular character is not equal to. Okay, that time it will go inside this particular if statement, and it will make this particular flag as false, and it will print it's a not palindrome. Okay, this is a very simple code, and you can also take this particular code in the Python tutor, and you can execute there. You can also understand, okay, how things are working. Now let me clear the board, and yeah, so guys, we have completed these 3 exercises. Now apart from that, you can take up different exercise from the internet, and you can solve that. Okay, the more exercise you'll be solving, the more clear-cut concept actually you'll be understanding, right? So yes guys, this is all about from this particular video. So thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.